the weekly kill points MVP event from Pick'em Challenge Week 1. You guys got it right. You know the name. Shoot to kill. One more team that we should know is Virtus Pro. I think the reason for all the intense matches in weekly final day 2 was after this team won chicken dinner with 18 kills in match 6. Especially Spyro and Reason's ability to pick up kills is very threatening to other teams. Reason has a wide field of view that allowed him to steal 3 kills during the weekly final, and Lou is setting the stage for the other players. I'm really looking forward to watch their performance in week 2. Yeah, this is the end of weekly PGI.S today, but don't be too sad. We have lots of matches and special shows waiting for you this week. First, the Pick'em Challenge Week 2 will be from February 13th to 20th, and we have special weekly chicken winner event going on this week, so try your best with your predictions. Also, the second episode of PGI.S show will be on Saturday at 6 p.m., so don't forget the most important thing, the weekly series. There will be a second weekly survival from February 16th to 18th, and the weekly final will be from February 20th to 21st. Oh, I can wait for it. Thank you for watching weekly PGI.S today, and see you next week. Bye-bye!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for a return to the PUBG Global Invitational S week number 2. The survival rounds are upon us, and while we got to see our first weekly final and the money fall that came with it, it is time now to see which teams can come out on top. The last weekend was all about points, and now we return to a focus on winning. If you can't get the chicken dinner, then it's not even worth showing up. The 16 teams who played during the weekend will be making their return here today to kick off the festivities, and those who played in the reseeding rounds are lined up behind them, ready to take a spot at the smallest sniff of weakness. It is going to be a phenomenal week of play as the Festival of PUBG continues, and I am excited to see exactly what these teams bring. Will we see a return to form of teams like Sonics, who won out of the gate last week? Or will we see a Freak of Freaks or maybe FaZe rise to the top and start their week strong? Only time will tell. You can see the stadium in front of you, the prizes won by those teams already. Some you see with zeros. That could be a shock, but remember, it is a very long event, and those prize pool totals will continue to accrue until we have one grand champion coming out on top. This is, again, PGI.S week number 2. It's time for the survival rounds. My name is Toppy's. I am joined by Clover and Froz on the desk as we kick things off. Welcome. Clover, we'll start with you. I know that you are in the middle of a snowstorm that is like decades in the making right now. So are you warm enough? Is that why you're wearing a jacket?
Yeah, you know what? I try to put on as many layers as I can, and obviously, I think the games today are going to spice things up. But you know, I'm really looking forward to the matches because week 1 was insane. I can only imagine what we're going to see today.
Now, on the other hand, we've got Clover, who's not used to being cold, struggling through a blizzard. On the opposite side, Froz, who I think was born in the cold, standing out here, tell me a little more about what you're looking forward to this week, and maybe recommendations for Clover, how to deal with heavy snow.
I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm born and molded in the cold, so I'm all used to it. We have super cold outside, but look at the teams. I want to see more teams from the bottom 16 this week being able to qualify. Last week we saw, of course, 5 of them that was not in the first seed. Now this week, I feel like we have a stronger bottom 16, to be honest. They look much better looking at the reseeding games than they did during the first seeding games, the first ranking games we had. So it's going to be super interesting to see what all the teams got to bring this week.
Let's take a look at the earnings so far. As you take a look at the standings, Afrika Freaks in first place with 47,000 plus. And you may say, well, that's a weird extra number to have on there. That is because of the crowdfunding. It's not that we're giving away $45 as part of the prize pool initially, Clover. But there's more money, and people are buying items to support these teams.
There's lots of ways for these teams to come in with prize pool money as well. And, you know, a couple of teams with big fat zeros next to their names. So hopefully today we'll see some chicken dinners, perhaps change those numbers for the better for these guys.
Froz, who's the most heartbreaking zero on that list for you?
Ooh, there's so many. I don't think there's one especially one. But I got to say, SDK and Infantry, though, those teams are the only 2 teams that won both from the weekly survival and the weekly finals. So far they've been grabbing cash whenever it's been possible, and I'm looking forward to see more people trying to do that as well this week.
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem like they've kind of worked out some strategy. Let's take a look at our next graphic here to show you guys exactly how the prize pools will break down. Every single week for weekly survival, first place, the first winner gets 10,000 and it reduces from there. Now 9 through 16, you still get a prize. That is getting to the weekly finals where the big money will be. As we move on to week 2 though, Clover, you can see week 2 significantly worth more than week number 1.
Oh, that is very good money to have, and just all the more reason why, if you're these teams, you want to qualify in. We've got 16 teams. You can see right there, they're going to start in for game number 1. That's going to be at very least 15 chances for them to get that kind of opportunity into the weekly final. And as we also saw last week, there was quite a few teams that played in every single match and still, unfortunately, didn't qualify.
Froz, taking a look at this list, you can see who's starting it out, who's coming in on the waiting list. Are there terrifying teams on that waiting list that you maybe want to get in on the first game of the 16?
I mean, look at it. You have teams like Diamond Key, Multicircle Gaming. That is some of the favorites coming into the tournament. Tiamba as well, but they're pretty low down there. I would be interested in first 6 because they got themselves 2 wins in the reseeding games we saw there.
You can see the schedule there. We got 5 games today. It is a experience as we go Miramar, Erangel, and then back again. Lots of PUBG to watch, lots of fun to have, and it is going to be a very good time. But again, it does come down to simply how do you get a chicken dinner? Because, Clover, that is all that matters.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really exciting to look at kills and placement points, the things that we typically look at in a super settings that when we get back to the finals this weekend will become important again. But for this week, the only important thing right now is getting that win. And that's something that some of the teams have been struggling with adjustment-wise. I can kind of still see them chase after those kills, play extremely aggressively. And, you know, if you're a team going into this week and you didn't do so well last week, you need to kind of be asking yourself, how can I keep 4 players up? How can I get myself at a good position in the late game? And how can I get those chicken dinners?
So let's dig into that a little bit deeper, Froz. I think a good example of maybe one of these teams is Sonics. What happened? They went from Sonic Boom to Sonic Who when they got to the weekly finals. They were super strong in seeding. They won the first wave out of the sort of survival phase, and then kaput. Was it the break? Was it the strategy? What's going on?
So when we started off the weekly finals, I feel like the first thing that happened was that we had the 2 Urban City endings, and that's going to be harsh on any team. Sonics, they did play it really well, but it didn't get them too far because of it, because of the Urban City ending. So basically, even though they did good, they had not really good placements and didn't really have the kills, but it was a matter of surviving maybe one more fight, and they would be top 3, top 4 in the whole game there. And because of that, they had a slow start, and that kind of affected them, but towards the later games as well. And I feel like they got a little bit of a wake-up call there that, hey, this is the global stage here. We have the 32 of the best teams in the world. So even though they were dominating in the start, this is not the time to slack right now. You need to step it up. You need to continue being the #1 by coming up with new strategies, always being on the top. Don't start slacking off.
I mean, it's the best 32 teams in the world. You brought it up during the green room a little bit. DA, who I think is a top 10 world team, isn't even playing this week. So any great team can struggle. Clover, let's look at a comparison of our top 2 teams on the winnings list right now. That is Afrika Freaks and STK.
I mean, the stats are so similar. You can see 50 and 53 kills, respectively, of total points of 82 and 77. Going into today, these are 2 teams I've definitely really poised to look at. And, you know, when we kind of deep dive a little bit further, their performances on Miramar and Erangel are kind of split even. You know, where they are in terms of kills, where they are in terms of average placement. Both of those teams look fairly good. I think that they look a little bit better on Erangel, so I'm kind of looking to see if maybe one of them comes out with a win on top of that. But on the flip side, I mean, they're both looking really primed. I kind of feel, though, you know, obviously Afrika had 2 wins in the finals this last weekend, but Shoot to Kill, definitely wanting something to prove. We've always seen that when they struggle a little bit, they come back stronger the next week. So I'm looking for an early win from them today.
Any thoughts on these that are popping up right now for us?
Well, if we look at it, Pericurdy, of course, being #1 in the top 5 damage here, but STK has been the team that has surprised me most so far during the PGI.S, I'd say. In terms of their playstyle, how aggressive they've been, the executions, the setups they're doing. They're trying to invent new strategies, new stuff to do all the time. They're hot dropping people. These are all kind of stuff that you see maybe towards the end of a tournament, but they're doing this early on, and it doesn't look like they're stopping right now. They just keep on doing new stuff that we're not expecting, and if we're not expecting it, none of the teams will be expecting it, and that's what's putting them towards the top.
Well, let's take a glimpse at what they did, and that was you brought it up, the hot drop. It was all the rage on social media to talk about was this STK pushing FaZe to try to keep them out of the weekly rounds. It pseudo worked, and then it didn't, Clover, because they got in, they played in the weekly finals. They did less, I think, than we would hope, but they're now right back into the rock here. Was that a smart play? Was it worth taking those risks in this kind of tournament in order to further yourself? And do you think we'll see more of it?
I think it does. You know, this is week 1. This is when a lot of those teams in this lobby are starting to establish themselves, because we've got so many different regions that are coming to play together. In many cases, for the first time seeing each other, experiencing each other. I think that there is oftentimes an idea on the style of play, or the style of aggressiveness that NA can have. And so for Shoot to Kill to come out of the gate with that, and, you know, even against FaZe, who I think is one of the most loved teams out of EU, is kind of a way of their saying, hey, you know what? We're understanding what's up. We're going to take this chance. This is our territory as well, and you're going to have to deal with this for the rest of the tournament. I mean, we often talk about Owen's coaching and what he's done for that team, but I really think that this is a new Shoot to Kill, probably a better Shoot to Kill, who's really poised for the global stage right now.
All right, before we go to the next topic, Patrick, I want you to have a chance to weigh in on this, because I know you and the FaZe boys are like, you know, peas in a pod a little bit. Do you think it was the right call? Did STK make a mistake playing that aggressive, and will they pay for it in the long run?
I feel like they might have made himself an enemy for the whole tournament now, but at the same time, I really like what STK did. I feel like that's a statement to all the teams, telling them basically, if we're doing this against FaZe, which is one of the best teams in the world, we can be doing this against you later on as well, so you better be careful.
That makes perfect sense. All right, let's get into a little bit deeper. I do want to let you guys know we're on a little bit of a delay. Lou from VP needed a headset change, so while he gets his equipment fixed up, we'll take a look at the teams and some overall winnings. So you saw Afrika Freaks with the big win there. We've already talked about STK today, so let's talk a little bit about the Freaks, Clover.
You know, this has been a team that I've really been enjoying watching, even up into the ranking matches. Akkad and Hansia right now are looking fantastic. They kind of dominated their weekly final with 16 and 15 kills respectively, but EJ and Hikari have been just as paramount. And I think in the way that we talk about some of these teams where all four pieces really work and come together as a whole, Afrika kind of had a little bit of an awkward start, but really, and perhaps even just because they had enough games in that survival, got a chance to really feel for the lobby, and then we saw them come out swinging with those 2 chicken dinners in week 1 of the weekly survival, coming out on points and then ultimately winning out week 1, which was a very good pay padding for them in terms of the leaderboard for prize money. So that said, I'm really excited to see if they can get that chicken dinner early on again today. I think that they've been playing really carefully in their early to mid game if they don't have to take too many risks, and then playing confidently once they kind of get from the mid to in, looking for opportunities to not only get kills, but get that dominant position that's really been rewarding them with these wins lately.
So, Fraz, you've played and coached at the highest levels. Afrika Freaks had a unique challenge coming into this, where I believe they changed like 50% of their roster as they prepared for such a massive tournament. From your perspective and your experience, especially from that coaching side, what is the biggest challenge, and are you surprised at how quickly they've stepped up?
A little bit surprised, to be honest, because it's super hard coming into a global stage like this. But overall, one of the hardest things is to get everybody on the same point on how to play the game, how do you want to play it, because everybody comes with a different background in terms of play style, different callings, who's IGLing, and everything looks different. So getting used to the environment is the first step, and getting used to, okay, how do we play as a team? How do we make sure that we get the most out of each other without actually cluttering down the comms all the time? And all these kind of stuff is something that takes a lot of time before you realize how it will work in the team itself. And it's all about practice, practice, practice. Not just being in scrims or playing here on the stage, but it's also outside the game. You need to learn more about each other, know each other better. Once you do that, you also know how they feel during the games, how they're feeling outside of games, and being able to trust each other and talk to each other, it's a big thing.
I mean, I think that's something that's come up throughout this tournament, Clover, is that the ability to talk, communication, in this game in general seems to be far more important than many others. The ability to sort of communicate on the fly. You know, I'll talk very briefly about metagaming as an example. This is a team that 3 of the players speak Portuguese, 1 speaks Korean from what I understand. They're all speaking English to play together, and they've struggled so far. Is that, I mean, I assume that has a big impact.
I think it definitely has a little bit of an impact. Additionally, too, you know, as you kind of brought up a point, this is a time when everybody is together. And I think that there's a couple of teams where you've got players that have been playing, you know, farther away from the rest of their teammates, and kind of getting them all under one roof gives them that ability to kind of gel a little bit better. You know, it's one thing knowing somebody online digitally, playing with them through headset and mics, and another to sit next to them on a desk and really build off of that communication. So I think that as this tournament continues to go on, teams like Meta and some of the other teams as well, with similar instances, I mean, we often talk about Luke 12, you know, getting to finally come back in as well, right, with his teammates instead of playing from across the pond.
You know, that's an interesting point, and I think there is a lot to be said, Patrick, about teams finally coming together after it's been more than a year for some people. If you didn't make it to the last LAN, which I believe was GLL, that you may have gone more than a year where you got to actually sit in a room with your team and play. And I know I spoke to Liquid's coach and FaZe's coach, and both of them outlined this idea that being back together was impactful, especially in context of the European teams. How big of an impact, and maybe which teams do you think are having the biggest impact of getting everyone back together in the same room?
I feel like Team Liquid is a good example of that, because Clib wasn't part of the team before everything went down with the pandemic and so on. So this is the first time the team is actually together with Clib, playing on a LAN environment as well. There is multiple factors that are being brought together here all at once. But so far, I'd say they're doing pretty decently, and that's one of the teams that we'll probably see growing bigger and bigger and becoming better and better the further we go down the line here in the tournament.
I'm into it. Now, since you didn't talk very long, I'm going to keep you on the docket here because we're talking about European teams. Let's keep it going. Na'Vi is currently the top European team in this tournament if you're just sort of looking at the stack rankings and earned money so far. Did you expect that coming into this for them to be our #1 team from Europe after week 1?
I wouldn't really say so, no. I would say that I was expecting them to qualify pretty early on in the weekly survival because of how their playstyle works, but same goes to ENCE as well. ENCE didn't even make it. So there's two sides of that coin, right? At the same time, that's why we also see that Na'Vi is all towards the top there because they got in so early. I think they were the 3rd team or something like that. They actually made it in. And they didn't win any money. They didn't get the top 4 in the weekly finals. Opposite, they got the bottom 4. Well, they got the bottom spot overall. And they need to step it up if they're going to do anything. Because what we saw in the weekly finals from Na'Vi, it's not looking good. Let's be honest. That is not what you want to see from a team like that.
Could you say something similar about the Sonics, Clover?
I think that everybody really expected Sonics to kind of come out on top for NA. I think the big question has been, where do you rank the other 3 teams in terms of placement and aggressiveness? Though, to me, thus far, I think the biggest surprise is kind of Oath, and that I think Oath is performing moderately well for this lobby. Unfortunately for them, they're kind of performing well a little bit late, and so they're kind of one of those teams that right now has a big fat $0 next to their name on the leaderboard, and that's the big surprise to me. Because of how well they've been playing, because of how many wins they've been doing, you really expect to see that number reflect it a little bit better. And so I think that as this tournament goes on, we'll start to see that shakeup as each of the regions kind of start to qualify a bit more. Sonic's still definitely one of my favorites. I think that they've got players that are stats-wise across the board in the top, but can't count out Oath at all. Of course, obviously, in addition to Shoot to Kill and Zenith that we have been talking about a bit tonight.
Let's jump to 4 Angry Men, Froz. This is a team that I believe currently, they finished the week 1 in 3rd place. They had some very good plays, the 71 points total. Talk to me about that team in particular.
I mean, this is one of the teams that has most experience under the belt coming into a global stage like this. Of course, Godvi is the staple of 4 a.m. We've always seen him there in every event. But what's surprising me is how they've been able to go back one step and not being just like super aggressive like we normally know and see them being, especially when they're playing in the regionals. We saw them during the later stage of the weekly finals. How do we take a step back? They were playing a little bit more passive, playing a little bit smarter, and that's got them pretty much further than I would expect them to get, especially when we saw them taking down many fights with Digital Athletics. That was during the weekly survival, of course, and the ranking, the seeding games. But now, I think 4AM is really scary looking at their performance and what they got to bring us.
Yeah, I mean, I think God V recently had a child, and congratulations to him. A shout out there. But as someone who's had some of my own, I know how difficult that can make things. And I think a lot of people may have been worried about him losing a step, ZGO1's departure or retirement, throwing a real monkey wrench in that team's prospects. But Clover, this is a essentially defending champion from 2 years ago. And do you think that there's a chance after you've watched them this week that they are in that position to be top 3 or top 4 going into the final weekend?
I think they're coming off a lot of momentum, and they're definitely poised for it. I mean, that nade that Forever had on to Shoot to Kill to get that chicken dinner, that was a beautiful nade. I know you could sit there and say, oh, was that luck, was that chance? Nah, I think that was just really great play from them, and the work that we've continued to see them put forward through. I definitely think that 4AM starting to figure out this lobby. We kind of look through rankings week 1 and now getting ready to go into week 2. It's interesting to judge the overall performance because the way that teams are going to be playing during the survival and the way they're going to play on the weekend are very different. So looking at today, which is all about getting those chicken dinners, that's got to be the thing that's at the front of their mind. And, as Frost said, I mean, this is a team with some of the most experience on LAN. And I think that, you do bring up a good point about having a kid, but, I think as we also know, Civ's kind of in the same situation, and look where STK is right now. So
All right, I want to give a big shout out to the sponsors who made this thing possible. Toomey, Zowie, Intel, and Perrier for bringing us all of this action. We're actually going to kick it off on Erangel today. It looks like as the map gets up, let's head over to our casters with the call. The dynamic duo of Toby and Paper Thick.
Thank you so much, Puppies, for that wonderful send-off. Yes, indeed. Sometimes when the weather gets cold, I do become paper thick. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week number 2. I am paper thin along with Toby. And Toby, we got 5 games coming at you here. It looks like we're starting on Erangel. Question mark, but whatever, we'll go with it. I think we were told a little something different, but it is what it is, my friend. And this is really exciting. And I should also mention PGI.S is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. But my guy, what do you expect to see here today? This is the same 16 teams that we saw throughout the weekly finals in their upper bracket, if you want to call it that. Are we going to have early fighting? You wouldn't think so.
Nah, as much as teams tend to hot drop, we'll get out of the car, chairs. That's not gonna give you a life. Nope, get out. As much as teams like to hot drop, I would not expect to see it too much in the weekly survival match. We know, I mean, last week shows how every team needs every single game to try and bring home a win, because it ain't easy for sure. Let's see, Games, can you go over and get JS up? Yeah, we'll be fine. Longscut, he tried, but it's as if people have gotten much better. Because I remember in the beginning when people were hot dropping for vehicles, there was like a 99% guarantee that the guy who didn't get the car would get run over. No way! Oh no! Well. They could not get in fast enough. They did not spam F fast. And if there's an animal you don't want to have chasing you, that's a wild bear coming running at you, and that's exactly what happened right there. Well, we didn't want to see any hot drops, but at least the buggy run over that can start the week off pretty interestingly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a disaster here to start for Afrika Freaks, your week 1 top team, really putting it together, really showing us why they won the PWS preseason in Korea in January. A team that I have high hopes for with Hikari and Hansia coming over. So I think, you know, maybe there isn't as much knowledge about this team, particularly EJ and Hansia, who Hansia used to be called NN. So a lot of you who've been watching Global PUBG Esports for some time should know that this player is the same player that's been on Afrika for quite some time. He just did change his name in 2020. With EJ taking over as this really, he kind of emerged on the scene big time during 2020. He has been mostly the play caller for Afrika Freaks. I'm not exactly sure if that's still the case sometimes from, you know, teams like to change and don't tell anybody. But there is, you know, he is a really strong player, gifted mechanically, and also gifted with a good mind for the game. And then bringing in a COD who was struggling with T1 when he exploded during PKL Phase 3. We saw him average almost 2 kills per game during that in 2019 before T1 was able to qualify for PGC. And then, of course, you know, Hikari, people should recognize as well, used to be on Detonator. So this guy is just all over the place, always a top fragger in Korea. So this team, to me, I think people might be a little bit surprised. I didn't think they'd be as good as they were necessarily, but there is a lot of potential, and the fact that they're able to put it together so quickly.
I think one of the most scary things, and maybe one of the most underestimated things about a team like Afrika Freaks, is the fact that their playstyle caters extremely well to the weekly survival matches. If you go back to, like, well, whether it's PKL or PWS or some of these sort of tournaments, and look at their success, it wasn't those big, massive, double-digit kill wins they got. They got a lot, like, they got plenty of wins. Let's hold that thought for a second. Speaking of teams not wanting to pull up on each other, that's all I'm seeing right now, but okay, fair enough for him. Lou does get to leave. But no, to go back to finish off the thought, they win a lot of games. They ain't massive wins, they ain't crazy wins, but they get quite a few chicken dinners, which is something that other teams don't necessarily care too much for. If they can get 15 or like 12, 15 kills, whatever, in a game, it's like, yes, the win would be amazing, but we already kind of have the kills to boot. Afrika Freaks play to win, and I'm not saying other teams don't, but they have success in winning games, and that's what I think is going to keep them in, if not every single weekly finals week, then the vast majority of them.
Yeah, I think for a Freak of Freaks, they're very patient, they're very disciplined, and now they have a ton of firepower on the team, so they could take fights, they could hold it together, they play well as a unit. I mean, I'm just so impressed with how quickly they've been able to put all of this together. Gen G as well, bringing Esther back in, and now we see Alpaca in here instead of Loki, so this is interesting, and Nodix gonna rip Rasp right out of the vehicle with the drive-by. Early loss for Furia. Nodix has been playing great for Gen G in this tournament. He's been their top fragger and damage dealer so far. At least if the updated stats that I saw were still correct. But it is quite interesting to see Alpaca in here instead of Loki. Loki, the longtime veteran for Gen G, going to be switching it up this week with an Alpaca. This player was on OGN Ace back for PGC 2019. He was their shot caller. I assume with Esther in there, typically Esther's been more like the sub shot caller for Gen G. PO's typically been the primary shot caller. Kind of curious to see exactly what Gen G's going to play around, because I already see Alpaca out there in front, Toby, like leading the way as a recon.
Yeah, and I'm expecting that's what they're going to be using him for as well. Go out and get info. So it's not only PO who's the, I don't want to say expendable one, because of course they want to keep their IGL alive, but he is usually one taking the more aggressive flanks to try and get info. If they have Alpaca out there kind of helping him take some of that burden off his shoulders, there's a bigger chance that PO can stay united with the teammates. Now let's hope the flip for a second. Attack all around, getting pulled up on by TSG, but it seems to me like attack all around are the ones succeeding right now. Peng falls down early. We still have the remaining teammates here, so even though the quick knock came in, they're still committed to try and take the fight.
Yeah, TSG now getting wrapped around by Gems. Gems gets a little bit of damage, but continues to move his way down. Didn't like exactly what he saw, and Sia is going to get the knock in the flush onto Svit. So the early knock going in the favor of AAA, but there weren't a lot of reinforcements available for AAA. I don't think they were expecting someone to crash this hard up to the top of Potato Mountain.
Yeah, they were for sure not. They're still very, very split thin. You can see Yanko is far off towards the west side. JR's is only now coming in to try and help. So Swit falling down, not a whole lot they can do about it. And now I think, ooh, nice tags coming in from Yanko, finds Yamsi. And this is the issue for TSG right now. They pulled up in the center, and they're completely surrounded by attack all-around players. Finally, they live up to their names because they really are attacking from all around. They're on all sides of them. And I don't see Shandy or Volley really be able to get out of this one alive.
Yeah, they're really just trying to hunker down, see if they can avoid any more damage as they rolled into this. And you're going to find Shandian just running back here, checking the back ends as JR's is making a wide flank, going to let loose with the SLR. Does not catch any tags with it. And Shandian able to find the backside of that rock as him and Volley Bear kind of grouping up, maybe considering just trying to get out of this situation as the motorcycle has been picked up for TSG.
Yeah, fortunately, they do get away. I wasn't expecting it to happen simply. I mean, I just thought attack all around, having already taken down 2 players, would commit more to try and push in and find the remaining 2. But nope, not gonna happen. They lose 1, TSG loses 2, and that already, I mean, again, when we're speaking of you need to get that chicken dinner, losing 2 players early, I don't want to say you can write off that game, but how often do we see it that a duo from the very get-go is the ones... are the ones that ends out coming up on top? We'll have to see if TSG can pull that one off, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah, they did find the Red House on the northeastern Pachinki Fields for now. And I was going to say, if you find yourself in a 2 situation like that, find cover, find compounds, try to just lock it down.
Yeah.
If it's a field ending, see if you could be one of the first ones to take a shack, potentially. That can actually end up potentially giving you better odds than normal to win it, but we'll see exactly how this one shapes up. Still first circle, right? So it's hard to say exactly where this one's going to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Poro and I love that. We were discussing the plain white bagel of Erangel circles, and I think this was Poro's plain white bagel, when there's enough water on the south side, but it still can't go to military, and there's enough land on the north side, but it's very unlikely that's going to the north. It's just one of those very calm center circles. Not meaning that they're necessarily easy to play, it's just, the straightforward ones. And speaking of PO out in the open, Heels once again gets tacked up, but fortunately, Mex is there to help out a little. Necro was the one shooting at PO, but he's getting tacked up by Liquid members as well. So, a little third-party action coming in early and keeps PO alive.
Yeah, it seems like Gen G is pretty keen on keeping Furia locked into this compound and making sure they know what Fury is doing in front of them, as they are pretty much the closest team kind of in the path of where they are likely to want to go. Now, Oath is coming over the bridge, this time no infantry bridge camp, and this is something that I saw, and I kind of just thought to myself, you guys got to be ready for infantry, because they'll do it like once a week, where they'll be like, we are going to bridge camp, and we are, and it typically, they will just kind of do it whenever they feel like it. Now, Circle going to be shifting, and we are making a pretty hard one down to the southwest, very much in favor of infantry and STK. Oath going to roll up through the bottom, through that little forest there. VP going very spread out over on the northeast side. Going to be curious to see exactly how they attack this one, Toby.
Yeah, really. I was gonna kind of point that one out as well. Virtus Pro, very, very interesting north side split, similar to what I've seen Gen G do many times in Eastern circles when they come in from the west. How they like to take both north and south side control and just go. Now we have checkpoints on both sides, like the east and the west. We have info we can go off of, kind of maintaining that pearls on a string sort of split. Unfortunately, the circle pretty much goes the only place they don't really have any info, so they're all going to be wrapping west now over towards Batulans. In the meantime, everyone else trying to full speed send it down the mountain towards the south, but as you can see, players are already here, and, well, Xavier, this is, if this is a dip you're going to cower down in, then I'm assuming you're going to be sitting here for a while.
Yeah, this one could be a little bit difficult for K7. There's quite a few teams already above and around them, but it looks like this is where they are going to settle in. And for K7, I think, mission accomplished in week one, coming out of the Chinese Taipei region. Definitely, in my opinion, out when they play in Asia, when I saw them in PCS last year, they were consistently making it to the PCSs. And outside of Korea and China, I thought this was the stronger of the teams available. So for me, they have a lot of potential. There's good firepower in the team. Sometimes the decision-making can be a little lacking. Now, FaZe making a southern rotation into the view scopes of attack all around a bit. I don't think Janky's going to get much with that. Those are just pretty difficult lines to make happen.
Yeah, the only thing is, as you can see here, Afrika Freaks are actually kind of tailing them. They're coming in right behind them, and if FaZe stopped to maybe shoot back and attack all around, they're going to get an even better bonus off of this coming in here. Afrika Freaks already lost one player early, and now they're running straight into the jaws of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this is not good. They're going to run right across some great firing lines for FaZe. Gustav opens up, doesn't catch a ton of damage with that. Uva as well, trying to get it going. And actually, Afrika is going to be able to drive by, it looks like. I thought that was going to be at least one down for Afrika, but FaZe just not really able to get themselves set up, get lined up for the shots.
I feel like they were, though. They were sitting there. They were waiting for them, but only one bullet connected. That is not something you see very often, especially not from a team like FaZe. That is very surprising to see them not finding, as you said, at least just one knock. I like the fact that Gustav let the first two go through shoots at the last, but unfortunately weren't able to connect that. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, EJ poking around a little bit out front to see what is going on with the compounds to his west and north, and it's going to be Oath, I believe, that's putting some shots down onto him. Respecting that, he is going to back off. Now, VP making a wide swing from the northeast, Toby, over to the western side towards the Gaka area with Batulans as well, heading south of even this. He is way down by Quarry. Really, you're right. I think this is very similar to how Gen G likes to play on circles where they don't necessarily start close to the center of it. Now, because of Gen G's drop spot being South George, this time they came over the mountain very quickly. Yeah. But VP is kind of playing a very similar idea where they're looking to just try to cover as much ground, get as much information as they can, make their move potentially around circle 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I like it. I really like the way they're playing it, because they're playing, again, more for the win. It's not about going out, finding good off-angle positions early to get kills. And now let's see, FaZe full-on pull-up is what they go for. 9, will he get away? I would assume he does get to leave and get up the mountain. Yes, he does. And this is something that I've wanted to keep my eyes on, especially for week 2, because week 1, new format being introduced, teams are trying to find ways to tackle it, and we still haven't found the perfect way of... Does he let them go past? Yes, he does. We still haven't found the perfect way of playing these you only get points for winning type formats. Now, okay, Fury up. Everyone's starting to pull up, and that's what I was kind of expecting to see in week 2. More teams just bombing at center, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Afrika Freaks full-on pull-up towards FaZe Clan. 1 down, 2 down from Afrika Freaks. First was EJ knocked on his own, then one more down. It's just a Kaori left alive. This is going to be a tough one. 1v4. I do not see how you stay alive here, mate.
No, I think this is going to be the end of them. That grenade almost finishes Hikari off, taking a bunch of damage. Coming outside is Gustav, throwing it in there. The Molotov going to finish the job. And that is going to be a Freak of Freaks. After winning the first week, they go out first. That seems to be oftentimes the story of PUBG. You have such a great finish one day, the next day you start out in disaster. But they just seem to be following in the footsteps of FaZe. I think a lot of difficult rotations for Afrika there, where they kind of cut through stuff without much information, try to push onto things. I think they assumed that compound was taken. But yeah, like you said, the early misstep with EJ does not help anything, where he ran himself over, and it is what it is. So out goes Afrika. Balefrost getting some good damage into Spyro, the star for VP. Yeah, that is a heck of a banger from him, and they're going to have to send Batulins over to get the res. Should be doable, I believe, unless Oath decides to get real aggressive on this.
I was going to say, now the only thing is, so they're going to look for Spyro and now probably realize there's two down here, but are they aware that Lou and Hiruzen are actually up towards them already? You can see Relo is looking around. Does he spot Hiruzen? Okay, he does. So now they know they have VP players up close. That was the most important thing here, because if they were all tunnel visioning on the compound, they could get caught by surprise, but I'm not sure they know of Lou's position. They know of the whereabouts of 3 players, given the fact that there was no flush in the south side yet, but do they know of Lou? Now they do, because he just threw a flashbang.
Yeah, and what I'd like to see from Oath in this position is just kind of a retreating containment over to TSG, and they're doing exactly what I said they should do. Find a shack and hang out, because there isn't going to be much else they can do. Find something in the center and chill and just pray that the circle gods are fortunate to you. I mean, we've seen this with Shandian last week, where he just snaked it out on his own, picked up a huge 1v2 against Oath to finish the job, to give them a win, to put them in that first weekly finals. Now, let's see where circle number 4 decides to head down, right on top of STK. They've been doing a fantastic job navigating circles, a fantastic job getting information. I got to give Purdy Curdy a ton of credit, Toby. I think he's been doing a wonderful job as the in-game leader for this squad.
Yeah, not only that, but he had the most damage overall in week 1 from any player as well. So pretty damn impressive plays from him coming out. Now let's see. Oath and VP still running around on the hillsides. Virtuspo did jump into vehicles. Seemed like they were trying to sneak on through, crash down towards the compound, but not quite the case. Here comes Esther. Here comes Gen G. They want to come over and say hello to TSG, and Inonis finds one from afar. Shantian is there as well, but it ain't gonna matter. Gen G claims the shack. Not the perfect place to sit, but at least it's inside the circle, and they have a place to call home for now.
Well, they've got Pio on the anchor as well, up to their north. So they're going to have a pretty good idea if anybody else tries to push that shack and be a little more prepared. Now, Zennon finds Mexi, getting some damage and a finish on to the Team Liquid player as he was reaching out, trying to scout ahead for them over to Sonics and Furia. This battle has been kind of stalemated for some time, but now it might need to kick off as the circle has left a knock. It's actually going to be Buyohu from K7 that gets that. It's going to be a finish for Mime with the frag. So disaster for Furia, as them being on the southern side of this puts them in a long-range pinch between the Sonics, who are right in their face, and K7, who's into the circle.
Yeah, and they only got 2 players alive as well. Let's see how Necro and Rusty can hold this one off. It's a 2v4. Molly thrown towards this doorway. Means no engagement, at least for now. That nade, oh, that could do a lot of damage to Rusty. Nope, 38 it is. One more Molly thrown upstairs. It's such a difficult staircase to have to push. We'll see if they can succeed. In the meantime, 4AM full-on pull-up. We saw it in the corner of the screen there, but now Necro finds the first one with a shotgun, trying to hold the angle here. This is, I mean, I talked about it coming into week 1. When you're in late game, drop those SLRs and DMRs overall and get the shotguns up. In the meantime, well, we didn't see it on screen, but K7 just got completely annihilated by 4AM.
Yeah, 4AM likes to put their foot down and assert their territory whenever they feel like it, and this time it's going to be K7 who falls to it. Now Sonic's trying to scramble, figure out what to do, because they do not feel confident to push up these stairs. As you mentioned, incredibly difficult to get on up these stairs, but now they're going to let Tiggleton lead the way. He comes up, doesn't look around the corner. Win takes a headshot. Necro's coming over, but it is going to be H-Win that gets the finish onto both of them and saves the day, but the blue is here, and that means Tiggleton is going to go down.
Yeah, it's only H-Win going down as well there, so it's only going to be 1 left alive. Mime is on his own, is in the blue for now. Phase 4 will be Phase 5 soon enough, and it's going to be practically impossible for him to go anywhere from where he is. TSM, they die as well. They tried to push in from the north, did not work out for them. They tried to push down south side. They end up going down because of the tough rotations coming in on the north side when all the compounds and all really open spots are taken already. Mime falls, Clip able to find him, vehicle spins on its own down towards the south, and now FaZe and STK with the new circle popping, sitting in their respective 2 only compounds in the circle. And I'm actually surprised to see no one's opted to pull up an STK yet, because you'd have to assume that Unstable would back off if they push to the north side of that compound with the road splitting it in the middle. But Virtus.pro out as well. 9 teams left alive, and to be fair, it's still practically impossible to call the winner of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This one could go to anybody. Now Ibiza trying to cut through 4 AM territory. Lou doing a whole bunch of damage, but taking some in return. A grenade from Godvi finds him and a member of Liquid. So 2 down for Liquid. Godvi comes running down the hill like, sorry, bro, my bad. And Esther from Gen G going to be priming a grenade of his own. Going to let it fly into the face of 4 AM. It bounces right underneath it. A perfect grenade from Esther finds Godvi and finishes Lou.
What a nade. I didn't mind the collateral damage and Godby immediately sprinting down, realizing he made an oopsie, but that nade from Esther could not have been any better. Crazy's going to try and make the run on down, but Esther knows how he threw that one. If he has one more nade in the chamber, might want to toss it, but nope, he's going to run back off. More Liquid players coming around the side. James full speed forward, trying to crash down towards, I believe, the STK compound, potentially. Nope, going up the hillside. Maybe there's a shack for him to play around. He's low on HP, trying to make the run for it. Does get out alive, but only for now. We'll see how long he can stay put. For Na'Vi, fall as well. So much action, and I was expecting this coming into week 2, seeing how teams would play things differently from week 1 to week 2. I was saying everyone's just going to bomb its center and play compounds, and that's what everyone's been trying. It just hasn't been working.
Right, and I got to give Oath a ton of credit here. They did exactly what I thought they should do. Fall back, keep VP contained. They got a ton of kills on them before Batulin's going to have to go out on his own into attack all around. Now they hold off Na'Vi as well, so a really good start here for Oath. A lot of damage probably being done. Let's see if they can weather this through the rest of the game and maybe find a way to get control of the southwestern side. Snakers finds Jayers, headshot, going to put him down quickly. Takes a bunch of damage, down to 4 health, but should have enough time to get the health kit going as the rest of attack all around a bit too far away to really follow up.
Yeah, only issue now for Oath is that they're not inside the circle yet. They need to continue moving on forward. Jayers will get killed. Pat Caps as well, not inside the circle. If he gets knocked here, there's no way he gets back up on his feet. Yankov will fall though. Reload the drive action, a drive-by action I should say, comes into effect. And there you go, attack all around eliminated. And Oath not only stay alive, but they find a spot in the circle too.
Yeah, this is incredible work by Oath to work the southwest side of this circle. That's basically 3 teams they've handled on their own, and they still have 4 players up. Now, Crazy, the only one left alive for 4 angry men, as he tries to out-duel Gen G. I imagine Gen G should really think about getting this guy knocked out here. They got to be careful about infantry. You can see on the on the top left side of the screen there, but they want to get this done fast, because the longer this takes, the more likely infantry is to get involved. There's an Onyx finishing Crazy. Let's see what infantry wants to do here, Toby.
And it's so interesting, right? Because had this been at any other point in the tournament, infantry would have pushed down to get kills. They're just that type of team that will go aggressive to get kills, even if it might cost them a player. But here, when it's all that matters, stay up the hill, make sure that that SDK can't get eyes on you from the compound, and just await Gen G, because you know they'll have to push up towards you. So chill on the hilltop, at least for now, and allow for STK to become that third-party effect that will work out in your favor.
Yeah, they're going to push down the hill now. FaZe is going to have some kind of sightlines at times on this, but it looks like there is the shack and other things that they can hide behind for now. But only Longsker has found his way into the circle so far. Gen G now rolling up behind them. Now, if Oath can get in here and cause some disruption into FaZe, this could work out well for them. But Oath is going to settle up behind the hay bales, use their cars, shooting out the tires as well, kind of keep it as cover for themselves as they start to put pressure on infantry. Now, I said maybe Oath could help them. In fact, they're actually making it worse because they settled up on the edge of the circle. Gen G is buying their time, trying to find the right moment to strike here.
Yeah, they need full control of the hillside, and while Oath is trying to help Gen G, STK are currently helping infantry and staying alive on the hillside. Esther will go down, try and see if he can get the rest on up towards his teammate. Onyx is the one knocked, and they might get able to pop the tires there as well. Not sure why they aren't shooting at the tires, actually. They wouldn't want to allow them to get back into that vehicle. Alpaca is looking down the hill. He's kind of playing on his own, waiting for his teammates to get over towards him. But you got to say, I mean, looking at their play so far, 8 kills. I know in the grand scheme of things, the kills won't matter, but they're sitting in a really good position. If they can lob just 1 nade down behind that shack, that's a quad kill right there.
Oh my
and he
god,
does it
Alpaca
to
saw
throw
it.
a nade,
Come on.
Alpaca. Throw a nade, please, I beg
no.
you. Come on, come on, come on.
He's going for it. It's going to bounce outside. That's 9 definitely going to be knocked for sure. Zhao Ying able to step up to the hill to avoid it. It's going to be Alpaca going down from Luke 12 from afar. And Anonix and Esther need to get involved in this fight pretty quickly. Blue is right on their heels. Not much time left for them to go. Esther, last frag, going to be coming out. Again, SDK doing damage from afar. They're going to find the finish on the 9 and the knock onto Zhao Ying. Now the 2 in the shack, the only ones left standing for infantry.
And as little as they want to be committing to take this fight, it's really the only spot inside the circle they can play from. And I don't even think they have a vehicle to get down there. So try and take out infantry. Maybe there's a chance to get down the hill. But with both FaZe, STK, and Oath looking your direction right now, it's looking very, very grim.
Yeah, you're going to need a heck of a lot of smokes to make that run, and even then it's going to be dangerous. You can see Anonix has none left in his hand, and he gets shot a bunch. The blue is here as well, just throwing frags in desperation, hanging on the edge of the smoke, trying to get through. Esther is going to fall, and Anonix is going to get Zhao Ying with the explosion from the vehicle. He does get a first aid cough coming out, so somehow, some way, Anonix is able... Nope, okay, take it back. I thought he might be able to get down there, but 8 feet from FaZe is going to be able to finish him off. Now, Oath with 4, FaZe with 4, FaZe with 4, and, excuse me, SDK with 4. Infantry with 2 up on the hill, and we are going to finish out in the middle, kind of half field, half on the other side of that road, which is, for all intents and purposes, field as well, because there isn't much on that side of the road to work with.
Yeah, we do have one more shift, and I think that, like, the winning thing here is going to be whether it shifts. I mean, to be fair, right now we're looking at a compass, right? We got infantry to the north, Oath down south, and then FaZe and SDK to the east and west. Whichever team gets the shift in their direction here, should it hard shift on any side, I think that team's going to be the winning team. Maybe with the exception of infantry, because they could easily get third-partied up on the hilltop. But you can see Oath now getting ready to rotate forward. There are still hay bales they can hide behind. But of course, as we know, those hay bales are destructible. So not going to be easy for them to really set up a good position anywhere. Here they go, though. Full speed forward. Purdy, the first one to fall.
Yeah, they're going to set up on the edge of this dip, and there is just enough room on both sides of it that you can kind of hang out and avoid a lot of sightlines from the other teams, kind of force them to fight each other over the top of it, particularly with infantry up there, going to have some angles they have to be concerned about. Now Luke 12 throwing out some smokes as SDK has to go for the res onto Purdy. Long skirt bullying, looking on both sides of them to see what is going on. And those two teams over there, FaZe and SDK right now, their biggest threats. FaZe is going to load up into vehicles, it looks like, or I assume they have vehicles on the back of that house, so they might just be waiting back there as they still are in the next circle, so they can kind of hang out and buy some time.
Yeah. It's so funny seeing this where it's only the win that matters. When is the last time we ever see all 4 FaZe players just sit inside a building? You know, they'd always be like, Uber would be running around on the roof, so they'd be trying to get off angles, trying to get kills and everything. Now it's just, we need all 4 alive for the end game. It's so interesting to see how teams already now 1 week in are really adapting to the way this format is forcing them to play.
Yeah, that was a big thing I was really interested in coming into week 2, like what kind of different styles and adjustments were the teams going to make. And for FaZe, already you could see being a little bit more passive, not trying to control space as much as maybe you would typically see. Uba going to light up Purdy, only gets a hit in. Grenade coming through right next to Pat. Pat is prone, so he doesn't take a significant amount of damage from that. Purdy going to continue to heal up as the circle did shift a little bit in SDK's favor. Luke 12 going to be looking to potentially push up a little bit. Gustav over here still watching, but there's a lot of smoke obscuring everything, and infantry has a little bit more time before they have to come down this hill.
Yeah, I think the circle just exactly forces them off of that little plateau there. That should be their death. I mean, with this circle shift, I don't see how STK doesn't win this game, but of course we've seen crazier things happen. Right now, though, everyone's eyes are on FaZe Clan. They're the team that has to move the furthest. They will have to send the vehicles. Will they go into the field to the south? Regardless of where they go, I'm 100% sure Oath are going to be shooting all they can in their direction. Here comes 8. He goes towards the shack. Will he get to it? Nope, he's set up to play from behind it. Stay inside the circle on the very edge.
Yeah, the grenades are starting to ring out from multiple directions for them, getting them the first two players for FaZe down to about half health. Still outside of the circle, though, is FaZe. So this is going to be a little bit choppy for them to get through as Oath continues to lock down the center spot very well. I think FaZe thought about diving in, but Oath seemed a little too well prepared. And Luke 12 still pouring in the frag grenades, but PackCaps doing a great job here avoiding fatal damage. And he's still going to be up. I don't even think he got caught by that molly, Toby.
Nope, the art of playing time is being put into full effect by literally everyone right now. Everyone's trying to force other teams to fight one another, and I think Oath might be not regretting, but the fact they're prone in between all these players is not going to make things any easier for them. Infantry trying to make the run off. Gustav falls, maybe over-peaking a little bit on that one. Luke able to find him. Will get flushed and confirmed as well. It's just Boliang left alive long, so you can see taking down to Blue is going to die. I don't think there's a whole lot left in it for Infantry. Only the Blue, only the smokes are keeping them alive right now. And you can see Oath, they are within nade distance from FaZe Clan. So what's going to happen there? PackCaps falls early.
Yeah, finally that vehicle blows up, and now Oath exposing them, or excuse me, Infantry exposing themselves, going to go down to the fire of 80. Oath stuck in the middle. I liked the setup that Oath had. They're very spread out. They're spreading their vehicles out, not really giving anyone a good read, a good ability to really utilize those throwables as effectively as we've seen, particularly SDK so far in this tournament and all of 2020. Frankly, they've been really great with their ability to make those frags and mollies connect. But Oath doing a good job recognizing the situation, staying spread out. Now FaZe has to be on the move, and it's going to be SDK kind of creeping in on the western side of this and really watching the edges of those smokes.
Oath have the dot, but they have teams on both sides. Now Relo falls once again. Luke gets handy with the MK. 8C to fall as well. Both teams taking casualties. Uber goes down too. It's just Fuzzface left alive. Luke on the other side. Plenty of damage coming in. It's a 4 versus 1 versus 1. This should have STK written all over it. Fuzzface, they know where he is behind the Haybell, trying to get healed on up. The Blue is on his back. Balefrost in the meantime on the other side, trying to hold off as well. It would require a miracle for any of these two teams to bring this one home. FaZe falls. Balefrost left as a solo player versus 4 of STK. This should be over, and no, Balefrost is still alive.
Just
There
waiting.
you go. There you go. STK shoot to kill will be the winners of the first game. One game in, and they're done for the survival matches, clinging home a win and the first spot in the weekly finals.
Yeah, taking over right where they left off on the weekly finals, winning the last game of that, coming in here, winning another one. So in essence, a back-to-back win for SDK, if you go back to that far. But yes, indeed,
Yeah,
punching their
true.
ticket through. They're going to be the first one, just doing a great job, doing what they do best, controlling space, reading the circles very well, biding their time, and just making a solid push. They never over-aggress on anything. We didn't get to see that kind of tailor-made throwables that we see from them usually, but that was still, they still get it in hand. And it looks like we will be interviewing them shortly here, Toby, but takeaways from this as we get ready for it.
As I said in the end of the game, I think it's interesting to see how teams have already adapted to the requirements of being able to guarantee those chicken dinners. Normally, the wins, I don't want to say kills is all that matter, but if you have enough kills, you dare yourself to go a little more aggressive in the end of it. Here, teams are hard committing to center spots early on, really committing to try and see if they can find themselves a spot to flame. And look at that. The banners have been waved. STK get themselves win number 1. But at the early game, everyone's sending it center. End game, complete opposite. Everyone's playing, I don't want to say hiding, but playing very defensive, very passive, using smokes, not to get more in for themselves, but using the smokes to obscure vision from the opponents trying to make their way forward. Very interesting to see how the format's forcing teams to play different.
Yeah, this was a little more action-packed in the beginning than what we saw last week. I think last week a lot of teams really trying to, feel things out, really try to understand what's going on. And this week teams are kind of making the adjustments. They're controlling space. I think that's one of the biggest things I thought coming into week 2 that teams could do. Make sure you control as much territory as possible. Make sure you clear your flanks. Make sure everything, you give yourself the best possible chance if the circle continues to move in your favor, that you have as much territory as possible to maneuver and do your thing.
Exactly. One thing that I think is interesting too is, yes, we see teams lose players early on, but then while they might not be able to bring home the wins, how much damage can they do to other teams trying to get that chicken dinner before they go down themselves? We saw K7 trying to do it from the center. They ended up doing a lot of damage, but let's hop over to the interview with STK.
제 옆에는 퍼디커티 선수 나와 있는데요. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
네, 와, 지난주에도 네 번째로 진출을 했고 그리고 파이널에서도 2위라는 5점 차로 2위를 또 기록하셨는데 오늘도 이렇게 첫 번째로 빨리 파이널에 가게 되셨습니다. 예상하셨을까요?
You guys went to the final at the first win, and you guys also placed second in the final match. Now you got to the final for the as a first team. How do you feel about that?
We feel good. I mean, we're richer, and now we get some time off, so it's a good feeling.
돈도 상금도 우승하게 됐고 기분은 매우 좋습니다.
네, 벌써 상금을 파이널에서 3만 달러 이상을 기록하면서 오늘 또 1만 달러를 추가적으로 획득하게 되셨습니다. 혹시 목표 상금이 얼마나 되실까요?
You guys already have over $30K and you just want 10K more. What's your final goal with the prize?
We just want to get some KGBs and relax.
상금 목표는 뚜렷하기는 없고 많이 벌어서 KGB 먹으면서 쉬고 싶습니다.
또 많이 벌수록 좋다. 계속해서 좋은 모습을 유지하고 있는 그런 요인도 궁금합니다.
How are you guys staying so focused right now and doing so well?
We're always focused, so it's pretty easy for us. We have a decent coach in Machine Gunner, so he keeps us pretty on task.
저희는 코치로 머신거너도 있고 항상 도움 많이 받기에 항상 집중할 수 있는 모습 보이면서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 말씀하시는데도 여유가 참 느껴지는 것 같습니다. 마지막으로 파이널에 임하는 각오까지 들어볼게요.
Can you give us a comment on how you're going to do in the final?
Well, we plan to win it like we always do, so we're going to go for that.
항상 좋은 성적 내면서 우승해왔듯이 이번 파이널도 우승하고 가도록 하겠습니다.
승리 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 감사드립니다. 땡큐.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 2주차 첫 번째로 진출한 슈트킬과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 저희는 분석 데스크로
Welcome back. It would not be a weekly survival round without a North American team taking the first win. Clover, is there a more iconic duo than North America winning the first round of survival duos or survivors?
You know what I mean? We're 2 for 2 so far, right? But I definitely think that we're kind of giving everybody a chance to win here for North America.
I thought you were going to say
right?
Oath and getting second place, Clover. I thought you were going to say Oath and getting second place.
Oh no, that's a story for later.
I do want to give a shout out to Luke 12, not North America, representing the OCE. I know we got a lot of fans there in chat with the region. Hyped to see their boy doing well, so big shout out to Luke 12. And Fraz, a shout out to Machine Gunner, who apparently is just an okay coach.
He's a decent coach, just decent. But no, jokes aside, he's doing a really good job, and you can see that on the playstyle. STK being one of the only teams that is actually playing it all together, while you see all the other teams actually flexing around a lot. So it's quite interesting, but it's working for them.
It is, and I do want to point out, as you see, they take the $10,000 prize, and with that, STK will take over the overall lead for total winnings so far in this tournament. So a shout out to them as they will leapfrog to the top of that board. Let's get into breaking it down, talking a little bit more about sort of the general how that game went. A big victory for them, but it was a very interesting game, guys. We saw the top three, Oath, FaZe, Shoot to Kill, and then Infantry in fourth, all very different strategies. So let's jump off number one. Let's talk about FaZe. Toby brought this up. He said normally you'd see FaZe getting but they were just sort of sitting back and keeping 4 up. Talk to me about FaZe's strategies and sort of why they would choose to do that.
There's no reason for him to move out of that those yellow houses there early on. If they would move early on, someone else would just take it over. Oath would probably just crash it later on, early on, and just take it if FaZe would have moved early. And it would be the opposite. They would have been where Oath was towards the end there, and basically just get pinched by all the other teams. So I think FaZe did play it well. They played it as they should have played it. It didn't go all the way, but in their position, it was really hard to play from, considering what they had in front of them.
All right. Well, guys, we'll take a look back at the game as we keep the conversation going. It's highlight time.
Highlights.
We saw early on, of course, Polar Bear taking that, running over Hansia, and Africa Freaks actually being one-man low straight off the beginning. They also crashed FaceTime here after running through the gauntlet. And it's quite interesting because FaceTime actually didn't go to milk the power in this tournament because Africa Freaks was one of the teams that were contesting for it. And because of that, FaceTime went for Milta instead throughout the PGI.S here. And because they went Milta, that leaves them less time of rotation to get into the circle, and they could put up that gauntlet against Africa Freaks. Didn't work out though, but they got Africa Freaks in the end.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well that you kind of bring up that military secondary drop spot, because it's a very similar situation with Oath. You know, in their region, the Milta Power is their drop spot. They also did go military. They kind of took the western bridge back up, and then they played the southwest through that entire game, and actually did quite a bit of damage onto VP, Na'Vi, AAA, and all the other teams that were trying to wrap in from the south and west. Ultimately, they were able to stay up through the late game and playing this dip. I honestly was surprised to see them last as long as they did. I think there was a lot of opportunities for them to get caught off guard, but in the end, as we saw, Sonic's, Shoot to Kill, actually the ones that take that out. And it was very, very exciting for them.
Maybe it'll be Sonics in the next game. Who knows? You guys both brought up independent teams, both having dropped military. Fraz, you actually made an interesting observation about the top 3 teams. They all had something very in common.
Yeah, all 3 teams, the top 3 teams actually dropped on Sosnaki Island, which is kind of unusual. It's, well, Oath, sure, they do drop there as the secondary drop, but since they have Africa Freaks and Milta Power, which they would drop normally as well, all 3 of those teams went for a secondary drop, but they all got themselves into a top 3 position. STK, of course, we saw him doing the first rotation they did, was taking that compound straight away. And this is a little bit unusual because this is what we saw STK do last week in the weekly survival as well. Go all 4 together, hold down one compound. If you look at most of the other teams, they're trying to spread out, take a lot of ground, and then move around. STK, they're bombing it. They know exactly where it's gonna land because they're grabbing that circle magnet with them when they land, and then they go to a compound.
Yeah, it's almost like they're playing statistics. They're saying, listen, 40 to 60% chance this compound is the final compound. We're going to get it early, and then if we don't win, we don't win. We get a chicken later. But if we do get the circle, you know, all bets are off. Let's talk about a different style of strategy. I know, Clover, you were watching Infantry carefully on that one. They ended up in 4th. Talk to me about how they approached their game.
Infantry early on did take that Pachinki Hill, which was, I think even Frost said, why is FaZe kind of staying onto the yellows at one point? But a lot of that kind of came from the pressure the infantry was giving up there to the north. If you take a look at the damage, you see a bit of there with Longsker, right? It just shows that the work they did through, they didn't get as many kills to show for it, but I think infantry was playing the north very carefully. They were kind of pushing on to teams, doing a little bit of damage, trying to third party, but not overextending themselves, and they managed to keep 4 up for quite some time. Unfortunately, that shack was really open near the ends, and that kind of cost them that late game position.
Well, we saw those damage charts. Froz, Oath was absolutely dominant in terms of what they did during that game. Now, something that you mentioned to us in the green room that you thought was just a smart play that got them second was how they used those cars from what looked like a rotation. Honestly, Froz, when they came in from the south, I thought they were done for, and they ended up in second. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so when they did that last move into the little dip there, what we saw him do is putting 2 cars on the sides and 1 in the middle. What actually makes what that is that they have 2 of the side covers, but if one of the cars blows up, which we saw the west one do by Pat Caps, then they can move a little bit to the east and they still have walls on their sides. So basically, they were playing strategically, knowing that, okay, we're probably going to have one of the cars blowing up, but we're still going to have cover even though that happens. And that is a really smart play, and that means that they are prepared for it as well. Not just going in and take it as it comes, but being prepared, knowing what's going to happen, and yeah, basically reading the outcome already.
Building a second gate behind the first gate, so when they make their way through the first one, they're just angry that you're not there. What else did Oath do that stood out to you, Clover? Because it seemed like this was a very strong game for a team that is often middling.
I I mean, to see them play the edge pretty confidently through, I think it was about phase 7 when we kind of finally saw them send it to the center. They had so much open field in front of them, and there really wasn't any other places to create that cover for. But they took lots of opportunities to make sure that there wasn't a lot of people in their area. And that also awarded them, I think, kind of some confidence in knowing, like, hey, there's not really anybody behind our backs. We don't have to worry about Na'Vi or AAA or somebody hanging in a bush or a shack and kind of wrecking our day. We can just focus on what's ahead of us. And that really not only awarded them a lot of kills, but a really great place there. It's just, it's kind of as Fraud said, STK really played that smartly as well, and ultimately only one team could kind of win that out. But Oath, given the circumstances, given how out in the open it was brilliantly done.
All right, let's take a pivot in region real quick. Froz, I know 5th place was Gen G, and we noticed a bit of a change to the roster and some of their play choices. Talk to me about what's different on Gen G today.
Yes, well, Alpaca coming in here instead of Loki, and we know that Loki did play earlier in the tournament so far, but we saw in the weekly finals that the performance from Loki wasn't really there. So it's great to see Alpaca being the new pickup as well, being the sub player for Gen G for his tournament right now. And he got himself a kill this one, but it was also interesting to see how they were playing out. Gen G, of course, going back to the roots, having one guy on top of Ever scouting down while all the others were rotating in. But we also saw later on how they were taking care of TSG by the Dog Shacks there, how they had Esther moving into, wait, what's the Esther? No, it was Ionix moving to the shack itself, taking a few shots, so he knew that they were there. Then he was looking at them, taking fire at them, getting that suppressing fire down, so both Esther and Alpaca could crash them and take them out. And we also saw how smart they played Esther with the nades against 4 a.m. later on there as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's some times where you can play it as great as you want to, as you possibly can. We saw Oath make great choices last week. Digital Athletics was a great example of a team that had some phenomenal games. But Clover, if you don't get the compound in some of these circles, if you don't get there first or you don't get a little bit of luck, you're not going to get the chicken.
No, I mean, Shoot to Kill and FaZe had been in their compounds very early on. I think FaZe was in theirs by the start of Phase 2, and Shoot to Kill had been in theirs by either the end of Phase 2 or Phase 3. And so they didn't really have to move too far. They could play it very passively and not, I think sometimes we throw around the term, I guess, compound cursed, when the circle likes to shift onto the compound and it takes away those abilities for teams to rack up points and kills. And in a normal super settings game, that might be true, but taking a chicken dinner, even with few kills, is still a chicken dinner, and that's what these teams want. So compared to last week, I think we're starting to see teams kind of think ahead much further, of thinking of what's going to keep them alive, what's going to keep most players alive, what's going to make the most sense. And that patience is really paying off, especially from teams that would otherwise be playing very aggressively.
Do you think we start to see a focus on that gamble that we sort of saw STK do in the first game? This idea of, let's play statistics, let's double down on a compound that has a high probability, and if it doesn't work out, whatever, we'll do the next one.
That is kind of what all the teams are looking for, but STK is the only team so far in the tournament that has been doubling down more or less, and everyone going to the same compound. We see that most of the teams are actually splitting up a lot, trying to take a lot of ground so they can move in no matter where it goes. If you look at Infantry, for example, they had the yellow houses that FaceTime was in. Nine was there early on, but he opted to go uphill, which was strange to me in a way that they didn't want to have the yellow houses, because that is hard cover. That is going to be hard cover for you to use. That is way easier to play with hard cover compared to playing in the open, which Infantry opted for. Now, they did get themselves a 4th place, but we saw what happened by the shack there. They just got naded. Yeah. They played it really right, though. Again, they had some hard cover, but way less hard cover to play with there. And they could have been the 3rd place team with 6 kills instead of the 4th place team with 1 kill if they opted for the yellow houses instead.
It's definitely hard to play in the open. We saw an example of that, Clover, in the Liquid 4 Angry Men, I think it was Gen G debacle, as walk me back through walk us down memory lane of what was just gorgeous nades all around.
I'm starting to think that there's going to be a theme that all of the weekly highlights from these matches are going to come out of throwables, and it just shows the importance of utility. And like I said, in the open, not exactly the safest thing. I think some players tried to make the smart move, go ahead, use cars for hardcover. Unfortunately, you're lying prone, a nade, it's not necessarily going to be a great combination. So that said, Genji, and I think it was Furia, Sonics, that Team Liquid, everybody up there to the north kind of came in on each other. And so as teams were starting to leave compounds, rotate towards one another, I think the play kind of came out of like, well, we want to dominate for this position. We need to take everybody out. And that's when we just kind of saw this nade city happen.
Talking about throwables, we know how important it is. And it's not just about smokes, it's so much about nades, molotovs, flashbangs, but also how you utilize them. We saw time after time after time, we've seen how they can be used in a good and a bad way. A good example is last week when we saw in an interview how Africa Freaks were talking about the smoke line that Team Liquid created last week when Africa Freaks got the win. They utilized the smoke line that Liquid put up themselves because they put up a bad smoke line for themselves, but Africa Freaks just utilized that and they got the win. And I mean, this time we saw some good utility usage from FaZe Clan when they got crashed by Africa Freaks. Straight away, you saw the Molotovs were on the outside of the window there. So basically, when they got out of the vehicles, they were on fire straight away. Also, when they were trying to get that rest, you saw how Gusto was pushing out with a Molotov, make sure we're just going to put fire out there. So if anything happens, if they're running around, they can't see the fire, they're going to catch on fire and they're going to die from that.
If you're a student of PUBG history, you've seen that Liquid wrote the books on smoke lines. It was only about time until other teams used that to their advantage, and they did so very, very well. I want to ask you about this moment, Fraz. I was actually, full disclosure, ran upstairs to get some coffee during the game, and there was a point where I heard you screaming, "How could you not get a single one, FaZe?" And I believe that's when Freaks drove past them. People in chat, and I've been seeing a lot of talk about FaZe, seems like they're off their game. Maybe their aim isn't quite what we're used to. Is FaZe aim becoming a negative description?
I don't know, but we did see them put up a good gauntlet there. What basically happened was FaZe was in front of Africa Freaks. They put up a gauntlet for Freaks to pass, and they did it perfectly. You saw how Gustav was on one side and the other guys was on the other side, basically making sure that, okay, once the first vehicle passed, that's when we start peppering them down. But what we did see was that they only got 2 free bullets that hit the Africa Freaks. There was nothing else. There was not a single knock happening. In that scenario, if you can't make that happen, go for the tires. Pop a few tires. That's going to make them stranded there instead. And then you can just mow them down because they're going to be in the open and they can't move out of there.
Now, ultimately, it worked out, as I believe Africa Freaks visited them at a compound, and FaZe completely lambasted them on the push. So, at the end of the day, no punishment, all is fair game. Let's talk about this briefly, Clover. Last week, not all the teams who started in the top 16 made it to the weekly final. How many teams did we see not get through with the full 16 on their docket?
It was actually 6, I believe. T1 Zenith, Damwon, Tianba, DA, LG Divines were the ones that won 0 survival matches. And some of those are some fantastic teams that we've been seeing put down. So there's plenty of opportunities, obviously, for that to change this week. You want to see some of those chicken dinners come back out. But as we've seen and as we've said even before, anything can happen. And sometimes teams have off days or off weeks.
I do. Froz, does that have an impact on you, the mentality of a team? I mean, I know we believe that teams should have elastic brains where they can bounce back after a tough showing. Does being in the top 16 and not making it through last week weigh heavy upon a soul as you get ready to start this one?
It definitely will weigh heavy on you. Not just in terms of that you're going to get less games, but also mentally. This is very mentally heavy, this game itself. A lot comes from your mind to how you're coming into the games. But we see teams like Multicircle Gaming, they had 32nd place in the last week. They didn't even get to play after the seedings. But now they're coming back pretty strong. They're going to come back here in the last game of today, and we're going to see them. They had themselves a win during the reseeding games as well on Erangel. So, I mean, looks like they're coming back strong here.
I guess it is a lot about coming back. We do have a team that's joining in, obviously, as STK goes to the winner's podium. Will have themselves a nice meal and relax. Detonation Gaming White is coming in. Clover, what do you expect to see from them as they join the 16 teams playing?
Yeah, I think that especially with a Miramar game coming up, that's going to have a little bit of an uphill battle ahead of them. But I think that they've got to come out with that momentum, that mentality of get a chicken dinner and get it as soon as possible. We've seen teams get chicken dinners very quickly after coming in from the queue. I'd like to see a team get it on the very first game today if we potentially could. But definitely for Detonation, you know they've got to be thinking as well what's coming ahead of them with this lobby.
All right, Miramar about to kick off. Froz, any quick thoughts before we open the roof?
Not too much. Detonation Gaming is an Erangel game, but they're coming in here on Miramar, so they can warm up and get themselves ready for the next game, I guess.
All right, let's see who's ready and willing to go. It is week 2, match 2, as we head to the sunny, beautiful desert of Miramar. Shout out to Intel for making this possible. Let's head over to the perfect pontification of Toby and Paper Thang.
Thank you very much, Toffees, Clover, and Froz. I thought he could have really gone with the alliteration and put my name first there. I think you screwed the pooch on that one there, Toffees, but whatever. We'll get into the game as we have a very southern-heavy plane path to start this one out. Toby, are we going to see any shenanigans like we did at the beginning of that first game?
One thing's for sure, if you are a team that's opting to go north, there will most likely be teams opting to try and contest your vehicles. But of course, we have seen before, plenty of teams opting to go down to the south. And I mean, this plane is so far south that even FaZe Clan, who normally goes south on these type planes, go, you know what? Nah, we'll just we'll go back to Monte. No reason to worry whatsoever. Or maybe they'll stay around Riera. But this is an absurdly southern plane, and as we expect anyway, should also result in a somewhat southern circle.
Yeah, we'll see what the circle wants to do to come out with. Senya looking to put more damage into attack all around, was able to get one dink in there as Sia actually goes down to Clib from Team Liquid. That's over southwest of Los Leones. Circle goes even further southwest to find its home around Chumacera for now. And for Furia, a team that has had to at times contest Chumacera with some other teams, finds themselves all alone in it right now. Detonation Gaming White, like our desk so eloquently talked about, is coming in here. But I do have to say, for Detonation Gaming White, Toby, they looked a lot better as the week went on for this event.
For sure. For sure. They were playing, I mean, everything that I was watching them doing in the start of week 1, and saying, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you going more aggressive? Why aren't you taking those chances when you know you have the capabilities of go out and pushing other teams away from you? They started doing all of that in the bottom seed games, which is why they're the first team to join in here. They played so much in charge. They forced other teams to, I guess you can say, adapt to what they... Oh my lord, that's disgusting.
Oh, filthy. That's filthy.
He never saw it coming. He ran around with a pan hoping it would protect him, but Clip hits those. Drops an S. Did he drop an SKS for a bold action? Clip. We need to have a talk. We need to have a discussion. Clip.
Well,
Toby, the SKS fan, does not appreciate that being done.
Well, I think I think there's something to be. I think we, behind the scenes, we've had quite a few discussions about the bolt actions amongst the talent for this event, and I think for me, Toby, there is something to be said about these weekly survivals where you're just trying to get wins. If you can find yourself with 4 up into the mid to late game, the bolt does kind of find itself in a interesting spot as time goes on. Now there is a point at the very late game where it loses some of that effectiveness, I think, but there's that middle area where it's pretty powerful.
Also, I mean, if you're Clip, he has enough highlight wheels done already with him with bold actions that I don't think. I mean, I'll make the exception. Clip, it's okay. You pick up a bold action again. Any other player though, maybe with the exception of Urine or someone other like that, that's all right too. But I'm just trying to give the SKS some love. Everyone's hating on it. But I'm trying to keep it alive here.
The chonkiest of guns is the SKS, I find. The way that thing shoots just feels like you're hanging onto a sack of potatoes. Now, that said, the more I use the SKS, the more I like it, Toby. It still hits hard, and if you can kind of get a feel for it, it's not too bad. Now, Detonation Gaming White did drop southern part of the circle, and they're going to make their way around the southern road, as teams often like to do that come out of Puerto, that come out of Impala. If the circle goes to the other side, we see Navi do this all the time, where they're running around this southern road. But this time, Navi has Valle del Mar, so they're just going to be able to head into the mountains, I assume, is what I typically see teams do out of Valle del Mar, and try to get that vision control that you can really establish on circles like this.
True. And I gotta say, I'm loving to see Detonation Gaming White leave this early. Now, it is 4:30 on your timer right now, but by the time they rotated out, it's over a minute and a half ago, they are out real early, and I loved it for one particular reason. We saw how many more teams that landed towards the east than the west. The west is pretty open, and also you're very scarce in compounds, whereas on the east you have Leones, you have Impala, La Medida, all that stuff. They know a lot of teams are going to be coming in from the east, and they need to make their way out of that potential cluster, like kind of funnel situation, before all hell breaks loose. So the fact that they leave maybe 1 or 2 first aids short, maybe they don't have all the attachments they would have wanted, but they leave to get a better position early, I think that's a very heads-up play on their part, and I'm loving the fact that they do that now, because just last week we saw them be very late on decision making. Whenever we saw them in splits, they'd get punished for holding them for too long because they couldn't commit to, well, going together, or at least just saying we're holding the split. They were sitting in their cars not knowing what to do. But now we see them leave early, and I hope that bodes for a maybe some making up of small mistakes in the last week.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they're going to capitalize off the success that they found. I hope they learned the lessons that worked well for them going into that weekly finals, and they're able to adapt to where they kind of struggled a bit during the weekly qualifiers. So can they find better rotations in the early parts of the game, kind of navigate the space that they have in front of them better? I've seen them at times, unfortunately, in Asia be very how do I say this, ambitious with their pushes, where they'll just send it into a compound they have zero information on. They get wiped very quickly because of it. So what I want to see from Detonation Gaming White is better utilization of their reconnaissance and their information, and I think you pointed this out earlier, better control of their space, getting out and getting a little bit more aggressive at times as well.
And I think that actually, that what you're saying there is a sentiment that I think a lot of teams in this tournament can really pick up on. And I think it comes down to playing in these constantly changing lobbies. Weekly survival games changing more than anything, because we're literally changing them every single game, but constantly changing lobbies. And I think that's why where you see some of those teams that usually are more, I don't want to say confident, but play better in more set lobbies. Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Reload. I thought he was going to go for the shot there. He backs off. Okay. He's leaving. Freaks are pulling up on this. Hansia might get to shoot at him, though, in return. Shots fired, nothing connected, surprisingly enough. And somehow, well, first I was going to say Hansia gets to stay alive, but now I'm saying Reload gets to stay alive. Unfortunately, they're losing their vehicles, though.
Yeah, and I think the idea here for Relo was he's kind of out on an island in front of this building. He needed to get out of there. And like you mentioned, it is going to be the vehicle that is sacrificed for that maneuver. Now, EJ rolls up behind this apartment building. This apartment building, very highly prioritized by a lot of teams. One of them being T1, who's not with us just yet. We'll be seeing them later as this unfolds. But this western side of Los Leones is quite nice. You could get a lot of information. You could see a lot of what's going on, almost to the full view range from that side.
Yeah, you can see half the circle from that building if you have a scope for it. It's it's a very, 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 very good position to have at least 1 or 2 players in to try and gather info should the circle rotate, which we expect it to move further towards the west. But no, to kind of finish up the thought on what I said before, I think the teams that are used to playing in more set lobbies, we saw it in the beginning of week 1. Liquid, they were getting caught in areas of the map where they probably, most people, to be fair, probably wouldn't have been expecting opponents to be in. They pulled up on compounds where they ended up being opponents in, where I was the first one saying, I think it can have to do with them just not scouting it properly. They're used to saying, oh, this should be free. No one ever goes there early. But now they go up against teams that might go up there early, and they get kind of punished for it. Later on, we saw them scout more, and I think you're right in saying for Detonation Gaming White as well, that's what you gotta do. Just take a breather, take your time, spend 3 more seconds trying to figure out if there actually could be an opponent in there before you just full-on send it to a building.
Yeah, and really find ways to keep all 4 alive, to stay together as a team. And 4 Angry Men at time are masters of this, just working well together as a group. They're very aggressive naturally. Their tendency is once once a fight starts, they are going to finish it one way or another. Very rarely do I see 4AM ever pull off of anything. They are just so wildly aggressive at times, and this isn't just in like scrims or anything. I'm talking about in actual events. They commit harder than any team I think in the world.
Yeah, it would take a miracle to see them disengage from a fight, even if they're at a loss. It's very rare to see, that's for sure. Circle's gonna pop in just a minute's time and make that a half minute's time. I'm loving to see what we're seeing from Fury right now. It's extremely terrifying, given how we know teams will try and send it full speed center. So, I mean, they're sitting in a 2-1-1 split right now with both the church, the southeast side of Chumacera compound, and another southern compound there as well. A lot, like, I would say 3 of the best positions in this center circle, they have all 3 of them with very little defense. So now that this new circle pops, you can see Furia in the very center. Get the hell together. You need to go now, or else you will get pulled up on.
Yeah, kill demo. I think everybody needs to group on top of Raspu and go from there. And you can see very quickly they are making those rotations. TSG has the hill to the south of them with Peng EGM hanging out on the bottom, watching Detonation Gaming White for now. Sonics rotating kind of in the middle of infantry as they are trying to push forward. As for VP ahead of them, through the eastern side of Chumacera, as everyone tries to work up their way towards what is potentially, almost certainly going to be some kind of mountain-type finish.
Yep. Let's see. FaceTime once again, trying to see if they can get themselves some rotation kills. 8 hits the first few, then misses a few, and unfortunately, I believe it's going to be the last FaceTime player really in a position to do anything here. Again, loving what Virtus Pro are doing here. If you saw the concentration of players on the north side of the circle as that shifted, there is only one team south of the circle when it popped, and that's attack all around. Some of them are still down all the way down to Los Hijos. In the meantime, you have 6 teams on the north side. Virtus Pro are sending it full speed south for one reason alone. They don't want to be up there once all the teams are sitting on top of each other, which there will be 1 or 2 circles from now. So avoid that. Send it down towards the south, wrap underneath all the commotion, and who knows, if you're lucky enough, you might be the team to sit on the inside of the circle holding the rest of them out. Ooh, nice
Shrimzy takes Crazy out of the vehicle, gets a bit more damage, gets backed off by more shots from 4AM, but 4AM very quickly comes to the aid of their teammates. Looks like Crazy will get rezzed by Xiao Lu as the rest of 4AM kind of covers and Forever is driving around just kind of looking for what's going on. Gen G, we should mention, is north of all of this by Picado, taking their time as they do not drop Picado in this tournament. They have abandoned what is their home, typically in Asia and in Korea, and they were up in the northeast part of the map, and we'll see what Gen G wants to do. They might roll through 4AM territory. Right now, they're angling a bit towards it here, Toby.
I'm looking at Gen G and I'm going wrap. Just keep on wrapping, keep on wrapping. Use that time as you have it right now. Still got 1 minute and 15 until the circle closes in. If you can get to the west side of the circle now, you're going to be in an amazing position. Yes, sure, the circle can still hard shift to the east, but other teams will have to deal with that even as much as you do, because there's very limited playable positions on the east side of the circle. You have a chance right now to wrap all the way west, and I'm seeing them doing that. I think it's a great play.
I 100% agree. I was really wanting to do that. There was a moment there while I was watching the map thinking, please don't drive into 4AM yet. Now's not the time for that kind of aggressive maneuver yet. Now's not the time for that. But 4AM looks like they do get their res, and they are just going to kind of circle the horses and just drive around for a bit. There's Gen G, do find their way to the south of La Jarida and heading down to the south of FaZe Clan, I assume, is going to be their angle. Lockslock keeping an eye on this from his motorcycle. He did find himself a Groza on a crate. That crate came down. Fuzzface going to pop some shots. Open top Murado, so there's potential that he could find some joy here.
Yep, he's gonna pop some shots, and in the meantime, if you were fast enough, you could grab yourself a coat there as well. Was on the screen, now it's gone. Let's hope that you all got that in time to get the great rewards of it. Now, Gen G made it into the circle again. Perfect rotation on their part. And look at this, with the shift coming towards the west. Yes, we know there are some areas up towards the west of the circle we'll try and shift away from, but they just got themselves not only a spot in the circle, they kept all 4 alive, and they're on the absolutely most quiet side of the circle. Why did they drop a gas
and not to
can
mention,
on the road?
Somebody needs to fill up, I assume.
Well, there you go.
There we go. Yeah, they got to get Esther in there and fill up his vehicle. But it's also one of the highest spots in this circle on the western edge that is completely open for them to take, and this is what Gen G loves to do. Get up as high as possible, play that mountain goat, and see what's going on below them. Now, Furia, I got to give them credit. They kept that 2-2 split, and I thought that potentially could be a little dangerous, but I think with the way that these lobbies do play out, hedging your bets in that circle is going to pay off. And you can see each other very well from those two compounds that they were taking to the southeast Chumasera. Now, K7, though, is kind of starting to bump into FaZe territory here.
I think you called it perfectly, Furia. The only reason they can maintain that split is A, they have the vision to do so, they can see, and also B, from the northeast side compound that we just saw Liquid pull up on, they will have an audible queue, because it makes no sense that a team from the north or from the west pulls up to that compound. They have a better position than being on the hills. So from the only way they can really get pulled up on is from the east, and they would hear those vehicles by the time they come up close. Now let's see, JRs, we talked about them, the only team that were really all the way down towards the south. Now Pio hears something here, and that should be an easy peasy one for him.
Yeah, JRs has no idea Pio is here. Nope. Pio just lights him up with the M4, makes quick work of JRs. You can see Pio looking around to see if he's clear. It's going to be Esther, the one to finish the job. Point, I guess. Well, it's not a point because of the settings, but a kill for Gen G. Now, Akari's going to take Shandian out. Shandian rolls up here. TSG full sending it into Afrika. Volibear now going to go down as well. It's only Pang left for them. Afrika doing a fantastic job holding this off.
They lost one earlier, now they're looking to go out in 16th here. It's going to be a trigger one. Yep, and there you go. Ikari with the nade finds Pang. That's all she wrote for Triumphant Song Gaming. And they will fold in 16th. I just love it when you have a pull-up and there's just a guy leaning out the car going, hello there. And down he goes. Speaking of pull-up, 4 a.m. and K7 now pulling up towards FaZe Clan's position. Good high ground position. It's going to be contested. And first one to fall is going to be 8C.
Yeah, 8Z taking down as Booyahoo watching some angles around the silos. Fuzzface still up on that hill with his mini, poking some damage into Booyahoo's back. Booyahoo gonna let go with that grenade. It's got Xiaolu, and it's gonna get the knock. Very nicely timed by him. Perfectly thrown. Forever gets a little bit of cross damage in, and now Lockslock takes some damage of his own from Crazy, returns the favor, gets Crazy down to about half health, as this is quite a messy fight.
Yeah, it's an issue for both the teams right now, and also, I mean, 8C got caught. Oh my lord, this circle towards the north is going to be... That just makes that position on the hillside even more valuable, and no one's going to be backing off of this. You have Fuzz on the side, not really engaged in the fight just yet. You can see him running with the mini on the backside of your screen. He's going to be making it over, trying to get some sort of info, and if FaZe plays this correctly, even though they lost 8C early, they might be in a perfect third-party position here.
Yeah, I think just hang out on the edges of this fight, buy as much time as possible, let K7 and 4 a.m. really just beat the hell out of each other, and then find your way to scoop up the remnants of these two teams. Now, they're trying to work around these wide cylinders. It can be a bit tricky. Booyahoo has found Fuzzface out in the open, gonna shoot the pole there for just a second, is not able to find a knock. Forever Crazy working this right-hand side of this, and they're going to back off a bit. Time to rest up and see if they can recoup. Oath, on the other hand, has found Na'Vi again in this game, Toby, and they have one knock.
It's a tricky situation for everyone to be in. Everyone wants to go down and play the center in the open. I can play that open, but you cannot do that as long as the hills are still in. Na'Vi want to take control of the hill. They need to push forward. There's really only one place they can go at this point, and that's taking the fight to Oath. As little as Na'Vi likes to fight early on in the game here, they have to take this engagement if they want to have anywhere to play from later on in the games. And yep, up close, lops the nade on over. Ooh, that could be good on Pat Caps. Oh, a little too far. Is it going to be enough? No. No damage done with that one. One more lob forward. Orange, the one throwing the nade in there. That one was straight in the face of Balefrost. He's going to go down.
Yeah, really nicely done here. Tab on the side puts Raylo onto his stomach, and Snaker's trying to come up over the top. They get a bunch of damage. Besto's trying to help him out as this flank could collapse, but no, it's going to be Orge and Besto getting some knocks. Orge over the top, finds the angle, finishes Oath off.
They just got over half the kills in this game they had in kills the entire last week. Keep that in mind. I mean, I know it's going to sound rude, but it's also a compliment in saying they're back. If they can go out and take fights like this, that is really, really good for Na'Vi. Sonics, let's see if they can hold off here. Pulling up to 4 a.m. They know they're bruised already. They want to get the res up. They lost 2 already. It's just one more left alive, though. Lou trying to do the damage needed. He's down to half HP, trying to get him down. There's just one more left alive, but FaZe come in from behind and take him down.
Yeah, it's a great crossfire setup on the entry that Sonics are trying to make, but there's just too many teams around 4 a.m. Now Savior doesn't even have to do anything because Ibiza finds Shrimzy, and there was already H-Win down, so Sonics go out in 13th. So Sonics didn't have many great options in front of them, tried to find a timing to fourth party a fight, and now it's going to be FaZe and K7 left up on the side of this hill, but it's in the circle, so this one could kind of slow down a little bit, Toby. It could take a little while before this fight has to happen.
And the issue with nope, you say that, but they're gonna have to fight now if they want to get out of here alive, because the circle just went down the hill, and down the hill pretty steep, that's for sure. Now, the only positive in this shift is that you can now start trying to utilize the open spaces in the field below, because the majority of the hillsides are excluded. Orange cold in the open, there's no way in hell he's getting back on his feet. Nice shooting from Esta, and PO to take him down, and Lux Luck with the gross up close takedown. Oop, and I was just going to say, I mean, they need to finish this fight on the hillside early, because this hillside is good for vision, but you cannot go out and try and get vision if you know there's a team sitting right next to you. So the fact that K7 pushes out and takes down Uber, I'm loving the fact that they dare now. Again, K7, a team that I missed the aggression from last week, daring to go out, push Uber, get the kill on him. Fuzz and Gustav are on their own. You can see Fuzz here trying to hold off. Just 12 more seconds to go until they have to move. And keep in mind, because these two teams have been sitting on top of one another for a while, none of them has really had a good chance to scout down the hill. Gustav is doing it now, but what info have they gotten in the time they've been able to look down? We'll see now.
Yeah, Gen G going to make their move at a almost exactly same time as K7. TSM down below them. Now, it isn't the full strength TSM. They did lose Miraku early on. PO going to rock up in front of them. They're going to fly over with more vehicles, trying to get those crossfire angles set up on a TSM, and it's going to be Esther finding one, gets knocked himself. Iroh down as well. PO going to get knocked from a grenade. Wookie Bookie on the backside, taking a whole bunch of damage from Alfaka. Attack all around, who's been waiting in the wings, pulls up on this. Starts putting in some more damage. A lot of teams going to get knocked. JQ finding Anonix now. Both TSM and Gen G very beat up.
Everyone was waiting for a chance to push down into the hill, and once the hillside was excluded, they all sent it at the same time. Chaos consumes everyone. K7 loses two. Here comes Tsunami Blitz, but they don't see one. No, Sinan from behind takes out both of them.
Oh no, they never saw it. Had they angled that car just a couple inches to the left, they might have been able to run Xenon over without really realizing it. Instead, it's going to be Xenon taking them down as they have no hope. But VP, they should be able to clean this up. All four of them popping grenades into him, and it is going to be Zen Noun who goes out to Hyruzen. Mexi's going to find the knock onto him. Now, the thing I was thinking in the back of my head that I never got to mention, Toby, about that Gen G push was I don't think they ever knew that AAA was there.
They had no clue whatsoever. Let's see now, how is this going to fare out? It's not going to fare for FaZe Clan, that's for sure. Even though it's Detonation Gaming White that's getting pulled up on, it's actually Liquid doing the damage towards FaZe Clan, trying to pull up on the shack. There's just, that's what I'm saying. There's really nothing you can play in the center of this circle. As long as the compound's in, as long as the hill is in. The hill got shifted out to the, for the most part. That allowed for some places to be opened, but with Liquid's position still in, it's so damn difficult for anyone in the open to have a place they can call home from where they can do anything but just proning. And well, this circle sure as hell didn't make things any easier.
Yeah, that compound for Liquid is really powerful now in this circle. They can see basically everything that's around them. There isn't much going on except for where Afrika is, but that's going to leave this circle. So for all intents and purposes, Liquid has control of this. Now, I've liked what Fury is doing so far here, Toby. I've been really impressed throughout this tournament with how they navigate themselves.
Yes. They've gotta be a little. Oh, that nade pretty much landed inside the vehicle. Surprised that Rusty is still alive. Killed out those fall. Gets flushed as well. Once again, Liquid able to do a lot of third partying in that one. Molly thrown in. No damage done, but enough for them to be forced on out. Rusty finds the double. Rasper will fall in the return of this. There's only so many places you can play from in this circle, and Fury has one of them. They've gotta be a little sad they left that compound and gave it to Liquid. Of course, that's all hindsight. 2021 knowledge. Liquid now shooting over towards Infantry, who find themselves in between Liquid and Afrika Freaks as well.
Yeah, Freaka has a decision to make here. Do they try to do something crazy? Do they try to just push into Infantry or Liquid? It looks like right now they're going to pull up, see what information they can get onto what Infantry is doing. That's going to be the, I would say, easier target for them, no doubt about it. You could kind of try to get underneath the hill that Liquid is at, but until someone is dislodged next to you, you're not going to be able to really hold it for very long. It's one of those hills that is pretty exposed. Now grenades are being traded, damage being done. Akkad getting the knock onto Longsker, and the finish actually comes through to Necro. Doesn't matter too much since wins are all that matter, who gets that point, but it is one down for Afrika in front of them.
Stats, bro. Stats, bro. How can stats not matter? You know,
okay.
you gotta get those
right,
kills, bro. That's all that matters.
Add those stats.
Let's see.
Fair.
gotta have something to show off on Twitter, you know. Gotta get that damage in there, but of course, I mean, while it doesn't matter in terms of kills, you do want to get teams as crumbled down as possible, especially if you, as you can see now, have to run into them later on in the game. 9 trying to shoot over the top of the head of, ooh, that's scary. Bullying, don't stand up. You will get a bullet to the back of the head, and Hikari falls to a nade, tried to go down, get himself within nade distance, but now falling down. Akkad is up close and maybe within molly distance, could do a lot of damage with that, but no, he swats back to the gun.
Yeah, Akkad still trying to hold the angle on the side of the smoke, catching Infantry peeking. He's got priority. He gets a very nice headshot, gets the knock onto Bullying, starts spraying in there, seeing if he could catch another member or just finish that knock. But for now, Infantry is able to find safety behind their vehicle barricade as now the full push is on. Akkad not able to get, oh, he does get the knock on the 9, but quickly taken down by Zhao Yang. Here comes EJ along the side, just spraying around, desperately looking for Zhao Yang, can never find him in time. Hatsia takes a bunch of damage, he's down as well.
They all end up dying. That's just unfortunate. Now we have a billion cards and a billion crates and no one to take them. Vehicle strolls on by the set violin plays, and that's an entire southeast side open, and Virtus Pro going, well, I guess we don't have to fight a team coming down the hill anyway then, because Liquid just did all the damage for us. Look at the spread of kills as well. As even as could be expected. They're all just in perfect positions for third party. No one has a chance to shoot back at Liquid right now. Mexi has run out of 7.62, I would assume, since he has his 4x on his M4. They've been shooting at absolutely everything with absolutely no risk involved for themselves in this, all of this. Oh no, these nades. Furry out within nade distance. That one's on the money. Spiro falls down. Both the other remaining players down to half HP, but unfortunately no nades to follow.
I was just about to say, Spit's still alive. He's doing his best to stay hidden. And finally, Hiruzen sees him, sprays a couple shots, gets a little bit of damage. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, Team Liquid, again, still maintains control over this circle. There's only a few spots underneath this compound that you can work with. VP has one, Furia has one. There's a few that if you're able to get closer to Team Liquid, you can also stay underneath relatively safely, but getting there is going to be very difficult. Necro, does take care of Svit, so now that Snake dealt with.
Once again, circles go in favor of the compound team. We saw it with STK in the last game, but again, I've said it so many times before. While people can start spamming circle lock, getting circles don't guarantee wins. With the level of play that these teams have, we've seen teams with the potential quote-unquote winning compound go out and lose games because they didn't play the end game right. This is a chance now for Liquid to do exactly what we're seeing teams do right now. Don't get stuck in those buildings. You cannot allow for teams to spread out and take control. What James is doing here is the perfect play. Get an off-angle position, help your team shoot the next circle shift away from the compound. I'm loving the just aggression, the what do you call it, the progressive plays from Liquid here, where other teams sort of all stayed in the compound.
Yeah, as good as Liquid's compound is, it becomes very dangerous once they have to leave it. You can see there's no cover on the sides of those hills when you have to leave it. So for them to push out at this time, very, very smart. Whoever seems to be in this shack is just getting mollied. VP has the perfect angle to it. It's really nicely done here by VP. They find good angles, getting them right into the windows multiple times, and this time they're going to find a finish on the Rusty Zera.
They threw the first molly the first time. They saw him jump out of the window. He stayed alive. Second time around, they threw a molly behind the building and one inside. So when he jumps out, he doesn't stay alive. That is an extremely smart play from Virtus Pro in a situation like that. So see that he jumps out, he stays alive, and then to react on it immediately after. And I'm sure if you're Mex, you would have wanted some of those 290 7.62 bullets that Virtus Pro are at least Lewis in position of right now, because he ain't gonna be running short of ammo anytime soon. They also have, what, like 9 crates around them. They can loot as much as they please, but they are the team to have to move. Teams we know is on the off-angle position up towards the northwest side, but where, oh where, does Virtus Pro go from here?
This is very, very nasty for Virtus Pro. I mean, I would think they have quite a bit of smokes as well with all those crates that are hanging around there. So maybe they could get some going in front of them. Maybe you work your way towards Team Liquid, and this is a good push by Battlegrounds. He's going to get up to the rock, claim that for himself. Now the grenades that Team Liquid has been able to sit on for some time are going to start to work, but it's actually Necro who gets the knock onto Battlegrounds. The grenade started the damage. Necro going to be the one to finish it. Clip, we talked about it earlier, Toby. He's getting bolts, but this time they give him the best one, the AWM, but it doesn't matter. They can just spray down with their assault rifles, just tap away.
Oh, this is insane. We talked about how the solos might never win games, but they sure as hell can damage the ones that did have a chance to do so. Had Battlegrounds stayed alive up there, there would have been nothing that Clip and Liquid could do other than pushing him down or try to get a lucky nade in there to get him knocked, but Necro gets the knock on towards him. Spiro didn't deal with the solo fast enough, and now this has Liquid written all over it.
Yeah, this should be firmly under Liquid control. It's going to take Necro and Spyro just playing the games of their lives to hold on through this. Glib now with that AWM, seeing if he could scope in. Jeem's going to throw that grenade. It's going to get far enough behind and get the finish onto Necro. Perfectly thrown by Jeems there, finishing off one of the snakes. One left to go.
Liquid 4v1. Spiro, we've seen crazy things from you before, but to be able to pull this one off would require nothing short of a miracle. Clip is holding the angle with the 8x arm. Doesn't even care. Just make one move, get away from that vehicle for a second, and you will be dead. Denying points here don't matter either. You have to get the win if you want to do anything. And to be fair, I mean, he's trying to buy himself as much time as possible, but I just do not see how in the universe this should ever be possible. Down to half HP, tagged once by James. Now he's visible again. He's peeking on over, but it ain't gonna matter. Liquid seals the deal, gets the second win, and there you go. 13 kills and a spot in the weekly finals.
Yeah, they take that compound and they just rain down from it. So many kills for them in that round. That is one of the bigger, I'd say, kill totals we've seen in a weekly survival. Just, you know, and that's what you should be doing when you're gifted a compound like that. Do as much damage to everyone else as possible. Like we talked about, control as much space as possible. Make it as hard for those teams to get into you as you can.
And you can see the face of Battlegrounds. He's frustrated. He knew if they got that rock and all of them got up there, they would have had a chance to hold Liquid out, because the circle did not end inside the compound. They would have had a chance to make the play, but they oversaw for the remaining player from Furia's position and end up losing. I don't want to say because of that, because it was still going to be a very difficult win for Virtus Pro to bring home. But in the end, great game from Liquid. $6,000 added to their match winnings, and they're going to be all kinds of happy with that game for sure.
Oh, definitely. They played it to perfection. Yes, they had a compound, but they did a lot of work with it as they needed to. And yeah, for VP, Necro being alive was really kind of the thorn in their side that didn't allow, like you mentioned, Battlegrounds to take control of that rock like he really wanted. Now, I think it would have been difficult no matter what with the amount of throwables that Liquid was still sitting on, but overall, a good round for them.
For sure. Let's head on over to the interview with game number 2 winners, Team Liquid. Here they are. Let's hear what they have to say.
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 2주차 두 번째 매치에서 승리를 거둔 팀 리퀴드의 클립 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
네, 서바이벌 성적이 너무 좋습니다. 지난주에는 5번째로 진출을 했고 오늘은 2번째로 이렇게 파이널에 진출하게 됐는데요. 서바이벌 룰에 좀 적응을 잘 하셨나 봐요.
How did you adapt to the rules of weekly survival? You guys have made it to the finals 2 weeks in a row in the first day.
We're taking less risks mid and late game, but we're doing more sense in the early game to get a good position.
게임 초반에는 가장 중요한 것이 위치를 잘 선점하는 것이었고 후반부로 갈수록 실수를 줄이는 전략을 통해서 진출할 수 있었습니다.
네, 또 게다가 자기장의 운도 좀 좋았던 것 같습니다. 자, 그리고 위클리 파이널을 좀 저는 인상적으로 봤는데 1일차에서 1위를 기록하다가 아쉽게도 5위로 마무리를 했어요. 이때 팀원들과 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 그때 심경도 좀 궁금합니다.
So you guys were ranked as first on the first day of weekly final, but dropped down to the 5th on the last day. What kind of conversation did you have?
It's obviously rough going into the last day being first and then ending 5th outside the money, but we felt like we did some really good macro-wise, like we did some good rotations that day, but we just didn't get like the ball rolling, so we knew that we can do better next week, so I don't know.
뭐 돈이나 이런 것을 떠나서 1등을 하다가 5등으로 밀려나는 것이 기분이 좋지는 않았지만 우리가 좋은 플레이를 펼쳤다는 걸 알고 있기 때문에 서로 돈독하게 의지를 해서 더 나아갈 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 또 이번 매치 진출로 상금 6,000달러를 이제 또 추가를 하게 됐고요. 파이널에 임하는 각오가 좀 더 남다를 것 같습니다. 들어볼게요.
Any last words towards the finals?
Towards the finals,
Yeah, weekly finals.
vote for us this time.
투표해 주시기 바랍니다. 픽캠 챌린지.
어우, 짧지만 강한 인터뷰였습니다. 승리 축하드리고 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
Thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
네, 지금까지 팀 리퀴드의 클립 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 계속해서 분석 데스크로 함께 하시죠.
An excellent interview, and you can count on Clib to not be glib, as he gave us some great answers there and an insight into their mentality after the weekly final. Liquid coming out with a very big win, 13 kills, and an excellent game number 2. We'll start out with them and Euphraz. Liquid basically backfilled Furia in Circle 2, I think it was, and from there, it was smooth sailing. That is fascinating.
Oh, not again. Okay. Well, okay. So we had Liquid, of course. We saw them taking that compound over Furia. Furia left it in Circle 2 when they had a 2-2 split. They opted to go for the compound in the West instead. And it kind of worked out pretty well for Furia anyway. They played really well, but Liquid was holding that down. And Liquid didn't rotate a lot. They got this compound and were basically staying there the whole game. One thing, when you do that, is that you're not going to have a lot of utilities, not a lot of loot. So that's why we saw them being a little bit starved on the ammunition and stuff. But they played well. They got themselves a lot of kills. Even though the kills doesn't really matter, it also shows that they still want to be on the aggressive side. They still want to be playing like they normally play it. And as we heard in an interview from Clib as well, they're playing a little bit, maybe holding back a little bit. Normally, you might see them flex out a little bit more, but we saw towards the end how James was actually flexing out on the west side of the road there, trying to make sure that they had a lot of control and taking over the whole game.
Awesome. Well, I'd love to hear your thoughts, Clover, as we head towards the highlights.
Highlights, you know, definitely, that was a highlight for me. And you love any chance for people to get really fancy, but this dip was really troublesome for so many players. And we saw quite often early mid-game here, some teams make some unfortunate plays. This one with Na'Vi, you know, they got a little cheeky here onto K7, but it unfortunately did not work out well as Zenon took him out. But this shack was so huge in the late game. We talk about it because of the amount of cars that try to take a push onto here, but you can see from that angle, Team Liquid had full line of sight on this area, and they were third-partying constantly, and that also made it really difficult for teams to pull back away from this area. So we take a look at Furia and VP in that late game. That was a big problem of it, just Team Liquid's perfect line of sight here for all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams were trying to get into the center there. And team after team after team, they tried to do it, but I mean, as you were saying, Liquid, they had the angles. On top of that, you also had VP pretty close by. That was raining down the nades and molotovs. Make sure that this is not your place to take. We want to keep this open. In the end, we did see that Furia took it over, and they played it till the end there, at least.
Yeah, it was almost like a feeding frenzy, like somebody had dumped a whole pile of chum there by that shack, because it seemed like every team was trying to get their piece of it, but it didn't work out. Something else that happened, I think Toby pointed out during the game, that Liquid did really well, is they didn't just stay in the compound. Once the chaos broke out in the middle, they made some adjustments for us, like James crossing the road to make sure that the high ground was taken care of.
Yeah, he went out, he flexed out to the west there, make sure that they had the control over the whole situation, while all the teams on the south side were basically fighting each other. and with all the teams I'm talking about, of course, Virtus Pro, Furia, and Attack All Around, well, that still had Svit up. So they took that opportunity when they were fighting, make sure that, okay, we're going to take control of the whole situation. We're going to get all the sidelines and make sure that no one else is going to be able to just hold us back here if we need to move out.
Let's take a look at kills and damage. Clover, walk me through these.
I mean, Clib, right? You obviously had that kill at the very beginning, and then I think all of Team Liquid got 3 kills each for the rest of that game. So I know we didn't see all 4 names up there, but all of Team Liquid got 3 and 4 kills respectively, and you can see that damage as well. Mixie. Now, Mixie was a name that I was constantly seeing up on the kill feed or even on player screens that game, just from that positioning that they had. Mixie kind of climbing up onto the roof and taking shots into every fight going in and around them. So Team Liquid obviously had great position. The circle was doing well to keep that compound into play, but Team Liquid also didn't kind of sit on their hands, wait for things to happen. They had fun with it, and that's what a lot of them, all those kills that match.
Well, it's our last time to talk about Liquid today, Froz. And there's more to this new player Clib than just the best manicured facial hair since Microstar. Talk to me about him, what he's brought to the team, and where you think he's really found his groove.
Well, one thing that's super interesting is the fact that once he got into the team, he's actually been shot calling. He's the IGL of the team right now. While you have James taking more of the fights calling, so Colin went to take the fights. But yeah, because it's a big role to fill up as an IGL as well. So yeah, it seems to be working out great for him at least.
It definitely does as they make their big advance to the next round. We're going to see ENCE stepping into the game now as they roll into the 16. We saw DWG or DGW in the last one do very well. I'm excited to see how ENCE does with their step in, but we will see shortly as we have to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with even more action.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S starts on February 8th, and as is custom, we're launching a brand new Pick'em challenge to go along with it. Each Pick'em challenge is a little different, so make sure to watch all the way through to find out what's new and what's changed this time around. It all begins on January 20th and 21st when the esports tab officially reopens inside the PUBG PC and console clients. All throughout PGI.S, you can use this tab to keep up to date on participating teams and players, along with real-time tournament info. This is also the first chance you'll get to purchase the first set of killer PGI.S gear and begin supporting your favorite teams. Since this is quite a long tournament, a second set of gear will become available at the end of February. The first challenges begin on February 6th, and you'll have from Tuesday to Saturday each week before the weekly final begins to participate in the challenges and pick your winners. Rewards from the previous week will be distributed before the next challenge begins. Now let's talk about those challenges. We've got 3 different challenges this time around, molded to work within the PGI.S tournament format, so pay attention even if you think you've played it all before. The first challenge is to guess the top 4 teams that will advance to the weekly final each week. If one of your selected teams makes it to the top 4, you'll get a prize according to the rank they end up in. Simple as that. You can pick 1 team per voting coupon you wish to use, and 4 teams are guaranteed to be worth EP, so choose wisely. The second challenge alternates its win conditions every other week. On weeks 1, 3, and 5, you'll have to correctly guess which team will score the highest skill points during the weekly final. A correct answer will award you a whopping 200,000 EP. On weeks 2, 4, and 6, you'll have to guess who will take home a chicken dinner during the 10 weekly final matches, with each correct answer earning you 25,000 EP. You can only win once per team, but the good news is you don't even have to pick which game they'll win, making this challenge even easier. This challenge also requires voting coupons, so make sure you plan out where you want to spend yours before making a selection. Voting coupons can be obtained by purchasing PGI.S gear, or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 30% of the revenue from PGI.S item sales is given back to participating teams, so pick up some cool PGI.S gear and show your team spirit. The final challenge requires you to pick the winner of the 32-team event match that takes place from March 5th through the 7th. This is a free event and requires no voting coupons, but can still net you a sweet 50,000 EP for a correct guess. Looking for ways to grab a couple free voting coupons and some EP? The first one's easy. Simply log into the esports tab and you'll pick up a free voting coupon once per week. Make sure you grab them though, there's no going back if you miss a week. Secondly, we'll be randomly showing codes during the PGI.S broadcast. Codes for a free voting coupon will pop up during weekly survival broadcasts, and codes for EP will pop up during weekly final, rank decision, and survival tournament broadcasts. Fans who are quick enough can enter these codes in-game to earn free voting coupons and some free EP. You can only claim 1 free voting coupon per week through this code, and you can get up to 80,000 free EP during the entire PGI.S event. These codes are first come, first served, so be quick or try your luck again the next time a code appears. Once you've racked up a nice pool of EP, make a trip to the esports store and choose from all the sweet new PGI.S gear available. You'll have until April 14th to spend your EP, so stop in early to plan out what you'd like and pick it up as soon as you earn that required EP. That about does it for this overview of the PGI.S Pick'em Challenge. Now it's your turn. Log into the esports tab, research your teams, plan your strategy, and get picking. PGI.S is our biggest tournament yet, and we want you to win big alongside your favorite PUBG teams. PUBG, PGI.S, and the Pick'em Challenge. Your time to win starts now.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. Paper Thin and Toby coming at you for game number 3 here as we are into week number 2. It's the weekly survival. If you're just joining us, SDK and Liquid have been your winners so far. SDK getting it done on Erangel, Liquid doing it on Miramar. Now we're back over to Erangel, Toby, and this has been, I think, at least in my opinion, a little more spicy than what we saw in the first weekly survival. Teams are really going at it here.
I think that's that's an easy way to put it. I mean, teams are sending it sender. There's no more. We don't care about beating the team that gets circles all game long. Teams will do everything they can to sit in the center compound and just chill for a good time. And to be fair, I mean, as much as we compliment teams on winning games, both the winning teams, Liquid in this case and SDK in the first one, were from those center compounds that had to put that were fortunate to have to push out later. I was surprised actually not to see anyone pull up on Liquid's compound earlier. It is a pretty big compound, similar to what we saw with SDK in the first game. There were chances for some of the teams in the north to go aggressive, but teams are simply too worried about the potential of losing out early and rather try and stay alive in the hills.
Yeah, it can be a tough compound to push. You basically can't push it from the west or the south. You're just completely screwed if you try to, for the most part. But yeah, there are those hills to the north and to the east of it, and I thought there was a moment where Freaka Freaks at least considered it, but they were not able to do it. They had to deal with infantry first, and that was a mess, as we saw the result of that in game number 2. Game number 3, back over to Erangel. Plane is up, and who is going to be the winner? Now, ENCE does join us for game number 3 here. Toby, are they going to be the first team to punch their ticket after joining the lobby right away?
Could you imagine the one-game win? Coming in, winning it, and leaving to go, well, that was all for us this week. That felt pretty good. We saw the first couple of games, and now we're ready to go. They jumped out of the plane already. You can see the Finnish players flying towards Yasnaya. I'm assuming they're going to continue that flight for a little further towards the north. And I gotta say, I mean, if there's a team, as much as everybody, of course, want to grab their chances to play at the weekly finals, ENCE had back-to-back second-place finishes in their weekly survivals last week. They were actually, alongside with DA for a big portion of it, playing extremely well. They just could not bring home that chicken dinner when they had to. And I think if there's one team that really want to go out and say, you know what, let's just get in here, get a win, and leave again, that's going to be ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE has always struck me as a positional-based team, a team that plays very quiet and tries to get into the late game based on outmaneuvering you. But Orange is going to run over Rustenmar right away and gets out of the vehicle to BM him a little and punches him down. As that is not what we wanted to see. We might have jinxed him a little bit here. Toby and Detonation Gaming White does get to drop Yasnaya. They're going to go to the other side. Gen.G is over here as well, so it's kind of clustered up towards this Yasnaya area.
Sorry, ENCE. Oh my god, look at the circle. Oh no! Oh no! I want at least like, infantry, they get a free buffet for the next 8 minutes because no one else is anywhere near the circle. Christ,
well,
this is horrible.
Is about as far away from the plane path as possible. I mean, it has to touch it, and it just barely does, and is really heavily shifted into the water. Now, the next couple circles are going to be interesting, how much water stays inside of it and how bad it's going to be for all of these teams that are coming from the northeast. This could be an extremely awkward round for a lot of these teams, particularly these teams up by Yasnaya that are already kind of jostling for territory.
Yeah, the main issue now is, I mean, there are so many teams towards the east. ENCE, they're, to be fair, I mean, right now in a pretty decent position to leave. They do lose to Rustenmar early, which of course is a horrible way to start a game. But the thing is, there are so many teams kind of pinned in the middle on the east side. We have, 5 teams on the south side show with FaZe, Afrika, and so many, so on and so forth, down towards the south, that will have to rotate west. And if you're in FaZe's situation right now, you go, oh, look at the west side. There's going to be no one over there. We could get a great spot to play from. But how in the universe do we maneuver through all the other teams that might not be in as much of a hurry to get towards the center of the circle as you are? You simply cannot leave, even if you wanted to. From the east side right now, it's so condensed with players over there that you cannot leave before, I want to say, I mean, at least 1 or 2 more minutes, which would be normal to potentially late rotations from those east side teams.
It's going to be very, very tricky. Timing is going to be of the essence. Gathering the info in front of you to make those moves safely is going to be very, very important. Now for Gen.G, this is actually a pretty fantastic circle, I think, for them. Getting quickly over to South George, and they've got that western road open. Nobody's going to be hanging out, and they love that western road on these circles, by the way. Gen.G loves to roll down that road and work west to east in circles like this, particularly ones that head towards Gatka, but the ones that are quarry-based as well. Their idea is there's a little bit more cover starting on the west as you go to the east. So if it does end up shifting towards their fields, they are protected as long as possible if those easterly circles do keep happening.
You can see Sonic's already leaving Pachinki. They're like, yep, we know there's free real estate towards the west. No one jumped out in that direction. So they'll hop on over there and grab everything they can. 4am leaving now as well. And one team that I'm kind of looking towards is, well, thank you so much, Observers in Korea, Navi. Because they are, I mean, their bread and butter circles are these. Now, the issue for them is, you gotta hit that vehicle instantly.
no.
You gotta hit the vehicle and get in there. Unfortunately, doing the roll forward didn't grant him any favors, and he's gonna go down in that replay there. Gotta hit that car and just spam F to get inside it as soon as possible. But no, I mean, what I was saying, Navi, of all teams that have not had things going their way, don't shoot your teammate, Orange. Watch out.
He really thought about it there.
Yeah. You've got to say Navi is one of those teams that can really play these west circles. Great. They have changed up the loot spot because infantry have opted to go where they are, and they don't want to contest it. That's all good and dandy. But now coming into it late, I want to see how they play this circle, because they would normally be in a much better position than where they're most likely going to find themselves coming into this first circle.
Yeah, and TSG making a quick rotation. I'm really glad our observers went over to Oath, because I really want to.
What?
Okay,
What?
okay. That was almost kind of bad, but Raylo is, with a little help from his friends, able to right the ship on that. So let's ignore that just happened and talk about the fact that Oath was able to get over this bridge faster than VP, than Virtus Pro, because they were kind of, as I was looking at the map, they were almost neck and neck by the crossroad before the bridge, and they were almost going to come across at the same time. But for Oath, I think it's really an interesting thing that they're the first ones to come across. VP left earlier from Nova. Of course, it is a little further, but they were able to just barely get across a little faster. JR's now another team crossing in front of AA, making a very late rotation compared to some of these others. And I'm a little worried about Attack All Around going forward, because there's already been two teams that have leapfrogged past them, essentially.
What are we watching here?
Oh my. Don't let it go on you.
Fuzz is running around on a rolling vehicle with a UMP while getting shot at by Attack All Around. And as you were saying, just to finish up with your thought there, Attack All Around did 3 teams through. They were the first team after Infantry to pick up prime real estate, and they're now on the far east side of the circle.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow, in my opinion. Zhao Yang going to rip into Spyro a bit. Doesn't seem to really do much damage. More vehicle flipping, as apparently this has turned into a stunt car competition here in game number 3 instead of... Oh, they're just going to roll into this. Lou's going to get the knock on to Zhao Yang. Longsker in full retreat, so this compound is going to be ceded territory for infantry.
Ironside... I mean, we talked about teams rotating early. Virtus Pro, Ironside... Car 98, that's meta now, apparently. We'll see how... Well, these vehicles are just not feeling great today. It's small fences can create for some interesting situations, but let's hope they get a little more control over those vehicles, because it is it can be terrible, especially if you're mid rotation, to have a vehicle flip on you like that.
It's definitely scary. We've all been there. We've all had to struggle with controlling those vehicles, particularly from the first person's perspective, is a bit of a challenge at times, as you have nothing but the window in front of you and oftentimes spinning ground around you, and trying to get your bearings can be difficult as you get a little bit of vertigo going. Or I don't know if that's the right word for it, but you definitely feel a little disoriented for sure. 4 a.m. There are 2 members up ahead of this for 4 a.m., so they've scouted out territory in front of them. They're going to cross sight lines of TSM here potentially in a second, but it looks like that is probably going to be safe.
This next circle is going to be extremely interesting, because we still have 4 teams rotating in from the north. Furia, Navi, Destination Gaming White, and ENS are still making their way down in this direction. And there's already a lot of teams that have committed to send up positions. Now, the thing is, if this circle hard shifts back to the east, if it goes anywhere north, or even if it goes out towards the west, those center teams currently will have to make moves out. And the teams are already sitting so close to one another that it's going to be really difficult to get to your vehicles and get going fast, because there's going to be so many teams around you with a chance to shoot at you, similar to what we saw in the early game with the teams on the south coast towards the east. It's going to be a big coin toss whether you go into your vehicle and try and leave, or if you try and sit back and shoot at cars coming your way, because either way, there's going to be a lot of traffic from the center out should we see a hard shift coming up soon.
That's a really good point. And you never know. The water could be deceiving on early circles. Phase 2 can just shift hard up to the north, then Phase 3 just does it again. As a lot of times I think people get baited into thinking that because there's a lot of water in the first circle, that it means it's going to be a hard shift. It doesn't have to do that. It really doesn't. It still has to end on the land one way or another. So the circle can kind of do what it wants after that. Now, there are a couple teams making some late rotations behind Na'Vi, Detonation Gaming White, and ENCE has actually drove all the way up to Severity, but actually Detonation Gaming White had looted it and left. So ENCE here, you can see them on your screen now, they're not even crossed the river yet. So they might not even enter the circle until Phase 3, potentially. I see this from teams from time to time where they just, on hard shifts like this, just wait it out and just kind of, they have to burn through a fair amount of meds to do it, but they don't really have many other options at times.
I mean, if there's a team that'll gladly eat blue for a while, that's gonna be ENCE. They've done this for quite a while. They aren't shying away from the fact that they will rather sit in blue for a circle longer if that means they can get a more quiet approach to the circle with no opponents around them. And to be fair, I mean, with what we've seen from teams just hard sending it towards centers of circles, it might be smart to just take a breather for another 15 seconds, let the chaos evolve without you participating in it, and then you can pick up the stacks after that. Circle does go, well, to be fair, as center as can be without including more water, and most of the center teams currently won't have to move. But what does that mean for the teams that are now having to move into this circle? It's going to be hard to find a place to call their own.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because the quarry's in the dead center of it, and ideally you want to be on whatever side of the quarry that the circle ends up shifting towards. So what I mean by that is if the circle shifts west, you want to preferably be on the west side of the circle. If it shifts south, you preferably want to be on the south. If it shifts east, preferably you want to be east. If it ends up right in the middle of the quarry, that's a whole nother set of circumstances you have to deal with, which is quite fascinating because of the shape of the quarry itself, with the top of it being, basically an oval and being flat, as we can see TSM crossing to it right now. And it is going to be Eastern control for K7. Some shots sprayed, but I think TSM should be able to get in. Oh no, Vard gets ripped out by Lockslock, almost gets run over by his own teammate there. Can K7 finish that knock? Yep,
Popped out of the vehicle, early rotation, victim for TSM. We saw it a lot in the weekly finals as well. They'd lose players in early rotations, and it really came to cost them dearly in the overall performance in the weekly finals of week 1. Now, here we'll see. I mean, there are still 3 alive in the center position, and to be fair, when you're bombing in center like that, expecting to get there without at least shots fired at you and the risk of losing a player, I want to say, even though we're only in phase 2, if you are hard committed to sending it into quarry in a circle where we know everyone's been sending it full speed forward, only losing 1 player, you've got to be kind of satisfied with that.
I can actually think back, and I think that's a great point you make, because I can remember a game where 4 a.m. With only 2 players alive during, I think it was PCS3 Asia, maybe PCS2 Asia, one of the two, dived into the center, into one of the warehouses in the center of the quarry. In fact, the circle ended up in quarry. They ended up getting the win because of it, but they lost 2 members along the way. Didn't matter. If you're in there and it ends in there, you just need players alive to have a chance.
Well, Na'Vi, they came in late. ENCE comes in even later as they try and hold off the Finnish push forward, but they do manage to get at least this far. Where do they go from here, though? Oh, crazy. Are you going to do it with the 2x? I'm waiting to see Tixi fall out of the vehicle, but we're not seeing it happen. Squeaky, next one to be targeted. Not going to happen either. Well, I guess we... I was just going to say, I guess we can see TSM doing it now. ENCE are doing it as well, but I guess ENCE are coming in here with a little more style points. What are we watching?
Well, and almost in the exact same spot that we saw Vard go down, Squeaky finds his death as well. Now, Tixu gets bolted in the head by Wookie Bookie, one of the best bolters in the business. We were remiss without mentioning him, I feel. He does pick up the finish onto Tixu as well. Again, not that finishing your knocks really matters as much in this current format, as all that really matters is the wins. But still, Wookie Bookie, one of the best bolters in the business. Love watching him do what he does. Now, H-Win going to let go with the grenade on the side, catches Diggory for half damage. But Diggory is able to find just enough room behind these large cement squares. We do have the code, Toby. PCKFFHH2GCVT. It's going to be the code, as I finally remember to look at it and catch it this time.
There you go. Circle goes out to the east. Everyone hard committing into quarry. Our maybe now reaching a point where they start questioning their decisions in life. I gotta say, I mean, if you're ENCE, and I respect the fact they wanted a place to play from safely, but Quarry and that early in Circle 2, you have no clue as to whether it's actually going to stay there or not. I feel like that's maybe overcommitting on their part. I respect the fact they wanted to commit Sender, but they're coming in as literally the last team and expecting to get anything to call your own in Quarry. In my book, at least, was a little optimistic.
I really like this rotation by Detonation Gaming Light. They're not going to bump into too much damage. You can use that Western Primorse Coast to keep yourself fairly safe from even teams that are on the hills, as you saw with Pio there. It is kind of hard because that hill is actually pretty wide. It's hard to get into an angle quick enough to really punish teams that are trying to make those beach rotations.
Yeah, it's again heads up plays from Detonation Gaming, and that's what I was saying. This is, I mean, had this been week 1, they would have been playing absurdly slow and getting kind of caught in between a ton of teams on the west side. Now they read the fact that, okay, we actually have a chance to make an early rotation here. And they do it very quickly. That's something we didn't see from them in week 1. It's something we did see from them in the bottom games, which kept them on the top of the leaderboard. And I'm just glad to see them continuing that, because I was afraid that coming back into the placement games, they would struggle. But now, okay, ENCE, they didn't exactly get first place in their first game. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, it was a rough sledding for ENCE, no doubt about it. Pio up on that hill still, looking to put some more damage onto other teams. This time it's Furia. 4AM rolls up behind Furia, and instantly Raspu gets a very nice knock, catches a tire, spins the vehicle out of Godby. He's trying to readjust. Raspu's having none of it. He's handling 4AM so well, and he gets the wipe on 4AM. Raspu, what a play!
What? First guy out of the vehicle, you go, okay, great shot. Second guy, he attacks 3 times, and then he gets a double spray down on the last 2 players there. What a hell of a solo performance. Normally you go, okay, it was a team effort, but this was all Raspu. Holy moly of a meltdown. Wow.
I mean, Toby, that's going to be one of the top 5 from the tournament. I don't feel it gets much better than that. For Raspu, the team from Lat AM doing it. He's incredible in that moment. There's a lot of really strong players. Of course, I think we all talk about Sparking as being one of the best, but Raspu strutting his stuff there as Ofrika runs into O. Threlo trying to dodge back and forth behind this vehicle, gets the headshot onto EJ. Akad's very weak. One more bullet's going to do it. He does get the knock on it there, and it's Sonics from behind, but TSM gets involved as well. So there's a 4-way battle going on.
No, Akad headshot Hickory when he was peeking. That's why it was so low HP when he peeked around the corner. Now Snakers does fall. Reload is going to be flushed as well, but oh, that could have gone so much better for Freak of Freaks had Akad not, well, put a bullet in the back to the head of Hickory.
Yeah, just a bit of a misstep there as Afrika was kind of in disarray trying to push through into this, as there's a lot of cover, a lot of places that potentially, oh my god, that grenade actually catches, bounces off the roof, hits Patcaps for 33 damage. Mime over to try and res their team leader H-Win with Furia below them, and Onyx going to take Rusty Zera down as they continue to try to make their way in from this northwestern side.
Nade almost perfect. A little further would have been absolutely golden. Patcaps gets the heal on up. We'll throw one more up there. Let's see if he can get anything with it. The Observer's already there, ready and waiting. Not going to do anything. As I say that, Akad actually falls down. Hansia is alone now up against Patcaps. It's a 1v1. Whoever wins this one will be able to not only stay alive, but also res a teammate. And it's going to be Patcaps. Gets the kill. Will be able to get Snakers, I believe, up alive as well. But the adventure is far from over. They still have a long journey ahead of them. Na'Vi sending it down towards the south. They're going to be running straight into infantry. I can see it happening already. Here they come. The battle is about to commence once more.
All right, some throwables being there, and Na'Vi just drives right by. In fact, Tab catches bullying in transition, and Navi's actually going to push on through. Now they're going to run into TSG, who's taken the center compound in these hills in between the forest. Grenade underneath 8 now as we switch over to Virtus Pro and FaZe in a bit of retreat, but they're going to have to leave 8 out on his own. It's actually going to be Zenon from behind who catches him. Gustav as well gets into Batulins, and it's actually going to be Machao, that takes Batulin down. So everybody's trying to get into the center of this forest, but there's quite a few teams already dug in.
Yeah, and that's what I think you have to realize. Normally, let's say a new circle pops and you go, okay, let's wait 30 seconds. Okay, we'll send it center. There are so, because of the format being the way it is right now, we saw how fast the Detonation Gaming White were. We saw how fast TSG were in committing to the compound. Because the format is win or go home, you just have to expect that teams are sending it instantly. So normally where you could go, okay, we'll wait a second, then we'll go center, you'd still be the teams who already commit to a middle position. Everyone are literally sending it as the circle pops. And if you're a Navi in this situation, I thought they were going to pull up an infantry. They even got the knock to stay. They opted not to, but trying to commit to that compound, that was over-rotating in my book, and that got them killed.
Yeah, I think they just bit off a bit more than they could chew there. And after the knock, I think it would have been, I agree with you, a little smarter to wrap back around and try to finish the job onto infantry. Back over to Furia after what was one of the best plays we've seen so far in this tournament from them. They are dug in, trying to withstand the push, what is likely to happen from Sonics as next circle does move down to the south. Not super hard shifting there away from them, but they are proning and waiting for this push from the NA squad. And Necro and Demo just trying to see this. Raspu did fall after that incredible play he had against 4AM, but it is going to be up to these two to get the job done for them now.
The Let's Have Snakes are ready and waiting. Can they find the first? No, they don't. They don't succeed in holding it off, and they go down. Oh, Necro. I thought he was going to get that one down, but no. Misses on H when it simply took so long. Had they got the first knock instantly, they could have paid off for them. But now you see Oath as well. Just 2 players alive as well. They want to hold off Sonics, and they're throwing nades to try and do the damage now. Mime down to have HP. Oh, that Molly. Oh, just a bit too far. I thought it was going to clip the fence there. Would have been perfect, but not quite the case.
Yeah, some really good throwables earlier from Pat Caps against Afrika. Good frags and a good stun around the corner to finish the job, but doesn't quite find any knocks or finishes with that one, as Shrimzy, the only member down for the Sonics right now, and Sonics and Oath trying to vie for control of the northwestern part of the quarry in this circle. Gems still alive. You know, as much as we kind of, I don't want to say dogged on, but kind of criticized AAA a little bit, they're still all 4 up in this circle, working the southern edge, and they're just rolling up across the road, and they've got a pretty nice little position, do a little gatekeeping on Virtus Pro potentially.
Yeah, it's a have-to position for them. They know Virtus Pro outside of the circle. They need to hold off here. Nothing in my mind would allow, I mean, I just can't see them focusing on anything but trying to hold off Virtus Pro. There's no chance the compound pushes out when they know Gen G is on the other hillside. Hold this. You have an MK14 as well. Hold Virtus Pro out. But what I gotta say as well is Detonation Gaming, while we haven't seen them a whole lot, but they've been getting 2 kills here, and it's just the fact that they get kills, sure, that's all good, but they've been shooting so much at teams from the east, and they've made so much space for themselves now, something we've never seen from this Japanese teams in the past. So I just gotta kind of re-emphasize, like put more emphasis on the fact that finally we're seeing some of these more passive teams take control.
Precisely. I really like what I'm seeing from Detonation Gaming White into this game. Some good rotations, recognizing that the forest is open. They get into it after making that rotation around Gen G. Now, Gen G is being very quiet on the western edge. They have taken control over a good quarter of this circle. But let's focus on this fight between K7 and a good grenade from Lockslock. It's going to get the job done, finishing TSM off.
3rd time's the charm, through 2 in there to get the aim on point. Last one is going to be right on them. That's going to take them down. Ooh, but you know there's a gold mine in the shack down there. It's just about finding a way to get it. I think he's sending an Onyx over. Can you take a look down towards the shack? Because I think if I get a nade in there, there's going to be a good chance for you to get some kills on the outside. Unfortunately, first one not quite going where he wanted it to. And I think if you're Pio in this situation, first of all, as you can see, he's all on his own up towards the north face out in 10th. But Pio... yes, thank you. He's backing off. I would think you can't get the angle. You know there are people on quarry that could shoot at you potentially. Back off. Let them sit down there. Other teams will deal with them. You don't have to.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. And you know an Onyx can see it as well. So you could keep it covered. You can know what infantry's doing. You can get the information. Yeah. And old Pio, I think before Esther rejoined the team, might have hung out there and really tried to make that hero play, get that highlight play, finish off infantry. Now, Tiggleton has spotted Pio out. He sees the rear end of the player. He pokes around the corner. Tiggleton doesn't pull the trigger just yet. They are outside of the circle, so Sonics have to be a little careful with how they approach this, because as soon as their position is revealed, and I'm pretty sure that Pio definitely sees him now, it's going to be rough sledding going forward. Virtus Pro sends it into Detonation Gaming, and they're going to fully get out of this vehicle. C's trying to hold the line, going to get knocked.
How in the universe were they allowed to drive past TSG there without any warning at all? Completely catching Detonation Gaming White by surprise. And as much as I'm complimenting Detonation Gaming White for their heads-up plays and smart rotations we've seen from them in this game in particular, a full-on surprise by VP ain't gonna be nothing they can stop, at least not this time around. Now, attack all around. They're pulling up on TSG. They were cowering in the compound, and they are starting to feel hurt. Svit falls. Peng is already down. Nate's thrown through in. Volley Bear finds Janku as well. Just JR's left alive here in what seems like a push that will come to an end very shortly.
Yeah, even Esther clipping some damage into Jayers as he walks forward with grenade in hand. That one isn't going to catch anybody from TSG, nobody outside of the shack, as I think they are just desperately trying to get to their teammates, seeing if they can get anything. Esther's going to find a crate drop for himself, and it's going to be the AWM available for the veteran Gen G player. Now, JR still holding an angle, waiting to see if he could get anybody from TSG. He's going to find one with that spray, goes for the finish, but there's just too much for him to handle. TSG fends off yet another push.
In no universe should one of the attack all-around players ever have been allowed to get that flush. They're 3 alive in the compound. Go out, get him wiped, secure that kill, get 4 players back up alive. I do not know how that came to be, but there are many questions to be asked. Also, how in the universe did attack all-around allow for Virtus Pro to get away from that shack? That's a whole other discussion. I'm hoping to hear something from the desk breaking down how they allowed for Virtus Pro to get a chance in this game. Erusen now falls, but Lewis immediately there with the trade. Let's see if they can hold up here. They lost Batulans early. It's the second knock on Hirutin, so he is taking down a little faster, and we still have all the players of infantry alive in the shack. Still, Virtus Pro stays alive. K7 out of the equation in 8th.
Yeah, it's a fantastic maneuver by Spyro, recognizing that the last thing that Lockslock had seen or heard was straight ahead of him, so Spyro gets on the off angle, catches him out. Now, somehow, some way, Sonics, in the middle of all this chaos, able to get Tiggleton forward to the edge of the quarry wall. Gen G, with 4 up, continues to control so much of this circle quietly. Everybody else busy fighting over on the east. And again, we talked about it early on, Toby, that them able to come from that west side, particularly with how hard shifted the circle was, so good for them. Gokuri going to fall to VP as I say that, but it's looking very, very good right now for Gen G.
Yeah, Detonation Gaming fall. And I gotta say, I mean, a lot of it comes down to Pio, because I've seen it before. We saw it, similar position with TSM yesterday, or the day before yesterday, sorry. It's where they lose one player, had Pio gone down, they try to commit to a rest, second player goes down as well. We saw that with Vard and Iroh on Miramar. Had they lost 2 there, Gen G would not have been able to do a whole lot with this position. They'd have to kind of hide it out. Oops, Tiggleton, I don't think that was on purpose. Now, because Pio backs off, they get to keep 4 alive, they get to sit tight. And, well, I mean, for Tiggleton's perspective, he has to sit tight as well, because he has a whole firing squad looking at... what?
I was going to say, if there's any player in the world who can... Okay, well...
If there's what, Paperton? Sorry?
I was going to say, if there's a solo snake who can get it done, it's Tiggleton. But in this case, Lou puts him down with the bolt. A lot of players rocking the bolt because of that hard-shifted circle, opting to prioritize position over really finding all those DMRs and other things you would normally like to have. Now, infantry with all that smoke around them has no idea what the heck is going on. Virtus Pro closes in, but it's going to be 9 who finds the knock immediately onto Lou. Spyro over the side isn't able to control that 2x spray quite as well as he would probably like, and back into the shack for infantry.
And once again, Pio is the one up close here on the outside. Could really do damage. I'm loving the split that we're seeing from Gen G right now. Pio up close, Iononix on the hillside kind of being the overlook for him. And then you have Alvika and Esther down towards the south holding TSG, who for some reason still have not moved out of the compound yet. We talked about it, how I loved seeing teams leave the compound early for Liquid in the last game. You cannot stay in there for too long. The comfort becomes your own disadvantage. And TSG are still tunneled, kind of hidden behind that compound, completely isolated now by Gen G.
Yeah, and I think it's just that that Esther picked up really kind of puts a psychological effect into you, because that gun, once players get heated up with it, can really cause problems. Those knocks come so quickly, and you're able to really bottleneck TSG inside of that compound. Infantry has to make their move. A lot of smoke still available for them. They're making pretty good use of it so far, but Virtus Pro still has the high ground around them. Lou finds the knock on to Bullying. Longsker and 9 trying to move back into the smokes to keep themselves at least a little bit obscured, and it's going to force Longsker to put another one down, but Spiral up over the side, going to find one. Lou finds a little bit damage into Longsker. The walls closing in here on top of Infantry, but Gen G springs to life and takes Hiruzen down.
And they have to do this. The more damage they can do now, but keep in mind they still don't know of PO's position. The more damage they can do now, the easier potential in-game fight becomes, should they have to take the fight to them up close. Peng tried to push forward. I like the idea. Unfortunately, neither Volley or Amsia, sorry, are there to help, so a little over-aggressive on that one. Tried to go up, tried to get information while they were focused elsewhere, but does not work out the way that he wanted it to. Anonix still great position. You can see PoE hasn't moved for a good while now. He's just waiting. He's outside the circle now, actually, but he's playing that spoiler position, trying to just anticipate if they come over, attract the attention of Anonix, and I will pepper them up close.
Yeah, this could be a double kill potentially waiting to happen eventually, but Infantry actually going to opt to push into Virtus Pro and try to get away from the other teams over to their west, get up over the hill and see if they can get it done, but it just isn't going to happen. There just isn't any room for it now. PO, easy spray down, easy knock. Longsker over there, the double for PO. No problem, but Lou is aware of it. Lou heard the shots, but TSG is going to get the angle onto it first. Doesn't matter. PO sees the head, gets the knock onto Lou.
Gen G has this on complete lockdown. So good PUBG we're watching right now. Now PO does fall. Spiro gets him down. It's the only player left alive for the team TSG. It's you if you want to have any chance of damaging Gen G here, but it ain't happening right now. Anonix finds Volley, but Yamcha falls as well, and now it's a 3-on-1. It's just Spiro left alive.
And he's extremely hurt. No chance for him. Gen G is going to take game number 3, establishing control over that western side of the quarry, moving their way down, never letting go. And they take the win here as they move on to their second weekly finals.
Really, really good end game from Gen G. They were blessed with the fact that all the teams were fighting towards the east, but it's again similar to what we saw from Detonation Gaming, right? They were forcing teams to go and play the east side of that little road that leads between Primorsk and the quarry area. They were sitting up there, they were taking control. While they didn't get a lot of kills early off, they made sure that every team thought twice about it. And you can see Batulins once again, second place 2 times in a row in these last 2 games. It's gotta be frustrating. They were close, they had a chance, but there was a PO up close and they weren't gonna let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, PO, one of the best in the business, as we all know. We've seen it before. The world champions, Gen G, and they find themselves a $5,000 match prize on top of getting into the weekly finals again. But for VP, I think coming out of this, I don't think they should beat themselves up too much. They're playing so well here, Toby. There's no reason for them to really get worked up about it. You're putting yourself in good positions. You're playing well. It just hasn't been your end game just yet. You will find it eventually if they keep playing like this.
And one of the main things to me is they should never have been allowed to get to where they were in the end of the game. Attack All Around were literally hard-scoping 3 people behind a shack in the blue with an MK14, and somehow they're allowed to get away because I guess Attack All Around was just like, nah, you know what, there's other things that are more important right now than holding a team in the blue with an MK14. So no clue how Attack All Around couldn't contain them on the edge of the circle, but to be fair, in the end of it, great play by Virtus Pro. They pull up on Detonation Gaming White, they get to wipe all of them, they hold off great against Infantry, but in the end, and I kind of want to put that on TSG because TSG were not more aggressive in trying to take control of literally anything. Gen G just had all the space in the universe to do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it seemed like TSG was trying to play the game that I don't want to say completely worked for SDK and Liquid in the first 2 games, but just trying to hold those compounds and see if they can make that go. But guys, we do have the interview here with Gen.G. Let's see what they have to say.
Of our third match was the South Korean Gen.G. We're here with player Pio. Congratulations.
네, 정말 자기장도 초반에 나쁘지 않았던 것 같고.
I think the play was really good towards the beginning, and I think the game was really good today. How did it feel?
정보 캐치를 좀 못해가지고 잘 못했었었는데 3라운드 때 그래도
It felt like at least until the second round we didn't have enough information, but I think the third round went really smoothly. So today player Alpaca came out instead of Loki, and I think you guys had to adjust your strategy. What changes did you have to make? There weren't a lot of changes. I think Alpaca would have had a lot of pressure, but he really did well. And there was a lot of energy in the team today. So Gen.G, you guys are taking $5,000 home today. Do you guys think you can make it to the weekly finals and win it? We're going to do our best so that we can get a really good result this weekend. There are so many fans cheering you guys on. Do you want to say anything? It feels really great that we can make it to the finals on the first day, and we're going to try our best so that we come out as number 1. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 오늘 승리한 젠지 팀의 피오 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 분석 데스크로 함께하도록 하겠습니다.
Pio and Batulin, 2 of the biggest brains and hardest hitters in PUBG, go head-to-head at the end of that match. But it is Gen.G that comes out on top with a hard-fought win, and much deserved, I think, after what we've seen from them so far today, Clover.
Absolutely. I mean, that was really a great play by them throughout that entire match, and I think that, as you kind of heard them say here, they're just really excited now to get themselves to the final this weekend.
Absolutely. Can't say enough about that. Froz, on the other hand, we saw at the end of that match, Batulin from Virtus Pro, head in hands, frustrated, second place yet again. That's got to sting.
Yet again, we saw them last week getting themselves 2 second places before they got themselves that win. And so far here, after 3 games, they got 2 second places. So I'm thinking, are they going to get a win after this then? But yeah, it's got to be frustrating because you're the first loser, right? You're the first one to not reach that chicken dinner. You got the first, but not far enough.
And under normal circumstances, second place with a good amount of kills, that's great news. They got 10 in that one. That normally is awesome, Clover. But as you can see from this leaderboard right now, all that matters is the chicken.
Really heartbreaking to come so close to have 2 second places in a row and not get the play that you want from. I personally feel the VP is a big strength in this lobby. I think that the seeding we've got going on this week presents itself with really great opportunities. They're really, really close. I think they're on the cusp of getting a chicken dinner. They just got to push a little bit harder.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights as we continue our conversation about some of these teams that we thought would really step up. Oh, I want to see this Furia one.
I really like what we saw from Gen.G, especially towards the end, of course, how they were taking control over the whole circle. We saw them having S and Alpaca on the south side, while Anonix was keeping himself a little bit towards the west side there, basically just holding down, make sure he could support both the south side and the north side, because they had S kind of in the middle of the circle. Pio, I mean. And Pio had a really heavy duty towards the end there. He had to hold down against infantry and VP by himself, more or less. He had the backup from Ionix, but that teamwork, the whole team was basically holding out all the other teams, make sure that they don't need to fight each other, but the other teams need to take the fights against them first. And yeah, basically just controlling not just the situation and the map itself, but basically the whole game.
I mean, you bring up a good point with that too, because we're really seeing 2 distinct styles of play in the survival week. Teams that are taking control of the late game, taking control of the opportunities to kill, and then you've got teams that are kind of playing a little bit more passively. I mean, I think we said when we saw Phase 1 popped, Infantry was the only team that was really in the zone. They made it there into the late game as one of the top 4 teams still up, but they got there with 0 kills, and it's kind of starting to be a little bit of a theme that we're seeing from some of these teams. So kind of seeing what gives them those chicken dinners.
Well, it seemed like it came out to smart control. I mean, we saw, like you brought up there, Frauds, PO flex down to sort of that wee little tree that he held for a while. And then when the circle started to close, you saw him retreat back up to the top of the hill. And then once they had control, he went right back down to that wee tree and was able to dominate when VP tried to push in, when Infantry tried to push in, and just made it very, very difficult for them. But something I want to talk about with this team before we see them go for the day is you brought up that substitution in the last round, Froz, that they made a big change. That's a big decision to make a roster change like that, and it's working out.
I mean, it's a big change, but Althaki has been one of the most talked about names, I'd say, during 2020, one of the upcomers. And now, of course, we're seeing him being picked up by Gen G. He's getting to step in here, and straight away, we're seeing the results. After 3 games, this is the first money that we're seeing Gen G winning here in the PGI.S. That's going to bag them some money, and I'm going to be interested to see how are they going to continue this. Are they going to have Althaki playing, or are they going to have Loki back in for the weekly finals? That is, of course, miles away right now, but that is interesting to see what's going to happen there.
Absolutely, and that is one of those things to see if it is our team starting to explore the possibility of different rosters for survival rounds versus point gain. It'll be curious to see. Something that I was very happy to see, Stephanie, was that 4v1 out of Raspu. Do you agree with Paper that this will go down as perhaps one of the plays of the tournament?
I definitely think so. I you know, it is, at least for me. I guess, sorry, I'm lost my spot now, but you know, Raspu's really been stepping it up, and I'm kind of interested to see as well what else can kind of come out from that momentum. I mean, yeah, we're only in week 2, right? We've still got so many more opportunities for more style like that.
Now, something that you brought up and you've been tracking is the teams that played all of the games in the top 16 last week and did not make it through to the weekly finals. DWG joining us now as they enter the fray. They were the first of those teams, if I remember correctly. Clover.
Oh, yeah. You know, and DWG as well, coming in, I think, looking pretty hot from the bottom 16 matches. I don't know what happened to them, right? This was a team that we had so many high expectations from, and last week just did not look right. So I'm kind of hoping DWG comes in looking really strong, taking that momentum, and just, you know, not only for everybody else in the lobby, but for themselves, right? To get that chicken dinner, take that early, and just show, hey, you know what, we faltered a little bit in the beginning, but we're totally here to dominate, not only for our region, but for all 32 teams.
I mean, Froz, they were a team that looked really good at the start of this entire thing. I mean, we saw their domination during the seeding rounds. In your opinion, what do you think happened last week? Did you see anything that stood out to you with DWG as something that had to be fixed?
It just looked like they were just not being able to close down the games. They were still playing pretty decently, but they never got themselves that win to actually push themselves through. And we saw that they got themselves, of course, a win in the bottom 16 reseeding games. They started off strongly with a second place as well and ended strong with that win, and then a pretty strong 7th place 6-kill game. And that's kind of what they need, right? You want to see them getting that momentum going again. And that's going to bring them up here. Them coming in now, they still have lots of games to play. So I wouldn't be too worried. I'd say this is their week. This is the week they're going to make it through. I'll put them in the top 8 to go through. And so far we have, 5 more spots before that is gone.
All right, so let's take a little bit of a pivot here to another team that seems to be struggling in the middle. They played an awful lot of qualifier games last week, and after their first game today, it seems like it's been a little struggle, but that's Oath, Clover. They have been sort of stuck in this mediocre kill, mediocre end or finish position.
I joked when we saw the circle, you know, pop in phase 1 that this was Oath to win. Unfortunately, Oath kind of took the gamble of playing Corey, where we saw 5 of 6 teams sit out, and it just seems like some risky plays haven't quite been paying off for them. We're seeing more confidence of them pushing the center, and I think that does come with its own rewards. Whatever happened this match, obviously it fell apart. You know, they kind of wasted a lot of time in utility taking on Sonics and Furiat there to the west. But I think overall, if they can keep that, there's a big chance for Oath. Maybe even if not today, tomorrow, to take the chicken dinner.
Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. I mean, it is a 3 days of play as all of the teams you're seeing before you battle for their chance to get a chicken dinner and earn their spot in the weekly final. Time does run thin, as does the prize pools for the survival rounds. But it is time for us to get this game underway. A big shout out to our sponsors over at Intel for powering the process by which these games are played. The roof is opening. The game is starting. We have winners from 3 different regions so far. Will a 4th take their place on the podium as we head to the scintillating syntax of Paper Thin and Toby?
Thank you very much, Toffees. Loving the alliteration as always, my guy. And Toby, coming into our final Miramar of the day. I have a lot of questions, but my first one for you is, who are we really looking at here? What teams do you expect to do big things on Miramar?
I mean, now I'm worried, right? Because last game we said ends immediately and they lose a player practically before the game starts. So I'm a little terrified for who I'm allowed to say now, who's going to come running after me. But I mean, I don't know why, but I for these formats in particular, this format in particular, I'm always looking to the team that's coming out cold. I mean, Damwon Kia, we saw them in the ranking decision games from week 1, play lights out PUBG. They had an extremely dominant performance on Miramar in particular. And I want to see what they can do right off the bat.
They're a solid Miramar team, especially on the eastern circles with their new drop spot. I see them work this to very strong effect throughout the games as they might be crossing paths with Afrika a little bit. Hikari's just going to grab the vehicle and peace on out. Don't want to have that early loss that they did. But Fungjong's going to give it a go with the Iron Sight Scar anyway. So far, not able to land any of that spray. He's going to watch, see if there's a little more opportunity. You never know, might catch the head. But I think I'm with you, Toby. Damwon Kia, probably not the week 1 that we expected.
No, for sure. For sure. Let's keep an eye on them. And also, I mean, we mentioned Virtus Pro and the ever continuing frustration of Batulians going, can we please just get that win instead of back-to-back second places? Which, to be fair, in all other universes had been very, very good games that would have meant a whole lot. But in this case, they get completely wiped off the table coming into the next one. But another team that has had really good performances today so far, Infantry, 4th place, 6th place, and 4th place again. Now, the kills weren't quite there in either of them. Yes, they get 6 kills on their first Miramar game, but I gotta say, I mean, their way of keeping 4 alive, because they almost always were, keeping 4 alive into the late game, that has been impressive to me, because normally they as well are a team that goes kind of pedal to the metal, full speed forward, aren't afraid of losing a player if they can get kills early because of it. They've changed that up too, and are playing much more passive, much more conservative, and staying on those edges for much longer than you'd normally see them do.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, after Infantry put up that 24-kill win at PCS2 Asia, everybody thought, well, is this now the team? Are they the team to beat throughout the world? I mean, anybody that can put up a round like that, particularly in a stacked lobby like we get in the Asia region, and there's going to be some shots being traded between FaZe and Attack all around, as Fuzzface is going to aggress a little bit towards Gems here. But going back to Infantry, there was a moment where I thought Infantry is going to run the table at PCS Asia. There was a moment in my mind where I just thought, well, this is it. They're just better than everybody. But they've kind of fallen off a bit as time has gone on, and they just, it's not that they've lost that aggression, it's that other teams have kind of adapted to being ready for aggression.
And that's the thing, right? Because oftentimes when we see a team really succeed at something and then all of a sudden not, you go, oh unfortunate, Spiro falls down early. Oftentimes you go, oh, that team is just not as good anymore. And that's oftentimes kind of the conclusion that, oh, they're falling off, as you said now. But I think the other way around is just other teams really, really quickly at adapting and improving. So if one team finds success finding, for example, as you said, a 24-kill game, it will not be 5 minutes until all the coaches and analysts go in and look back at that game and go, what did they do that worked so well, and how can we do similar things? So we saw it in Europe back in PEL a year and a half ago with ENCE slaughtering everything in the start of the tournament, and then all of a sudden everyone just playing better than them, and people were like, what's going on? Where is ENCE? How are they not as good anymore? But the fact of the matter is just that everyone else improved while they were the guys ahead of everyone, trying to find their edge when there was no one to look to for that advantage.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit has to go to these hardworking coaching staffs and analysts and other things that are behind the scenes of these players. I think we don't often talk about them as much as we should, and really, they deserve a lot of credit for some of these teams. And these coaches have been around with a lot of these teams, the ones that we're seeing find success in not just this tournament, but in their respective regions. They've been around for quite some time. They've been grinding with these teams. They've been really getting them into top shape. And, there's a lot that I could go through, but a lot of them deserve credit. There's almost too many to talk about.
I think, it's just to put it in short, it's PUBG competitive teams at the top of the level would never be where they are today had it not been because they had hardworking people working behind the scenes, helping them with every single thing. Coaches are allowing for the players to focus on playing for a big portion of it, and I think that's a big kind of lift you can take off the shoulders as a player, knowing you have the analyst sitting and helping with everything. So as you're saying, massive kudos to the people that oftentimes go unnoticed and unmentioned because they're, I don't want to say, you can't really say as big a part of winning as the players are, but a massive, massive contribution to the team's performances.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just kind of training your teams to do the right things at the right times. There's a lot of interesting neuropsychology that goes into a game like this because you're trying to train yourself to make decisions before you have to make them. Like, you already want to have the ideas in your head of what you're going to do with this circle. Where's it going to go? We have this team in front of us. What's their tendencies? Like, all this information you have to process so quickly to be an effective PUBG team. And so much of that has to go, we have to give a lot of the credit to the staffs that work behind the scenes to, kind of get these teams prepared for those moments.
Yep. Let's see now. Detonation Gaming. They felt like having fun in San Martin was the best idea. Now they might be thinking twice about it because of Freak of Freaks here. You can see 4 a.m. over the hilltop are looking down in this direction as well. So they're going to be, I would assume, isolated in here for a good time. Should it not be because they get eliminated before that happens. Macau, full, Cess already taken down as well. Detonation Gaming White in trouble to say the least.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this rotation as much as we lauded their Game 3 rotation. This one I'm not such a big fan of. I would prefer to see them avoid San Martin, wrap around the north side of it if at all possible. In fact, as I look at the map, there's actually not really anybody up there. They've probably had the opportunity had they so chosen, but this time they opt to go through San Martin and are potentially going to lose a couple members as a result. Necro, in the meantime, stuck in a shack with FaZe below him. I don't know what he thinks is there, but there isn't much to
like, is it a buggy? Is it two opponents? Who's to know? If it was opponents, they'd be knocked by now. No, it's your own vehicle. Just go out and take it. But to be fair, I'm loving the fact that he's playing it as, I guess you can say passively aggressive as he is. He's constantly jumping, not really putting himself at great risk, but wanting the info, not just hiding in a corner, because if you just tunnel down or turtle down like that, you won't know what's happening around you. So constantly jumping for info and throwing that nade out there is at least, if anything, keeping them at bay. And given the fact that they're in a 4-way split right now, he should be doing that to make sure he's not going to get pulled up on it.
I really agree with you there. It's better safe than sorry. I always say that. You're better safe than sorry in those situations, 100%. Now, TSG, in the meantime, looked underneath 4am, doesn't particularly like what they see in front of them, and I don't blame them, because with that high ground that 4am has, they can create a gauntlet for TSG to go through if they try to cut through, because Crazy is actually, you didn't get to see him on your screen there, but off to the left of where TSG was looking.
Yeah, it's maybe the spider sense tinkling and saying, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not such a good idea to go up that hillside right now where we just heard people shooting from. So they'll wait a little longer. Hopefully they won't wait too long because, as much of a highway as they have to kind of traverse from the San Martin side of things down towards Picado, I'm looking to TSG and I'm looking at the success. You and I, Paper, had the pleasure of casting them in Asia before and seeing how dominant they can be, especially on a map like Miramar. And from what I just saw on a wrangle with them literally hiding in corners in a building with no one looking at them initially, where has that aggression gone? Is it it's a big tournament, we're scared now? It shouldn't be, because we've seen them play great at big tournaments and they're just not doing it right now.
I think they struggle on Erangel because they're so used to having the dips and dives that Miramar offers you for protection. They're so good at utilizing that on Erangel, with the flatter terrain in general, the less surface area to deal with, it seems to cause them struggles to really figure out where they can find good spots to do what they like to do, and that's peek around, pop around, use the terrain to their advantage, confuse teams by being very active with the terrain they have, moving around, never staying in one spot. That's a lot harder to do on Erangel.
True. That is very, very correct. Let's see now. New circle is going to pop. Who is going to have it thrown towards them? Who's going to have to make a long, long journey? It's going down, oh my lord, towards the southeast, where, to be fair, a lot of the teams are already, but we also have a decent bunch of teams towards the northwest, and could you? I'm just waiting because I guess this is the devil that's grown within me over time. I used to be the one, oh, the circle's only good if they're also good for the players, but I'm just looking down towards TSG, and if we get an Eastern hard shift next circle as well, this is going to be absolute Armageddon for these teams trying to find anywhere to play from.
Well, all the teams that are nestled up to the eastern edge of the power grid, and when I say eastern edge, I mean over towards the mountain, 4AM, TSM, Sonics, everybody's going to get kind of forced into them if it does hard shift that direction. Now we'll have to see. And a lot of teams are already setting up in the power grid because right now that mountain range kind of vivisects this circle, and it's going to be an interesting phase 3 because that's going to dictate a lot of what teams have to do here and where that last circle goes.
Exactly. It's pretty much I mean, next circle will show one, if not even two more circles ahead of itself. So teams are right now. This is welcome to the roulette. Put your money on a color and hope that it goes your way. Lock down and hope that the circle goes towards whichever number or color or other even you select. Because if you get it right, you're going to be in all kinds of glory. But if you get it wrong, good luck winning this game. It's probably not gonna happen. It's right now we're seeing the remaining Detonation Gaming White players from the north trying to make their way down. I like that they're sitting up by Hacienda. That's the only place really right now you have a safe passage both up towards the power grid plateau and also down towards the east. I'm surprised not more teams up here actually. Ooh,
Gustav saying hello to Wookie, and poor Wookie out in the open, going to find the lobby for this particular round. Afrika setting up in between power grid and that eastern edge of the mountain for now. You could kind of play that dip, Toby, and I'm not sure how much you could keep your vehicles alive in there. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, for now, it should be all right. I don't think teams are really going to focus on you in that dip as of right now. But with next circle coming, FaZe and Afrika, they're sitting close to one another. There's people inside power grid. Getting there, that was doable. Getting away from there later, it's going to be hard. And I mean, should someone call ends and be like, guys, the circle is in the opposite direction? Because they're currently driving up towards Crater Fields in Phase 2. I mean, I know I say that FaZe don't mind tanking blue, but they're going to be out there for the next 2.5 circles if they don't start turning around soon. They're over a kilometer away from the current circle, and the next one only has a 60-second closing. So turn around, guys. You're already far enough in the blue.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried now about Detonation Gaming White. There is only Volibear from TSG up in front of them at the graveyard. They are able to keep their vehicles safe back here. It is safe for now, but going forward, I think they've made it more difficult on themselves if this hard shifts to the west, which it still very well could do. There's another code for you guys there, W7DQNJFWDYVS. Tikzu, still bluing.
Bluing? Is that a phrase now?
I just coined it, so it is now.
I like it. He's bluing. ENCE is bluing so hard that they aren't even on your screen, even though there's a map up. That's Omanite. No. The circle didn't just... Guys, this is not as big of a hard shift as it could have been, but it's probably even worse because this circle should either hard shift into Picado or go east. And just to draw the picture for you, there are 16 teams alive with 4 players dead. There are 4 teams on the east side of this, which means 12 teams have to get down from this hill now. Good luck. Have fun.
You can already see Afrika scrambling to try to be ahead of the rest of the pack in this, but Navi's in front of them off to the side of the tab. Makes short work of Akkad. Very nicely done, picking up a good kill there. EJ scrambles to the other side, and he's going to cut around the southern side of San Martin now.
Everyone trying to find a safe passage to the south, but there are only so many passages down in this direction. This has become full-on Grand Theft Auto. Everyone's driving full speed through the city, trying to kill one another. EJ is on the sprint, trying to get away safely. His vehicle is already below half HP. Vard elsewhere, taken down. Not sure if they'll be able to get the rest up on him. Would assume it has to do with rotations. And TSG, we said it, they were the ones committed to sitting on the east side, and they won this round of the roulette.
Now it becomes incredibly tricky for EJ. That vehicle does not fare well out in the open spaces of Miramar. Over to Batulins with 4 members of Kia setting up into the dips to the northeast of Picado, and he is just going to full send it ahead on that bike, but isn't able to get over the hill. Him and Lou out. This is going to be dicey. There's a lot of teams that can see into it, one of them being Uba.
For those of you guys who don't know how terrible this circle is, when you're forced to play that dip in phase 3 with 58 players alive, that's when you know we're in for a pretty rough game for quite a few of these teams. Imagine the weird scenario where this circle actually backs off to the mountain again. Because I think wherever this circle pops now, there will be some part of the unplayable terrain in, which could, in theory, throw us a complete curveball circle that can just go anywhere. I still expect it to go east, but it's going to be chaos for sure.
Fighting out on the edge of the blue as Rusty Zera finds Janku from AAA, and that should be the end of that. Svit up ahead. He takes advantage of the chaos, but still 3 members of Furia on the southwestern edge of Picado there. Afrika works the northeastern edge with Na'Vi, getting a bit ahead of them, at least as far as the center of the circle is concerned to the eastern side. I kind of say that with a little bit of trepidation because there isn't much difference between their 2 positions in some respects.
There really is. And well, before we had 4 teams on the downhill, and we had 12 on the uphill. Now we have 3 above and 13 below. We'll see where the circle favors. In the meantime, Iroh gets up close damage done, finds Milofo. There's one more alive. He's going to take him down as well. Circle pops towards the southeast too. So the bet was correct. Get down the hill and get down the hill fast. It's paid off for teams. And finally, welcome ends to the circle. Where are you planning on going?
Well, here they go. They're going to make the dive, maybe try to take advantage of the scuffle between Detonation Gaming White and TSM with Miraku already knocked, hanging out on the outside of this. This could be very, very dangerous now for Iroh, left on his own up in the hill. Good shooting here from TSG. Is going to find Rustenmards, IMCA, and Peng M getting it done. So they're going to settle in behind that shack.
As fortunate as can be. They come full speed forward. They have no eyes, I would assume, on the fact that Miraku went down there and they get themselves a free spot to play, at least for now. It ain't an easy position to be in. It only takes 2 there. Digger and Squeaky are elsewhere on the map, so they're split in a thin 3-3. It's going to be hard for us this game for sure, but we'll see how they can manage. Best of luck. Nate's thrown forward towards Hansia. Not able to get him down with the first one. Second one bounces far as well.
Yeah, infantry overwatching this fight, making it all the more difficult for both of those teams. Hansia is going to finish off the tab there. EJ back up and running for the Freaks. There is a wide angle being taken here by Orange.
We said we wanted to see the circle go east. Now it's here, and players are trying to scramble for cover. Smokes are going to grant you some sort of cover, but guys, you have another 10 minutes left in this game. If you want to stay alive, you need some more utility, and where the hell do you loot it? Because everyone's spending it all right now. If you're on the hillside still, I mean, if you're Sonics, if you're 4AM, if you're KS7, you want to do damage, and now Furia, here we go, full speed forward into Damwon. Kia ain't gonna work, though. Raspu got a 1v4 last time around. This time around, not quite the case.
Yeah, just not able to get inside of there. That was a lot of air, gave a lot of time for Kia to react. Hansia now easily taken down by Besto with that 3x spray as he focuses attention back towards EJ. And like you mentioned earlier, still so many smokes being used. You can see Hikari with only 1 left. And I guarantee you, Afrika Freaks loves to pick up a ton of smokes. They are one of the heaviest users of smokes in this particular tournament so far, and EJ now under pressure as they continue to swarm around him.
Let's see, EJ is on his own for now. Na'Vi full committed to getting the kills here, and understandably so. They want to clear out this side of the circle so if they have more space to play around. Edge territory is Na'Vi territory. They have been struggling over the last few days to really find success in what they've been doing. We'll see now, though, as they go up against the 2 remaining players of Afrika Freaks, if they can succeed.
All right, Orange in the smoke, cutting on through, but EJ has abandoned the position, catches up pretty well off guard, but only able to get one. The other member of Africa is caught out by Na'Vi as well, and that could have been a lot more dangerous for Na'Vi had EJ been able to handle that spray just a little better. But regardless, it is going to be Na'Vi's win in that particular fight. Over to Sonics and 4AM. Tiggleton and the boys chilling out just a bit ahead of 4AM in their position, but they've already lost one, and 4AM is going to have to back down off that plateau.
I hope they went to Haven and picked up some parachutes, because they're going to need them trying to get down from this hillside. Either that or a bike. It's going to be so difficult. I mean, yes, you might win the fight up the hill here, but as we know, kills don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Getting down from here is going to be practically impossible. I would assume there's going to be plenty enough teams looking this way. Let's see now, though. Tiggleton, did he get eyes on? Yes, he did. It's going to be Strimsy to find the first knock. The remaining two 4AM players have backed off already. There's nothing they can do. Godfrey and Lua trying to fight their way down, and you can see this territory within where they're moving. Woohoo! It ain't easy, but they're still alive.
Yeah, those ankles are going to be sore after that drop, but you're still able to keep moving, and that is what is important for them. Sonic's doing a good job of getting on top of 4AM and at least making it more difficult for them, but out of the frying pan into the fire are the NA squad as they look into K7, who's trying to barricade off the Sonics from moving any further forward. Infantry going to make their move now as the circle has moved away from them. Ents, like we saw earlier, able to take this by luck. And the grenades ringing around. Squeaky right on top of him as Zhao Yang gets the knock. More exploding around. Fire in front of Tixu, but it's not able to get inside the shack.
The fire spreads wide, but as you say, it doesn't get close enough. Infantry lose two, trying to claim control where there really is no control to be claimed, and unknown to them, they have just swept straight past Na'Vi and find themselves in the middle of two teams now. It's just Tixu here. Diggory is not really in a position to help a whole lot, but they need to deal with Tixu quickly if they want to have a chance of holding off against Na'Vi. Let's see, Tixu peeking around the corner, finds the first one. Boliang ain't there to help out, so he's going to go down uncontested. Did he allow to get around the side, though? Yes, he did. Boliang is here, smoke is thrown, should grant him cover for at least a little while longer.
And you can see Tixu's kind of tracking the vehicle movements. He hears those behind him, and the smoke is in his way a bit as well as the hill. So for Tixu, he's got two different teams to deal with and trying to keep his eyes aware of it as best as he can. Now that vehicle is very blown up for Besto. That one's about to explode as it starts on fire and is going to make a backflip potentially here as, yep, there it goes. Ooh, a bit more of a front flip. Tixu does take Boliang down. Boliang finally makes his move, but Tixu not fooled at all.
Nope, stays alive through all of it. Sprays down, gets Boliang, and that Molly should have Tixu on fire and down. I don't see him staying alive after that. Nope, ain't gonna happen. As I said before, not really in position, Diggory, to help on this one. He did try and jump in that direction, go help, 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 but the help ain't there. Circle shifts towards the north, and back-to-back second places for VP, and now they're sitting in the center again. I'm sure Batulens has his eyes fixed on bringing this chicken dinner home.
This one definitely is going to increase the pressure on them, no doubt about it. Teams with pressure as well are going to be phased as they have lost the circle favor. Heading up into the hills, it is going to be Damwon Kia putting shots as they transfer under, getting a little bit of damage into 8C there, as also Damwon Kia in a similar predicament with the circle finally leaving that dip outside of Picado. Hanging out around the Picado crater has been Oath for quite some time, watching all of this going on. I'm really curious to see what Oath wants to do in this one, Toby.
Yeah, it's I think it's limited what they can do. I would assume they pull up on Diggory. They haven't heard any action from down there for a while, and I would say if they can get down there and hold out Na'Vi on the northeast side edge, that'd be their play to make. And Cirillo is looking down towards that one. Did he spot one? I think he must have. They're just below him. That should be I don't want to say easy peasy, but they're running in straight in the open with eyes on him.
Yeah, and it's still, it's going to be a knock onto Lou. It's going to be Balefrost. The eyes turned all over to Virtus Pro, both for Kia and Oath in that one. Now that grenade's going to come from the hill. Damwon Kia is going to be pretty well aware that Oath is bearing down on top of them a bit. But for all three of these teams, they're caught in crossfires between each other. It's going to be difficult for any of them to really make a move right now.
Not only that, but they're also still both outside the circle. They need to make some space for themselves. And I think their main threat right now, as much as they want to kill each other, is they need to do some damage to force them to look the other way. So if they do have to take a fight, they won't get third-partied as badly. Let's see, Uber. as always, doing a ton of damage with the Mini 14. Now, if Damwon gets down to this vehicle and they have a bit of a gutter to play, and that's going to work out for them, unless, of course, if we see Oath try and crash down towards his position. But as expected, Oath trying to make the push on towards Stigger. He ends out in 10th, and Oath, for now, at least, have a place to play from.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, they probably are going to have to square up against Na'Vi at some point. So Oath, for now, going to keep their eyes down at Kia. But they got to be careful, because if Na'Vi starts poking into their back, they could lose a member or two in pretty quick succession if they're not ready for it. Over to them as they throw grenades down into Kia. Kia continues to hide behind their Bronco and trying to avoid any of this damage. K7 is getting into FaZe now. They don't have many other options left to them, and they're trying to put the hurt onto FaZe if they can.
They need to deal with them right now. There's simply not enough space for all these teams up on this hillside. If they can force FaZe down the other side and take the fight towards Damwon and Oath, that'd be all kinds of joyous for them. Let's see, Relo trying to get attacked down. Balefrost does find Kale. 2 players are knocked already, but you can see again, FaZe Clan doing so much damage from afar. Under falls, Kale gets flushed. It's just 1 left alive, and FaZe Clan continue to do damage. There you go. In the end, it will be Under gone down. Out they go, Kia eliminated. And with that circle shift, if FaZe read this one well, that's them in their vehicles moving right now, because there's technically a spot up for grabs if they can hold off Oath for long enough.
And they should have a pretty good idea that VP is still on the bottom of that hill when they cross through. Of course, all eyes over towards Oath right now, who have prime position in this next circle, and they're doing a good job here. 10 kills already for Oath in the bag. Again, kills don't matter for this. All that matters is you get the chicken dinner. Iroh comes alive, finishes off Na'Vi with some help from TSG. The Turkish Vulture getting it done once again for his team. He has been incredible throughout this tournament. We haven't seen a ton of it on camera, but if you go back and look at the stats, Iroh has been playing extremely well for TSM, but he's under pressure, and I don't think he has much longer to live.
No, he's going to need to do something inhumane to stay alive here. Unfortunate nade bounces up rather than taking him out. We'll keep him up for a moment. I'm looking again. I mean, we talked about VP last game. We talked about Gen G, but we also talked about TSG and their inability to hold off. Hold that thought. Lockslot just found a double. Does he find a third? No, not going to happen, but damage has been done. Blue is closing in, and I don't think there's a rest opportunity here. No, Fuzz is eliminated. Reeler from the other side gets him down. They have to leave just 2 left alive, but look at this Oath. 12 kills already. FaZe forced to make the run forward, but Balefrost takes him out of the car.
Oh, Oath firing on all cylinders right now, just wreaking havoc on everybody who tries to make any kind of move. Now, Relo can see Gustav underneath this vehicle just barely, and it's going to be Snakers who finds an angle as well to take him down. Meanwhile, Godvi somehow, some way, still alive for 4 a.m. as TSG forced to cross this road. Circle has moved to the other side of it. They're going to be able to settle up underneath of it pretty well. We have a party here for VP, who is just praying to the PUBG gods that they can somehow, some way not get second and get that win finally here today.
I think Batulins just looked into his strat book and scrolled back to page 950. It's like, what did we used to do when we were M19, when we won a tournament without a chicken dinner? Oh yeah, we were just proning and waiting. And, well, seems to me like that plan is coming back into effect. I gotta say real quick, though, before the chaos commits once more, TSG crossing when they did, smart play. They knew Oath were preoccupied holding off against FaZe Clan. They knew when to cross. Thank you for being proactive in a situation where, well, to be fair, in other times you haven't been.
Yeah, and they give themselves a really good chance to win this game, recognizing the situation in front of them so well. Iroh still hanging out over on the side. Circle still has him inside of it. It's going to be Virtus Pro, the only ones that are no longer in it. And guaranteed, Oath is going to be ever watchful on that position, and potentially TSG as well. As I don't know if there's enough smokes in the world, Toby, to get across that road at this point.
I mean, so Attack All Around last game failed to hold off Virtus Pro. Is there a universe where TSG, who are already inside the circle, and Oath, who are also already inside the circle, somehow end up fighting each other before Virtus Pro have to leave? None of them have smokes. That's where we're sitting. At least I saw 2 of them, but Tulans and Harrison didn't have any. I don't know about Lou, but yeah, it's good luck. Again, have fun. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. If this was our normal super settings, I might put the odds at about 5% that TSG and Oath start getting into it. But because maybe they want to take center circle control a little sooner. However, this is a you only get through if you win situation. I don't expect Oath or TSG to push any further forward than they really are. At least if they're going to push forward, it's going to be incredibly slow. They're going to be caterpilling their way forward, making sure that it's safe. And indeed, here we go. The run is beginning, and Oath
How is no one
not
shooting at
watching
them
it just yet.
What?
Why isn't anybody shooting at this? Triumph. Okay, TSG wants the VP to get across the road and get into the side of Oath. Try and do as much damage as they can, but Oath reacting to it very quickly. Stakers with a quick double isn't able to quite get the angle onto the third.
How are they not dead yet? Triumphant Song, here we go. They wanted them to push over. It's working out for them. Now they do go down, but TSG are alive in this. They were the team to commit to the East. They have 10 kills already. 16 kills for Oath as well. 1 versus 3. Remember, Iroh is still alive. I repeat, Iroh is still, he's dead. Never mind. Okay. 14 kills for TSG. Holy moly.
And they have shown once again why they are to be feared on Miramar. They make such good decisions on this map, and this one is 9 million IQ. They don't shoot at VP. They let them go across the road, let Oath deal with them, take that situation to get into Oath then, and take the win.
That is the best forcing of a third-party opportunity I've seen from TSG and many Asian teams in a very, very long time. Had there been kill points involved in this, you could argue they might have wanted to shoot because those were as free a kills as they're ever gonna get. They opted not to. They knew it was gonna force a fight between Oath and them. Picture-perfect game from TSG in this format. I loved seeing what we saw here. It's a complete and utter opposite from what we saw in the last game. Great match overall for TSG. 14 kills, 30 kills between TSG and Oath. What a game.
Yeah, they really just understand Miramar at another level, especially compared to their Erangel. But compared to a lot of the teams in the world, I see them time and time again just dominate this map and really understand how to work it, how to work these other teams. And in this case, they even take it a step further and understand how to work the format, Toby.
Yeah. And exactly, and the thing is, I want to see the aggression they brought in the end game here be put to use once they come into the weekly finals, because they have been passive. They have been very quiet, playing it absurdly slow. And yes, I think it could have had something to do with you need to get the win, but I want to see them be able to put the thrusters back on, activate that aggression mode that we saw in the end game here to full effect once we get into the weekly finals, because I've been missing it from them.
Absolutely. I'm very impressed with what I saw from them. I like what they did leaving one behind as well. I believe it was Shandian.
Yep.
They recognized that, you know, I think they were keeping track of their kill feed very well. They knew that Oath was 4 up. They saw 3 cross the street from VP. They knew there had to be a snake out there somewhere. They keep Shandian in the back as a safety valve, you know, just in case. Shandian, he knows all too well about being a snake himself, getting it done in week number 1 for them. And they don't let themselves become a victim of that. So you can't say enough about these guys. They're so good at Miramar. It's incredible.
And as you mean, you put it perfectly. The first week, I think TSG were one of those teams in the finals where people were, TSG in the finals, did they? You can't say deserve it, but they were not playing very well in the first week. And then now you go back and you look and say, that right there was a controlled, dictated win for this team. They knew what to do. They had all the cards in their hands, and they played them exactly how they were supposed to. So I'm excited to see this TSG team in the weekly finals coming into the weekend for sure.
And we got to give a lot of credit to Oath. They played incredibly well in that one as we get ready for this interview coming up here, Toby. But I got to give Oath a lot of credit on that.
Weekly Survival, week number 2, and the winning team of our 4th match was TSG. We are here with player Volibear.
네, 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
정말 자신들을 철저하게 숨기면서 마지막까지
You guys really kept undercover until the end and showed us some amazing strategies. In the last scene, what kind of conversations were you having with your teammates?
最后的时候，你和你们队的选手们都说了些什么？
当时最后的时候吧，因为这是一次吃鸡晋级的机会嘛，然后我们就是说一定要把握住这个机会。然后当时是场上形势，因为我们已经很了解了嘛，然后我们就决定是把 VP 那边放过去跟 OATH 打，然后我们最后再来一波劝架，对，然后我们就可以成功顺利吃到鸡。
저희가 이제 이거는 치킨을 먹을 수 있었던 기회이기 때문에
We thought that this was a great opportunity to take home the chicken, and so we recognized that
한 팀 한 팀씩 해치우는
and
전략을
utilized our strategy to eliminate each team one by one. I think your strategy really worked well for this game. I can remember when you guys won a previous match through player Shandian.
说起你们队的话，我觉得上次你们的闪电选手的表现是非常出色的。然后我想问一下，我们接着能关注的选手是哪一位选手？
你可以关注我们每一位选手。
저희 모든 선수들 다 주목해서 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
All players, if you could focus on our play, we would really appreciate that. You guys have made it to the weekly finals along with $4,000. Any last words?
4000美元，获得4000美元进入了周末决赛。然后我们想听一下你们的决心。
我们的决定是跟上周不一样，对，上周进周决赛也没有拿到钱，没有拿到奖金，然后最后的一个成绩也没有拿到奖金，然后这一次既然周中赛拿到奖金了，我们决赛也想拿到奖金，对，一定要冲前4。
이번에 저희가 갖고 있는 각오는 저번 주와는 좀 다른데요. 사실 저번
Our approach to this week's weekly finals is quite different from last week. I think that last week we made it to the finals without actually getting the prize money. But because we made it to the weekly finals with our prize money, we are ready to get our prize on the weekly finals as well. Congratulations.
네, 이렇게 해서 TSG와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 저희는 5번째 매치가 기다리고 있는데요. 그 전에
Congratulations to Triumphant Song Gaming, a roller coaster of a team dominating in their PCS2, not making it to their PCS3, then coming out today and getting a 15th and a 16th, followed by, I believe, a 3rd and a 1st and a 14K win. Great game by them. And a tough one. That was some difficult shifts that put everyone in a very tough position. You can see now as Buriam is coming in to, Multi-Circle Game will be joining to take the place that is vacated by the champions. Let's talk about that TSG win. And before we talk about how they won it, we should talk about the violence of that circle. Clover, break that down for me, because it started on Power Grid and then things got real dirty real fast.
Yeah, I mean, in Phase 3, that circle took a hard shift southwest, and it was a prime position for Oath. They were one of the few teams that kind of took a gamble and had a really great position that lasted up until the late game. Unfortunately for them, I think they got a little bit overzealous with a couple of positionings that cost them up to the end, but just to show you how many teams were in that area.
Highlights! Let's go.
Yeah, talking about how we had that hard shift there, we had actually 3 teams that was on the southeast side basically before that circle pop, and 13 teams on the northwest side. After that circle pop, it was the opposite. We had 3 teams on the northwest, 13 teams on the southeast. That tells you the story. All the teams already knew the circle is going to go down there. You don't want to be stuck on the high ground. Getting stuck on the high ground means that you're going to have a rough time trying to get down. You're going to get shot by everyone. And that's basically what we saw from Sonic's K7 and 4AM. 4AM did make it in though, but you got to hand it to TSG and how they played the end game. That was such a good play. They saw VP being in the ditch there. They saw them crossing the road. They took a few shots and they said, hold on a minute. We'll just let them push Oath. Once they do that, that's when we push Oath instead, because Oath is going to be basically taking care of them. And that's exactly what happened, and they just took Oath down without any other concerns at all. And of course, they had Shangyang just holding Iroh while that was happening.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Iroh as well, right, for holding down that position. There was a couple of times where I think we were wondering if Oath was actually going to take that push onto Iroh, clear out control. And I think that would have also freed up some of their attention to potentially even hold off that TSG push. And in fact, this moment right here, I think was the downfall of Oath. They kind of sent Snakers and Balefrost over the ridge to deal with VP, and in doing so, it really opened himself up to TSG, who in an instant took care of not just VP, but also the rest of Oath. And it was just kind of a heartbreaking finish for Oath and VP, because we've been talking about how often they're making it to the late game. They're really poised to get a chicken dinner, but, triumphant song in the end takes that win.
I mean, Oath did a really...
It doesn't make it. Go ahead, Froz.
Oath did have a really good game, but they did a huge mistake. They did not take care of Iroh. They took care of Na'Vi, let Iroh live. They should have taken care of Iroh at the same time, taking control over the whole east side, and never let TSG cross the road from the compound to their side. If they did that, Oath would have won this game easily. And that when they're gonna look back at this game, they're gonna be like, why did we not do that?
As we look at these numbers, these sort of damage rolls, something that stood out to me is this is one of the first games where we saw a massive impact of the format, because we saw, in fact, that cross when Virtus Prone crossed over the road after waiting so long. Triumphant Song didn't engage Clover. They just sort of stood there. They said, you go ahead and take those points, Oath. And I don't know if I would ever see that kind of point yielding in a normal match.
I mean, at the same time, when you break down by kills, TSG did still come out on, almost on top. They had 14-0-16, so you can't really give TSG too much for it. They did still, I think, have a very good game in terms of those kills, but I think they were really playing the circle smart. They were staying in that compound, continuing to do that for coverage, and waiting until the opportune moment to cross the street. And as we saw there, we're able to keep everybody alive in doing so.
Now, before we go to break, Froz, I want to ask you about Virtus Prone. Everybody was kind of talking about them, 3 ducks laying in a ditch, waiting for the late game. Explain that to me just a little bit more.
They were playing it totally right. They knew that they didn't need to take in fights. They were already down on armor, helmets, on utility. They didn't want to use more. They wanted to save it till the end if they could, and that's exactly what they did. You saw when they tried to cross to Oath, they didn't use any smokes or anything. Normally, you would see teams trying to smoke their way in and so on, but they wanted to go in stealth. They wanted to make sure they could make an insurgent if possible, but, I mean, both Oath and TSG was already looking at him, and it was all too late already.
Well, guys, we'll be back in just a few minutes with the final match of the day. Will Virtus Pro finally step up, or will once again they be prone to overthrow by yet another team? Don't go anywhere. We'll find out soon.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
You see the greenhouse, Wiki? Maybe it's free.
I think free.
I think free. Okay, Wiki.
No, it's free. I think. No one shoot me. No one shoot me. Because the first house, no one shoot it.
The other.
No.
Yellow house?
People.
If there is people, we fight. Ah, one inside.
One
okay.
knock.
Oh.
I was thinking you guys were about saying the closed house, not the other house.
Pushing. In the smoke. Another team.
What?
Nice. Outside. Nice try, bro.
Nice try indeed. One of the bigger highlights from this event, sparking, living up to the reputation in that moment, as we have one more game to go here today at PGI.S Week 2 Weekly Survivals. Paper Thin and Toby going to be with you all week as we roll on. MCG joining us now, and I'd say it's good news for Virtus Pros, who played so well today, just haven't been able to find that win. When they go over to Miramar, though, I should say we're lucky it's Erangel, because when we go to Miramar, MCG and Virtus Pro like to fight for their drop spots.
They have been doing that, that's for sure. We'll see if that's going to continue being a factor, or if MCG has the team entering, if they're going to hold back a little. I hope that's not going to be the case, but at the same time, you never know. I don't want to curse them, but it would be great to see a team win their first game they get to play, of course. Now they should, according to plan, get 16th this game. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. They seem ready. They seem fully focused on trying to get something going here. They were, to be fair, I mean, both to you and me, and I think most of the other talent as well, a team that everyone were eyeing to. This could be that team that comes in and really grabs themselves a good performance in this tournament, and we just haven't really seen it from them yet.
Yeah, they've been struggling, and it looks like a lost MCG team. Their team fighting isn't there. Their decision makings don't seem to be as strong or on point as they have been in the past. And particularly the team fighting is what really shocks me for this team, because in PCS3 Asia and then in the preceding Chinese events, as well as the following Chinese events, they were all over the place. They were so good at team fighting. They were covering each other really well. They were taking great fights, but we did not see that happen as much here in the first week of PGI.S. And I'm really curious to see what they can do. And again, the last game, it's going to be Erangel. The roof's opening up. And again, guys, PGI.S is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And Toby, I look at this playing path, and this is another not so favorable one. It's pretty south again.
Favorable for who is the question, because I'm sure the viewers are going to have a ton of joy seeing a horrible playing path like this. Now, it ain't all that bad, but the thing you have to take into consideration is in this lobby in particular, we have a lot of teams that like that northeastern side of the map, and that's going to be hard to get to. We saw ENCE lose Rustenma in the last Erangel game they came into play because they tried to stretch for vehicles, and I think there's going to be a lot of stretching for cars this time around as well, depending on how many teams opt to go for a secondary spot on military.
Okay, I'm kind of keeping my eyes on the Pachinki area and the compounds that surround it, as there are quite a few teams getting out around there, although I don't think Damwon Kia is contesting Pachinki these days. I think the Sonics have established solid control of it. Oath typically goes military base. Will they finally find a military island circle here that might bring them a win? Virtus Pro as well going Novo, so both of those teams would not mind seeing one of those Sosnovka Island circles.
Well, let's see. Multi-Circle Gaming again, the team that just joined in now, get to play their first game. They seem to be rather free of going up towards the northeast. Detonation Gaming White is up towards this area of the map too, alongside ENCE, but look at this circle coming up in just a couple of seconds. Where are we going? Where are we go? Oh no. Once again, we head to the west. Fortunately for Navi this time around, they ain't up towards Mansion, but it's up there. It's good for you, Navi. Not so good for anyone else.
And I know it's kind of, for the viewers, a little bit of a feels bad, man, when you see very similar circles 2 times in one day in PUBG esports. But what I like about it as an observer of the games is that teams have had the time to kind of go over that previous game that had a similar circle and learn from it and try to adapt. And I like to really focus on, you know, what they're able to do with that, Toby. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here. How will these teams adapt to this situation now that they're given a pretty similar circle, in at least for the first one?
And 2 teams that I'm looking to in that retrospect is, first of all, Infantry. They got pulled up on by Virtus Pro and did not seem ready for that whatsoever. They lost 1 player practically instantly in that game. Virtus Pro claimed the Southside compound that Xiaoyang is now playing from. And the other team is Attack All Around. I mean, while they don't always live up to that name, for once, they were actually trying to set up an ambush on FaZe Clan and other teams rotating in from the south, which then didn't work for them, and they ended up having to play outside the circle for a good portion of the game. So how are those two teams going to play it different? There will be two, not the two first teams, but two of the first teams to get towards the circle. I'm curious to see how they're going to fare in this game compared to how they did in the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious to see if AAA tries to get going a little bit sooner, because they let a couple teams get ahead of him. It didn't end up making the biggest of deals in a way, but I think there was some mistakes made in their late game setups, and like you mentioned, not controlling Virtus Pro in that shack was a big part of it. We didn't get to see what happened on camera, so we're not exactly sure how that all unfolded for them, but I'd like to see them get going a little bit sooner. Early rotation here for Kia Damwon. They like to get center quickly on situations like this. With hard shifted circles, they are oftentimes one of the first teams on their horses, ready to go. I also am curious about Oath and Virtus Pro, because there was kind of a situation where Oath was a bit ahead of them leaving Sosnovka Island.
True.
I imagine that to be the case again, Toby, but you never know. Maybe Virtus Pro tries to, be even faster this go-around.
Yeah, there is a universe where that could happen. They were kind of hesitant to cross over, maybe knowing of a certain team that likes to sit around those bridges and camp it for a little bit. But I don't assume, also looking at the map, I don't assume infantry will do anything that has to do with bridges, at least not this time around. It wouldn't be a game of PUBG if we didn't see upside down buggy now, would it?
Oh, no.
Nope, Strimsy.
Well, we're going to
gotta
need
give kudos to
someone
the observers for catching those too. And then he flips the US as well. Oh, no.
Oh.
The thing is, now they were rotating early. I was going to say, how much time are they going to spend trying to unflip that buggy? No more time is going to be spent. They're going to leave instantly. I like that a lot. Don't spend time doing that. Yes, of course, it's unfortunate you lose a buggy, but he knows. Strimsy knows it was an oopsie.
Well, and I'll also say, with the ability to shoot out of vehicles being made easier now, I don't think it's that big of a loss, because having a side seat gunner is all the more powerful as well. So, of course, you want to have the vehicles because you can use them in the late game to not only help you move, but also set up cover. That being said, it's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, but it does allow this to happen right here. K7 gets a step ahead.
Yes, and that was kind of what oh, wait, hold that thought. 4am is doing the exact same pathing here, and Sonics would have been down here 30 seconds earlier had it not been because they had to wait. Now let's see how they fare. This one, Mime falls instantly. That's your driver, Strimsy. He's gone down, caught in the open, and you're still being chased. No, they do have to turn around. They're going down. 4am, they've done the damage they wanted to, and Sonics, as you said, I mean, had Strimsy not flipped that buggy, they would have been down here before them. It's a game that lasts 28 to 30 minutes, but it's seconds that count in terms of these early rotations, and Sonics were speed on it because of a vehicle flip.
Exactly, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Time is actually one of the most valuable resources you have in PUBG, and how you use it matters so much, as every little decision, every little choice you make has ramifications as the game goes on. Now, Kill Demo gonna let loose with a grenade as Longsker pushing towards him. Longsker dives to the side, well, not really dives, but sidesteps that one with relative ease, going to go for a grenade of his own, flings it over to his left, no one home for that grenade to find. And it might just be Longsker trying to peel out of this. Infantry not so keen, like you were mentioning earlier, Toby, to take fights early in these games.
No, and in these games more than anything, there's no reason to. I mean, the only thing to me is infantry, again, in a position where they had literally every single compound up for grabs, and now they're sitting in a two-way split in the open with very hard, like, it's going to be very difficult for them to help out one another should a team up to play in between them, which we very well could see happening in that compound in the middle. So as much as they had literally everything available, maybe with the exception of where Navi was, I'm not sure they chose right in sticking to this south side so hard.
We'll have to keep our eye on that for sure as the game rolls along. And MCG takes that compound. That compound really highly valued that MCG is in by teams, Toby. I've seen a lot of teams, especially on these hard shifted southern circles. What is it about that compound that makes it so valuable?
Well, I mean, it's one of those, you have cover, or you have open fields, I should say, on all sides, so it's very easy to see if people come towards you. Speaking of coming towards you, Na'Vi, best of luck is making a run forward because there's a vehicle with Korean players coming full speed forward towards him. No, he didn't see it. He practically ran towards that nade. Goes down instantly, and Na'Vi have a decision to make now. Do we stick around and fight, or do we leave? One more has fallen, Na'Vi. Are you staying? No. They're split too thin. They have one for... Oh, is Orange considering it? Nope, they're leaving. Okay, they're leaving, so... Woof. For Freak of Freaks, they get to live with the scare, at least for now, but you can see as much as Na'Vi backed off, seems to me like K7 opting to stick around here.
Well, you can feel that tendency in the players to want to go for those flushes, to want to go for those points in the bag if they could get it. But again, doesn't matter. So I think Na'Vi making the correct decision here to peace out, establish control over this western edge. And we saw Gen G do this in the game that had a similar circle earlier on the day. There's Furia kind of imitating what I see on the map right now, what Gen G did. But Na'Vi's also in a good position to work that west to east situation. Let's take a look at this drive-by once again, and it's Xiao Lu, and Forever gets on the back. Look how fast 4AM is. They were all driving their vehicles, and they just swap right away and go for those kills.
That's terrifying. Here comes Virtus Pro. Cue the Pirates music as they come sailing. I don't think they're gonna make land. I don't think they're like, they shouldn't go to shore before the new circle pops. The only thing is, I'm afraid they might have started sailing too early. Because if Attack All Around, who are currently in Primorsk, spots them, they're gonna have a hard time trying to stay alive in the open waters there.
Well, I think they're looking at what happened in the last time we had a circle like this, Toby. Nobody ever went that deep into Primorsk. So for them, I think they're assuming that this is going to be a potentially free rotation to at least come up into Primorsk safely. But like you point out, this time AAA's down there hanging out. And so, you know, what they may have identified as going to be a safe thing may actually not be. We'll see exactly what they want to do with it, though. I'm still watching them as they have eyes towards there. ENCE is doing ENCE things, as they are way out still.
How did ENCE loot until 8 minutes in? I know they had to rotate a little. Tixu still only has one first aid. That's got. I mean, it has to be the most unfortunate looting in the universe. They stuck around longer, and you normally go, okay, man, 1 or 2 first aids, that's gonna be the blue for you. Gone essentially, like equated with the loot that you've been getting, but he just didn't get it. Sure, he has 20 bandages, but 1 first aid after that much time of looting and spending that much time in the blue, that is unfortunate. In the meantime, new circle pops. To the west we go. TSM, this time around, not opting like ENCE did last game to full speed send it into Quarry. And, well, who'd have thought? It paid off.
And like we mentioned earlier, whenever there's a quarry-ish circle, it oftentimes depends on being on the right side of the quarry, because it often seems to find itself moving away. And in this case, there is the lighthouse still open. It looks like right now. If you're kind of hanging out around it, if you like
free real estate,
tough spots. It's free, but it's tough to come out of. It's coming out of that lighthouse is so dangerous. There's so much open space. H-Win, Sonics trying to put Hurt into Oath is, oh boy. They are going to set up right before 4AM, and uncharacteristically, 4AM, I think, learning from previous mistakes, don't want to try to take a fight this early.
Nope. And they're wise not to. It's a tricky area to fight around, and you're pretty much just asking for third parties coming your way. The circle shifted west and taking a fight, and what's the new sender? You know there's going to be many more teams coming from that eastern side of the circle. Long skirt falling down. Attack all around, try to set up the ambush. It's worked out for them, at least for now. Catching infantry in rotation. Now K7 trying to rotate too, but Oath not positioned to get the kills.
Yeah, Oath just not really able to find angles over the hill, but it's actually going to be the Sonics, and Tiggleton gets the headshot. Now 4AM comes alive with Godby reaching out. Oftentimes that solo player for 4AM, and he's going to get it done and wipes K7 out of this match.
Sent straight to the slaughter. That's unfortunate. Here comes the boat. They have been in it for a while, and unfortunately, ashore they come. Virtus Pro, they did go to the lighthouse. We'll see if that's going to work out for them. One thing, I feel like, Paper, one thing that is an absolute necessity when playing this lighthouse is you want to have a vehicle to get away from there. And sure, there is an old truck up there. You can see it, and if for a few mechanical skills, you might be able to get it up and running again, but as you said, Lighthouse might grant you cover, but it's a false sense of comfort, because it will not be fun having to leave there, especially if you don't have a car.
That's a really great point you make. And when I say a position is hard to rotate out of, often I mean especially on foot. Like if it's hard to rotate out of, then just on foot is hard enough. Vehicles with the skills of the players in these lobbies is also difficult because people have gotten so good about shooting you out. So for VP, yeah, safety, but for how long? But Spatulin's already trying to make the most of it, right? Trying to get out around this coast, see what's going on around the edges. As the play caller for Virtus Pro, he's going to be out there just trying to identify and see if they can make something out of this.
And to be fair, I mean, the boat did kind of slide back into the water, so there's that. in case they feel motivated to hop back to the sea again. I don't know if that's what they're planning on doing. But Tulins, as you said, he is running up towards the north, and TSM are actually in the compound north of them, but it's a compound that's kind of split in two, and they have no control of the south side right now. So there might be a universe where they try and go in that direction. New circle pops towards the north. That might be the play for them to make. It's not a good position to be in, but if you force a fight to TSM, maybe take them down and you get Cars, there is a chance for you to play this one again.
Yeah, very true, and that's exactly what they're kind of thinking. They're going to get into that beachside compound. Like you mentioned, there's nobody over here. So, at least in this part of it, the southern half of it, TSM up there. Code now, BUXTFZGNZHJ2, and Bucks is in there because that's what you could get yourself, some esports bucks to spend on some sweet stuff. And Raspu gonna go down to some drive-bys from infantry. Rusty Zero with the AUG underneath, trying to get some damage. About equal with 9, but gonna find the headshot on the way out. Taking damage from Navi behind him. And now over to Kia, who's found themselves stuck right underneath. Some people call this, there's some interesting names for this. I always called this one Shark Fin, but there's another Shark Fin over on the other side of this map. And I guess discussions for location names is for another day.
I guess the discussion ends when you say the shark lives by the water, and that's where the shark fin compound is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I mean, that's fair. You make a good point. Point seated, Toby, this time. This time.
Well, that's fair. We can call them both shark fin if it makes you happy. It's
Elbow. I've heard it called Elbow. I've heard it called the God Compound.
I think God Compound. Yeah. It's one of those compounds where you have plenty of vision and it's really hard to pull up on, because not only will you have good vision on the teams attacking you, but other teams, like more often than not, there's other teams around that will help you kind of apply suppressing fire as teams come rolling towards you. You can see already here, Furia going in their direction, and already now, before even getting to the compound, they will have been shot at by like 2-3 other teams.
Yep, yikes, nothing for Necro to do but get in a shack and try to wait it out, and so far we haven't seen that work very often to effect in these weekly survival stages. Now I gotta talk about, let's see if Senya decides to pull the trigger before I make this point. If he's got Gems, pretty open to rights. If Gems stays still, does not, and that's gonna be Senya waiting. But we don't see it on camera, but I gotta real quick mention MCG somehow gets deep into the center of this after they were down by the beach, and I think that's whatever they did to get there, very impressive.
Yeah, the phase 3 rotation wrapping all the way back north around. I actually didn't catch that at the moment either, but I had a split second to rewind the map stream for there. They made an absurdly good, and thank you so much for seeing that one, Paper. They had a really, really heads-up north side rotation. Circle went up towards the north, we saw it just before, and they, from the south side compound that we saw them being in, just sent it all the way back north, up towards Gatcam, pulled in from there. Now, as you say, they have a very good center position, so great read on that one, Paper. I did not notice that at all.
I don't like to play off the map feed too much, but that one was too important to not mention, especially now with where the circle is going and what it's doing. For MCG to be inside of that swamp there is still a very valuable position to have, no doubt about it. Now AAA trying to make the best of a bad situation as the circle has shifted to their north. FaZe potentially going to roll up to this compound we've been mentioning. They're going to roll around the south side of it. Sonic's over on the side. Tiggleton tries to get some damage in, not able to do much. Going to let a underhand grenade fly out the door, but Fuzzface already in. Uba over to the side, doesn't take any damage.
So much damage done to vehicles anyway, but no knocks coming in. You would have really wanted to find the first one instantly, especially if you're in Sonic's position. They've already down one player, and they know that down one Kier is on the other side. This is going to be extremely hard to hold for them in this particular position. It's going to be very difficult. Tiggleton does find Uber. One down. Unfortunately, the molly shot mid-air. For those of you guys who don't know, you can do that. You can destroy the mollies mid-air by shooting them. Tiggleton tried to throw one out, but I believe it was Fuzzface. No, sorry, 8C in a really good position. Reads it instantly, and the molly blows midair.
I mean, great recognition by Tiggleton here that this is really bad. He reacts very quickly to that molly getting shot out of his hand as well. Backs up instantly. Meanwhile, there is the fight between Kia and Sonics as H-Win explodes Sungjan, who has been knocked as they try to get up into the 3-story building. H-Win continues to watch the side. That's going to force the smokes out early for Kia Damwon.
Really difficult for them to be in this position. FaZe now forced to try and take the fight. And look at the map. I mean, we're on the far, far edge of the circle here, and this is what they have to fight for. There's no way they can push north around at this point. FaZe are in the compound, and they're committed. They have to commit to the compound. And in the meantime, speaking of fights that are on the edge, this is outside the circle. Virtus.pro and TSM did have to take that fight to one another. Vard, great double nade for him getting the kills there. As you can see, then Blue is encroaching on them. It's phase 4. If you get knocked here, there's no saving grace. No point in trying to get the res on up, because you will go down.
Yeah, and it's also going to be AAA and Na'Vi fighting across the road to the other side. So there's 3 battles essentially going on at once. TSM does lose Miraku, but for Virtus.pro, Spyro looking like the only one left for them as he is going to wait this out now, and TSM going to use the opportunity to try to roll up to the circle, at least take the hill on the edge for now. Detonation giving a white ahead of them in the compound on the other side. Back over to Kia Damwon, Sonics, and FaZe. H-Win continues to do a pretty good job holding Kia Damwon off for now, but for Kia Damwon, having that triple stack building, I find to be pretty nice if you're going to have any building in that compound, because you have quite a bit of vision of what's going on.
And we don't have to go too far back to remember Damwon Kia sitting literally all 4 in that same exact building type just over by Pachinki, and they ended up getting themselves a really good game because of it. So who knows, maybe that's their magic, hide in triple stack buildings so you can get yourself chicken dinners because of it. New circle is going to pop towards the south as Virtus.pro gets eliminated, so no qualifying for VP today, despite a very, very good performance today overall.
Yeah, it's been a great day for VP, just couldn't seal the deal with some tough situations at the end that they found themselves in. Sungjan gonna watch Tiggleton cross, Shrimzy in some smoke. Finally, Sungjan's gonna open up, doesn't get the knock on Tiggleton there though with that SLR, and that's a little dicey as Tiggleton right behind 80 here. Is he gonna see him in smoke? He walked right by him! He didn't see him! He never saw him, no way!
No!
Oh my god! I don't think either of them has any idea that they crossed paths.
He ran straight past him! There's no way! There's no way that just happened. He's prone right on the other side. Once the smoke goes away, all kinds of hell is going to break loose. Does he see Uber? No, he doesn't, but now they know. They have one guy right next door. Tiggleton is going to go back into the replay later today and be like, wait, what? Wow, that was a missed double kill there, and FaZe are back to 4 alive.
I mean, it is incredibly difficult to see in the center of those smokes. They are incredibly thick, like molasses, with that, with the way they obscure vision. So, unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for Tiggleton, things now looking very dire as he has been knocked. It's up to Shrimzy, trying to hold the line for them up the stairs and not able to do it quickly. Up there is Fuzzface and 8C. 8C did get knocked, but they are in a good position to get the res. Afrika up on the edge, and MCG still holding those swamp compounds.
Was that a game changer or not? Had they had the 2 kills, a 3v2 advantage with FaZe having to push towards them would have made it a whole other scenario, but unfortunately, as you say, pretty damn difficult and not near impossible to get any vision in those smokes. And if they've just been thrown, it's actually, you can say, kind of disrupting audio cues, at least for footsteps, pretty much as well. So difficult and practically impossible to see and hear anything. Made it hard for him to get eyes on. And now, as you said, a Freak of Freaks pushing towards this compound. Too surprised by the fact they don't just push down the hill, but they try and it's not working. 8C, Fuzzface holding off strong as the Freak of Freaks try to push in.
Where's the cover fire for Afrika? It is just not in a sightline to see it. Now, Hansia does a good job peeking around the corner of the cement fence to get a knock. Now, Sungjan coming alive. Fuzzface trying to keep EJ back. It's actually going to be Summer from MCG who found the knock. Fuzzface going to finish the job. It's Hansia, the only one of the Freaks to get in. The blue right on his tail. He's going to have to try to cross over. Potentially hops out the window, and we're back over to Sungjan watching all this chaos unfold in this compound.
So confused by how a Freak of Freaks determined pushing the compound was a smarter play than trying to take the fight into the swamp. At least you have some cover there. You know the fight in the compound had come to an end. You know they would be sitting and waiting for you, and they just ran straight to their own slaughterhouse. I mean, that's really unfortunate. Circle, now towards the west we go. That compound is out of the equation. FaZe and Kia, though, will have to take the fight here, as I don't see a universe where they get to run off here without someone going down. Gustav starts the engagement, Indigo down.
Oh, is he going to get two? Yes, he is. This is some really nice maneuvering by Gustav. Good reaction. Sungjang should have been a little bit more prepared for that. Kia, disarray right now for this Korean squad, as they are not keeping track of the movements of Gustav in particular, and it is causing all kinds of chaos inside of this house. Now, they are going for the reses. Sungjang crawls around to the front side of the building over to Detonation Gaming White, who I don't know exactly what happened here. I see the explosion symbol. Maybe someone tried to drop a gas can and it blew up or something, but that is 3 people on the ground for them. 4 a.m. struggling against Oath. There's only 2 up left for the 4 angry dudes, and it is going to be Kia Damwon who ends up winning that fight.
So many fights happening all over the map. Damwon surviving that one is impressive, but the fact is, the fact that Detonation Gaming White not only survived that, but get all 3 knocked players back up on their feet is really, really something. They are now 4 alive again. We've talked and complimented them for their rotations. They're going to have a hard time getting out of this compound alive, though. They have infantry on the hillside. They could be doing damage towards them, but as you can see, they're in trouble too. And now Oath, finally, waking up from the swamp here, starting to do damage to Kia as they try to push forward.
Yeah, Oath has prime position to capture whatever team comes out of that compound at the end of it. Damwon Kia finally survives the slaughter, but right into the waiting arms of our NA team as they are swarming around, and it is going to be cautious play. Kale up front tries to get some damage done, but takes a bunch in return, and him and Indigo pretty well pinned behind this hill edge. I don't know what more they can do here, Toby. It's either Oath or MCG who's going to be the death of them.
And we gotta once again compliment Multi-Circle Gaming. They just transitioned. They were on the south side towards the shack. They read the fight on the south side and said, we cannot sit here. It's simply too dangerous. We need some sort of control on the north side, having just heard the Nation Gaming White push up on the hill. Multi-Circle Gaming right now is in a damn good position, and they could be the first team ever in this tournament to bring home a win in the very first game.
It's looking pretty good for them. They're going to finish Kale. Indigo in the blue in a smoke. Only 1 first aid left. There isn't a lot he can do, so he's going to sort of put some parting shots into Multi-Circle Gaming. Doesn't really catch much with that. Now it's Oath's turn.
Oh, no,
they have a clown car and a dream. And I don't know about this one. This is risky business, no doubt about it.
Cue the hill music. This is going to be extremely dangerous once anyone catches eyes on them. They're going to be shut up for sure. Forever, though, has been seen. 3 people are going to be shooting at him as they come driving by, and somehow they're all still alive. They get out of the car. They're in a good position to play this one from now. Multi-Circle Gaming did not opt to aggress on it. Now they have to push forward, but Oath has managed to reset.
But look what Multi-Circle Gaming is doing. This is just kind of like what TSG just did in the last game. Let these other teams fight each other. We're going to take control of the circle. We're going to clean up whatever happens at the end. Detonation Gaming White, a lot of hard work to get here, and maybe all for naught. Now Summer finds an angle into the back of Oath, not really finding a lot of luck with those SKS shots. Gokuri going to find bullets from Pat Caps. Melifo is going to take down one. Machao finds another, and Detonation Gaming White having a fantastic fight against Oath. It's all up to Bale.
This is absolutely insane. It's a 2v1v4 Multi-Circle Gaming, and this one all over the place. This is full control from them. Down goes Oath in third. It's just Multi-Circle Gaming and one Destination Gaming White player left alive. Melofo, you're on your own, buddy. Will we see it here? We will, unless if something completely absurd happens. Multi-Circle Gaming literally came in last game, and now they have a chance of winning it as well.
From not qualifying at all, the 32nd place team after the first weekly qualifiers from the seeding rounds, they don't even get to play during the survival week, and they're going to come through and potentially get a win. Melifo in the blue, there's not a lot he can do right now as Multi-Circle Gaming finds the edge, and they're just going to wait it out. But I tell you what, if Melifo can do this, if he could pull off the 1v4, I mean, I said that Raspu moment was better, but I don't think he's going to. He's trying to heal and get forward. There's only so much time before the blue is going to end this one.
This is absolutely insane. So we talked about it. You mentioned the multi-circle gaming rotation earlier. I called it a winning strat potentially. It sure as hell was. And their end-game rotations as well, knowing when not to engage, play time, play around, play it smart, and there you have it. Multi-circle gaming. 1 game, 1 win. They're through to the finals.
And this is the multi-circle gaming that we've been waiting for after such a disappointing start with a team that we had such high expectations for. They come through, they take the last win of the day and find themselves for the first time, Toby, playing in the weekly finals. But also, this is their first time playing in a weekly qualifier at all.
Yeah,
at all.
Their first
and they get a win.
survival game. Yeah, they have a 100% win rate in weekly survival matches. That's something you cannot say about any other team in the tournament up until this point. That is true. 100% win rate. You can see Oath again. Similar story as what we said with Virtus Pro earlier. A really, really good day. It's unfortunate. It's frustrating. They can't bring home the chicken dinner that they really would have wanted there. But overall, there's so much positive that Oath can take away from this day. The rotations there in the end, managing to get across, getting down the 4 AM player to them pushing up on the hill. They did it all completely correct. Just nothing they can do in preventing the third party coming in from multi-circle gaming in the end. And as you said, Paper, the rotation up north from the south side, knowing that if we go west on this, we're just following the footsteps of everyone else. Let's avoid that chaos, grab east around, get into the swamp on the north side, and then the decision to make the push down when they knew Oath was fighting with down 1 Kia. So many smart decisions being made by MCG in this game.
Yeah, $3,000 going to come from those fantastic decisions. Summer finding his mojo as the play caller, putting them into great positions. Toby, I love what I'm seeing from this team. This is the MCG that I have been watching for the last couple months since PCS3 Asia. These guys are on point, and there's so much that I am looking forward to seeing them do on the weekend, potentially. We'll see if they're able to carry over the success as we go forward. But that's going to be back-to-back wins for China to wrap up the day.
Yeah. Very impressive for sure. I mean, multi-circle gaming, 1 game, 1 win is all they needed to qualify through, and I'm excited to hear the interview with them in just a short moment. But, I mean, overall, just a great performance. Really, really impressive game here for them to bring home their game in their win in their very first game. Let's hop over to the interview now.
PGI.S Weekly Survival
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 2, and the winners of our final game was Multi-Circle Gaming. We are here with player Tank. Congratulations!
네, 정말 놀랍게도 지난주에는 꼴찌 32위를 기록했던
Last week you guys came in at 32, and today with your first game you guys have made it to the weekly finals. I'm sure you have a lot of feelings right now. How does it feel?
你们在上一周记录了排名32名，但是你们在这一周的第一场，就是你们进入的第一场生存战中，就立刻获得了第1名。你们现在是不是好像会有很多话想说？你们现在想说些什么？说一下感想。
就回去做了一下调整，然后准备就拿更好的成绩。
저희는 이제 다음 경기에 더 좋은 성적을 가질 생각입니다.
We are planning to have a better score for the next upcoming game. And player Tank, you've shown us some amazing plays in other Asian tournaments. I'm curious, what kind of difficulties do you think you had coming into the PGI.S tournament this year?
亚洲的 PCS 比赛中的表现非常出色。我想问一下你现在的计划是什么？
计划还是以团队为主，然后还是想队伍拿更好的成绩。
이제 저는 일단 그 팀원들 위주로 게임을 잘 했으면 좋겠고.
At least for me, I've been hoping that we've been working well as a team for this time, and I'm planning on showing some more great plays for the upcoming games. Do you have any plans for the upcoming finals and how you guys want to play?
要用哪些计划来对付？
我们有做过调整，但这些调整要周末周决赛的时候打的时候才能看出来，因为不能说的。
저희 이제 팀 내에서 조정이 있었는데 이런 조정은
We had a few adjustments
이제
within our
나중에
team.
주말에 하는 위클리 파이널 때 보여드릴
And these
예정입니다.
adjustments we will show you in the weekly final games today. Thank you for your interview and congratulations.
네, 이렇게 해서 멀티서클 게이밍의 탱크 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 자, 오늘 5번째 매치까지 준비된 경기
Multi-Circle Gaming takes the win. A team who struggled so hard at the start of their year, they had to buy a PCL slot and turn that into a back-to-back-to-back victory at PCS3 Asia, APL Winter League, and Huya Season 8. Does the same thing here. They come out during the reseeding and don't even get a chance to play last week in the survival rounds and then come into their first match and win it, Clover.
We've been joking that this is kind of what we wanted to see. And even before going into this match, I think we might have even said, hey, it would be really cool if one of these teams came in and won it on their first game, and MCG did exactly that. You know, they had to feel bad about not playing last week, as you said, and now, you know what? They don't have to play the rest this week until this weekend.
You know, we, let's be honest, we actually I trolled Clinton in the green room a little bit because he came into this saying MCG is going to be a dominant, unstoppable force. After last week, we had questions for us. Have they laid those to rest with this game?
Last week's MCG we saw was a totally different MCG. What we've seen here is it's down to perfection on how they're playing. The casters was talking about the rotation in Circle 2 when they were on the southeast side, missing everybody by rotating on the east, going up on the north and playing a less desired place down in the swamp. But there is more to it. How they're holding it down when Africa Freaks is closing in on them as well. We saw that Summon was basically saying, okay, we're going to force them in towards God Compound to fight Face Clan, to fight Sonics. We're not taking this fight. We don't want to take it. We don't need to take it. We don't need the kills. And that's basically what they did, forcing Africa Freaks up there. And then later on, of course, when they do the push down to the south as well, they send Summon first. And Summer's just holding down the ground while the others are pushing up. And basically, they have so much control. The decisions they're taking, it's so right. This is a top-notch team right now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the decisions that were right for sure for MCG, but the decisions were wrong once again for Oath. And you know they're going to go back and watch this game and really kind of work on this. This is the third time that they have made the top 3 today. In fact, twice in a row now, where once again they kind of turned their attention in the wrong direction, really opening themselves up to the opposite team. I mean, they didn't need to push over into Detonation Gaming. They didn't need to take that fight the way that they did. And Detonation Gaming kind of came off of that, I think, also primed for a good potential position for a win. But that Oath push kind of ruined things for both of those teams.
Detonation Gaming, also a team that made it in today, sort of brought up from the waiting to play group. But third place was Oath, a team that has been the proverbial bridesmaids, but no bride today. Froz, it seems like Oath just can't close it out.
They can't close it out right now, but it's looking good. And I don't want to like compare them, but we gotta have to do this, right? It's kind of what we saw from Digital Athletics last week's weekly survival. They're kind of in the same tracks right now, getting those high kill games, getting to the end game all the time, but not being able to clutch it out. I hope they can make a change to it. I hope they can get that win, because right now Oath is looking real hot.
Well, let's call a spade and talk about mentality. Snakers just tweeted out, I wish I could sit in a compound for 27 minutes and win $30,000. Is that the right kind of mindset to have after a day of play, Clover?
I think not. I mean, I think emotions are definitely high for Oath right now, feeling like they have been chasing the circle, and that's definitely been the thing that we've been seeing at them in the late game, the circle, shifting away from them, leaving them in open spaces, leaving them in open rotations or areas where they can't really push out from. Even that Miramar match, right? They were kind of stuck up on that ridge, but just didn't really play their positioning correctly. On the flip side of that, we have seen a lot of the teams that have won be in a good position for the zone, have some compounds. But, you know, MCG, that wasn't a compound team. That was a team that was just playing the circle really smart, not overextending into fights if they didn't need to. I mean, MCG won with very low kills that match because they really played it patiently.
I mean, the reality is, Fraz, you've played, you've coached. Getting the circle is nice, but it doesn't win the game, right? I mean, we actually saw Oath got that shift in the Miramar match that put them head-to-head with TSG, and TSG came out on top. How much of winning can really be dictated by a good circle, in your opinion?
There's a lot more to take in mind than just the circle itself. It's got to look at your own position, what kind of setup you have, how many do you have alive, because all that kind of stuff matters. Even if you get the circle on top of you, it doesn't matter if you're going to be in the open. If you have no cover to play with, you have no utility, you have no scopes, all that kind of stuff matters. So it's all about what the team likes as well. Some of the teams like to be super aggressive coming in from the edge. They don't like to play in the circle. They want to be attacking all the time because that's how they get the steam up. That's how they get rolling up against the other teams, and that's how they win the games. Some teams like to play it more passive. They like to have the circles on top of them and just holding down their castle. So yeah, it's very different from team to team, I'd say.
Well, guys, we've played our 5 games for the day. You know I love to hear your last thoughts before we sign out, and we will be back tomorrow with the same crew to break it down yet again. So let's start with you, Fraz. I want your closing thoughts, then we'll get yours, Clover.
I just got to say, it's nice to see a team like MCG coming back this big, not being able to play last week. They got the last place and now being one of the top 5 to actually go through. It shows that this is anybody's game. It doesn't matter if you're the last in last week's weekly survival.
Clover?
You know, we've already got one of the 3 days down. We've had a couple teams get really close to a chicken dinner and some that have really struggled to make it out of the mid game. Teams especially, I think we were already anticipating some chicken dinners in. And so I think that those teams need to go back, watch their replays, watch the VODs, and see what they can do better going in tomorrow. And remember to focus. It's all about the win right now.
It's all about the win. Chicken is everything. It's been a wonderful day. We appreciate you guys being here. Shout out to Intel and the other sponsors who made this possible. And I think that we can all agree with 5 games and 4 regions taking wins in those. It truly is a world-class competition. I hope to see you guys here tomorrow as we kick off rounds at the same bat time in the same bat place. But until we do, as always, play more PUBG.